Welcome everyone. In this part of the lesson, we answer the question, why Python? Yeah, this is the official website of Python programming language. And whenever you need to download Python, actually you come here and you download the latest version of Python. But before that, I would like to talk about Python. Python is a programming language like Java or JavaScript or PHP. Python is also a backend programming language. That means it runs in the back end of some application or some service, or it can be used to develop web application as in a server, or it can be also used to develop a desktop application. What's the desktop application, you may say? For instance, if you say this calculator, maybe this calculator is a desktop application that run on my desktop. So you can develop something like this. So it can be also used to develop a desktop application. What else can we use? So we call this desktop application, they have this graphical user interface, and we use these different libraries like tkinter or pyGObject, pyqt, and Kiwi, this kind of. You don't have to know them by heart. Whenever you need them, you just learn the library and you develop desktop application or application that has graphical user interface. And I said also at the very beginning, it can be used for web development. So it allows you to develop a backend like using the Django library or Pyramid, Bottle, Tornado, Flask, or Web2Py. But Django and Flask are most popular. Even you don't have to remember this because you will learn this whenever you need it. How about scientific and numeric purpose? We have this SciPy, Pandas, NumPys, and scalar. There are quite a lot of them. It's not only this, the list is just on and on and on. Not only these three, okay? So for data analysis, for machine learning, and for many different scientific purposes, there are quite lots of libraries. Yeah, so that is the reason why you learn Python. One, it's so easy to learn. Second, it's very popular. Popular means everybody use it, so you can get solution on the internet to solve some problem. So it has a very big community. If it has a very big community, so you get support, you get a solution for problems. And it's lightweight also. It's not very heavy. You can just, it's just small. It's not very big. And that's why you need, popularity or a big community and easy to learn and lots of packages almost for everything. So now it's time to download. Yeah. So you have to come here, you hover over here, and then I go all the way here. My machine, my computer is actually Windows. So I will just click over here and it will be downloaded. Yeah, as you can see, it's downloading and I have to wait for some time. Yeah, it seems it's completed. So we have to click over here and something has to pop up. As you can see, I have this dialog box and then I have to click over here. And then install. And then you just wait until everything is complete. Yeah, setup was successful. Now we just close it. I have just closed this and I have to go to my desktop. And as you can see, I have this. And then if I just write Python, yeah, Python has been actually installed. Or you can just open CMD and then write Python over here, just like this. And as you can see, Python 3.10 has been installed on my local computer or in my computer. So I can just exit and now, yeah. So the installation has been done or completed. Great. Welcome back. So this part of the lesson is going to be actually how to use Python. We can use Python in many different ways, but today, or I mean, in this part, I will show you using the command prompt. You can just select it here, or maybe you can write CMD over here, and then you can open the command prompt. Yeah, maybe some people, or another way to open, you can all click over here. I think you can open the command prompt. Where is my command prompt? Oh, it's only the git bash. Maybe I think some of you should have, but since I have git, I think the git bash is something I should see is the git bash. This is also the same, but you may not have git. So let's just go to CMD and open the command prompt. This command prompt allows us to write commands. Yeah, it's the window version but I think some of you might know, but you don't have to also know how to use the command prompt. What you should know is just opening the command prompt. So now this Python is, when I'm writing Python, actually it's like a command or to open the Python that we installed a while ago. Now I can see that Python 3.10.0 has been actually installed, and it's the latest version that has been released on October 4, 2021, as you can see here. And then, like, for instance, if we want to work on Python, or if we want to ask Python to do some mathematics for us, let's ask Python to add two numbers, 1 and 2. What do you think the result will be? No one knows?
It should be 3.
Yes. And how about if we ask also Python to subtract numbers 2 minus 1, and everybody expected that 1, and that's what I expect too. How about if we ask Python also to multiply numbers? As you can see now, we use the plus sign for addition, this the minus sign for subtraction, this the star or the asterisk for multiplication. Okay, it's a bit different. And the reason why I'm using also space, it's for readability purpose. It's so easy to read, right? I can just do this 1 plus 2 and it just give me the same thing. No difference, 1 plus 2, but this looks good for the eyes, right? It's well spaced and it's so nice. And as I showed you, 3 times 2, it should be 6, or 2 times 3, 6, right? Just commutative property, right? You can change the place and you should get the same value for addition, and the multiplication is the same. How about if I want to divide numbers? If I divide 3 by 2, I think you will expect 1.5. And how about sometimes like multiplying numbers? 3 by 3 is 9, right? How about again by 3? 27 again by 3. I think it's going to be 81. No. 3 by 3, 9. and by 3, 27, and then by 3 is going to be 81. Yeah. So sometimes writing this is tedious and long. Then how about if you want to write 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times, if you do this 10 times or maybe 20 times, it's tiring, right? So we have a shortcut, actually, this. So this means, for instance, to the power of 5. So whenever we use this 2 star, means actually we are multiplying 2 5 times. So I'm expecting, maybe I think first I have to show you this. To the power of 3, you are expecting 8. So it should be 8. To the power of 4, and this is 16. To the power of 5 and 32. To the power of 10 actually gives you 1024, I think by now. So 3 to the power of 4, this give us 81. Yeah. Now let's do modulus. Sometimes we want to know the remainder of something. For instance, when we divide 3 divided by 2, now the percent sign is not acting like a division because we have division this sign, but we call this symbol modulus, and it gave us the remainder when we divide 2 numbers. What's the remainder when we divide 3 by 2? Yeah, please. What's the remainder when you divide 3 by 2?
5.
1.5 it should be, shouldn't it?
But the remainder.
1, you mean 1?
1. Yeah, the remainder is 1. As you can see. How about 5 divided by 3? What's the remainder?
2.
Yes, great. And 9 divided by 5, what's the remainder?
4.
4, great.
4, yeah.
11 divided by 6, what's the remainder?
4.
Again 4.
Yes, 4. 9 divided by 3, what's the remainder?
0.
0, because there's nothing, so it's 0. Great, now you got how to calculate remainder. It's very important. For instance, to know if a number is divisible or not, if you divide something, for instance, by 2, and if the remainder is 0, that means it's divisible by 2, right? Is 9 divisible by 2? No, because the remainder is 1. Okay, now let me try. By 2. 10 divided by 2, let's see the remainder. The remainder is 0, so that means it's divisible. So we can check divisibility of something. For instance, 39 divisible by divided by 3. If I get a 0, then I will decide that this 39 is divisible by 13. Yeah, great. So you will use it like to check some divisibility or some condition. It's very important. Now let's talk about floor division. Sometimes we don't care about the remainder, but we just want to know how many times it can be divided. Okay, if I want to say 3 divided by 2, and that without the remainder, what will be the value? So I can use these 2 symbols to get the quotient. We call it the quotient, but we don't care the remainder.
1.
1. Great. 9 divisible by 4. What would be the value?
2.
Yeah, 2. And there in, yeah, 2. And 7 floor division 2.
3.
3. Yeah. Now, guys, you manage to learn the arithmetic operation. You have learned how to add numbers. It's so easy, right? You learned how to subtract numbers. You learned how to multiply numbers. And you learned how to divide numbers. And you learned exponential power, the base and the power to the power of 3, 8 to the power of 4, 16 to the power of 5, 32, and to the power of 10, 1024. And we have, then we learned modulus, how to calculate the remainder. If we divide 3 by 2, actually, the remainder will be 1. If we divide 5 by 3, the remainder will be 2. And if we divide 9 by 5, and the remainder will be 4, and then 10 by 6, 4. So yeah, that's what we learned. Again, we have learned here actually the floor division. The floor division means we just only care how many times can be divided. We don't care about the remainders. 3 divided by 2, 1 times. 9 by 4, 2 times, the remainder will be 1. 7 by 2, 3 times, and the remainder will be 1. But we don't care for the remainder this time. Now maybe the last example, 8 divided by 5. What would be the floor division for this?
1.
1. Great. Guys, you have completed the arithmetics, and you learn also how to use the Python interactive shell. We call this Python interactive shell whenever we want to do some Python script. This is how we write. And we can leave also from this by just closing over here, just to make yourself familiar. Just you can here CMD, and then you can write like Python, or just py is enough to open. And we call this the Python interactive shell. We don't write code all the time here. We use other code editors, but sometimes, you know, we come to here and test some calculations or some code. We write just simple codes here, just for testing purpose. We don't really write code over here, but sometimes we just came over here and check if what we taught is right. So we use it for testing purpose, not for writing an application. Great. So this is how a Python interactive shell looks like. Some of you might be using this. I may, by just opening this, it's okay. But for some reason, I prefer to open this, the command prompt. Yeah, the command prompt for me to open. By the way, if you write just P, it also open for you, and exit, and you have to invoke it to get out from that. If you really want to just know only the version, Python version, will give you this Python version, and then it gives. But if you want to open the interactive shell, just Python, and then exit. Or you can just write py, also allows you just to open, and then just let's get out from that. And let me just leave also from this, the command prompt. And now I closed the command prompt. No problem with the command prompt. You can also just close it like this. Okay, great. Welcome everybody. So in this session or in this part of today's lesson, we see code editors. Yeah, we have learned how to use the command, the command prompt. On the command prompt, we managed to actually open the interactive Python shell, and we can write 1 + 2 and 2 - 1, 2 times 3, and again, maybe if we say 3 divided by 2, and to the power of 3, 8. Maybe if we want also the remainder of a number, or maybe the floor division, maybe if I want, I should get also 1, but yeah, something. We saw this and we have used the Python interactive shell, but actually we need to actually write our code on a proper code editor. By the way, we use the print default function whenever we want to print something. So 1 + 2, but actually the Python interactive shell allows you to get the result without using the print function. Print 2021, and it just print for you. Yeah. Maybe for instance, I was born in 1920. And if I just subtract 20, maybe the other way would be easy to find out my age, 1920. I'm just giving you a bogus number, guys. So 101 years old, yeah. So we can use this, the print function. It's a built-in function that allows us to print something, and we will talk about that later. But first, let's get out from this. And even I don't need this after this. Then let's now download Visual Studio Code, VS Code, okay? The Visual Studio Code was made by Microsoft, and you can use Visual Studio Code to write Python code, JavaScript code, as you can see, C or C++, and many other, and even for C#, as you can see. So it's so powerful. Yeah, most of the time I use it for JavaScript, for React, and for Python, and for web development. So as you can see, you come here. Maybe I can share this with you on Telegram, or maybe some of you might be on just Zoom, so I can share with you. By now you have it, and you just click over here. Yeah, just click and wait for some time, and then you will see it. Now it's downloading, and let's just give it some time. Great, it seems the downloading is complete. So let's click it. And then I have to accept, and then next, all the way, just next. You don't have to change anything. The default is okay. Yeah, so as you can see, if I just click it from here, it just launch the VS Code or the Visual Studio Code. Yeah, this is how it looks. And now we will see how to use this, the Visual Studio Code, right? Lots of extensions and recommendations comes or pop up like this, but for the timing, I just close them. And here is also kind of a demo. Get started with basic code, but just I will help you today how to use. You can have the light mode or the dark mode or high contrast. Let's stay in here, the dark mode. And even if you click over here, it will just take you to, yeah, some themes, different themes. As you can see, you can have a chance to change the different theme. But for the time being, I think my favorite is actually Soft. It could be my favorite. So yeah, I just clicked over here and Soft. Great. I don't need this. So if you see over here, just click over here, get started, and then it will be clean like this. So as you can see, there are some shortcuts you may need to use, especially Control-Shift-P, just to open some commands. You can use Control-Shift-P. Now, for me, I have this Python, but let me just remove it now because you may not have, so you may feel a bit confused when you don't see the same thing over here. So over here is the extension. What's the extension? The extension allows us to install different packages or extensions, I would say. And I want you to write over here Python. In my case, since I installed it already, let me just uninstall and show you. It should be green, yeah? So just Python. If you see, there are about 45 million users. So just click over here, install. So the purpose of this extension actually allow us to format your code, and you don't have to think on the unnecessary formattings. It just format your own code. I mean, so I think that's good enough. For the time being, that's good enough. And we will come now and then for other setups or settings. And maybe I think I can also save. I have to action. Auto save. As you can see, the auto save is off. I want to, after a delay, I want to, maybe I can show you later, maybe I can do this later. Now, let's go to desktop. I go here and create a folder, and I call it fundamentals of Python. This is the name of the course, and everything will be here. Okay, I have just created on the desktop, so it should be easy to see. And now I just open the VS Code, but if you don't have it also, you just come here, VS Code. Now, as you can see, you can open it. And then if you want to close it, yeah. By the way, if this is coming now and then every day, every time, so look at here, there is this tick. If you untick this, and then if you close it, you will not see this, the get started page anymore. Let me show you. And then now again, VS Code. Great, it's not coming. So remember that anything related to a file, it's here. You can just click it and toggle it. Have you seen? Toggling, opening, closing, opening, closing, open, then you can go to folders, and then you can access actually the folders, for instance, fundamental of Python, and then I can actually bring the folder over there. I trust, okay, I trust. And then it's here. And then again, if you want to close it, you can just right click over here and then remove. Of course, you can also access it from here, the file. As you can see, open folder. And then again, I go to the fundamental and open it. Do you want to save? No, do not save. Yeah, so as you can see now, I have my fundamental of Pythons. Great. Yeah. Then I can just right click. Now right click doesn't make sense, but if you see this, if you hover on it, new file, new folder. Yeah, maybe I think it's better. You can also, you can click over here to close it or to create a new file. I can say test.py because I'm testing. So, and I'm showing you how to use the Visual Studio Code, test.py. The name of the file is test and the extension is .py because it's a Python file and every Python file should be test, .py. Great, now we can write our code over here. What is this? We can write over here, so it can say 1 plus 2, guys. If you remember on this command prompt on CMD, we were saying like Python 1 plus 2, 2 minus 1. Yeah, we can do that. But on Visual Studio Code or any editor, code editor, you have to say print 1 plus 2 or print 2 minus 1 to get the result, to get the value, okay? We have to use this a built-in function print. Oh yeah, so to do so, I have to say, I think it's not easy for you to look at it. I have to make it a bit bigger. I think this is good enough maybe. Now let's say print. Print is a built-in function that allows you to print something, anything you put inside here. If I say print 1, it should print 1. Let's see the value. So I have to, have you seen this? Yeah, you can just close it like this, and then you come over here, drag it. And then actually it's opening from this. And then I can say Python and the name of the file, test.py. Yeah, I didn't see any result. The reason why, because I didn't save it. So I have to say Control S, or I have to come in here, save. Yeah. And now again, Python test.py. Oh yeah, the value is 1. Maybe if I say print 2021, let's do that. And then again, I have to save. I have to come in here and save. Oh no, it's our job is getting very boring so fast, right? Save now and then, but we will fix that soon. And now again, print 1 plus 2. Okay, again, I have to save, Control S. And now Python test.py. As you can see, 3. As you can see, every time when I am writing, I have to save this, right? And that's not something you enjoy to do. So we have to come in here, settings, and on the setting, there is auto save. And then let me just, have you seen we have to turn this on? After a delay of 1 second, this means milliseconds, 1000 milliseconds, that means 1 second, just it will be saved by itself. After this, hey, print time is, sorry, I wrote it. Where is it opening there? This. 2 times 3, print. Oh, what's that? 3 divided. Why is happening like that? I think my 3. Oh. I have this. What is this work time? I have some extensions, so making annoying, so I have to remove that. Waka time. Okay, so annoying, okay? Disable. I think after this, we will not have that problem. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, print 3 divided by 2. And print, for instance, 3 modulus 1 to know the remainder. Print 9 floor division by 4. I think you may tell me now, what's the floor division of this?
2.
Yes, 2, great. What's the remainder for this? If I go for remainder, I should go 9 modulus 4. What would be the remainder? 1, right? So as you can see, now I can do it in 2 ways. Test.
Okay, I'll ask you something.
Yes, please.
I'm not able to get this this terminal problems out.
Okay, then you should do something like this. I can destroy this. You don't see it right now. We don't see the terminal, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you see there's a bit difference, this row and this, and then you should have this, the resize, and then
okay, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
And then boom, great.
Yeah, thanks.
And
Or
I have another problem.
Another easy way, you can right click over here, open integrate terminal like this. Either way, I will do it again. I will do it again until everybody gets it. Okay, this way.
I don't see anything when I type print something on the terminal. It's telling me that I need to debug something or something. Okay,
I'm coming. I will can. Okay, as you can see, you can open it like this, or you can open it like this. And now what I should do, test.py. And then, because I didn't write Python first. Python test.py. Now it should work, everything. Or you should have this. You just click over here, and then actually Python work. Have you seen ran Python file? So it's running, so the result is already here. But the point is now we have to structure our folder properly. So instead of test, let's create, this is a week 1, and inside week 1, I can move this file there, and then everything we do here is going to be in week 1. So let's create our first hello world. Most of the time we say hello world.py file, and let's print hello world. And let's learn about the print in this file. Print is a built-in function that allows us to print something. Now I'm expecting hello world. If it's the text, we have to put it inside a quote like this, a single quote or a double quote. As you can see, hello world. Is it okay to do it print hello? Maybe. Is it okay to put it like hello world? Yes, it's okay also to put it in double quote. Does it take multiple parameters? We call this the value we pass inside. We call them For instance, 2021, I love people. I live in Helsinki. Have you seen? I separated by comma and I'm just putting, I am teaching Python. So you can actually separate and add any argument inside this parenthesis and it works. And that's how the print function, the built print function works. And I think this is good enough for Visual Studio. So remember that interact with the file. So if you just get lost, just try to click over here, or maybe you can just toggle over here. And you can also come in here and interact with the different settings here, maybe color theme, for instance, if you want different. Yeah, so it's so easy to use. And
excuse me.
Yeah,
I have a question at this point. This Visual Studio Code cannot find my Python, which I've installed already. How should I proceed with that?
Yeah, I will come actually. I think,
okay.
Yeah, I'm coming to for a question. So just wait for me and we will solve everyone's problems, so no worries. So I think now this would be good enough. So remember, you can also just remove this. Why not? Maybe I think first I have to close this. And again, let me try. Sometimes it just stick in there, but I think it's not there anymore. Let's close and check this code. No, it's still there. There's some process. Okay. Yeah, now it's removed. Have you seen? And now if I want to start all over again, not all over again, I mean, if I want to get the file here, and then I have to come, as you can see, what we've been working was on this project in this folder, and the files were helloworld.py and test.py. And how do we run? We can just open this like this, and you may run Python in the name of the file test.py. Nothing happened because, as you can see, I am not inside week 1. So I have to get into week 1, right? But now if I say yes, and maybe you can say Python and hello world, and it should run. Yeah, or why you care, why you really care, because now this Visual Studio Code got this button to run your file, and everything is here. Or you can just open this file and run this. It's so easy, right? So remember, whenever you need extension, you can come in here. For instance, I have this color highlighter. This is more for web development. You don't need it. But whenever you need different extension, you can get it from here. You just write Python something. Let's see. And Python related, for instance, what is this about? 570,000 people used it. And let's see. What's the purpose? Because you don't have to know all the new coming extensions, but you can check the available extensions, and those extensions actually make you more productive because they can help you to complete code, to make your code clean and something like that. Okay, but now it's good enough to stop in here and solve a student's problem if you don't have what I had already. So we have to figure out that. Okay, so we downloaded Visual Studio Code, and we learned how to use Visual Studio Code, and we learned also how to use the print built-in function, how to print a result. And we have learned that we can just print values from here. Now, as you can see, fundamentals of Python is actually the name of the project. Project means, yeah, the folder that has everything. So I have to go to week 1, CD, and tab, and then I can run the files, and I have Python, then test. Yeah, to see the files, you have to click over here, right? But if you don't have this also, instead of dragging this up, if you don't know how to do that, or if it doesn't work, you can come here, just in this folder, open in integrate terminal. It just open for you, and then you can run the files. Now, for instance, we can run Python and hello world. I am using the tab to complete the file name, and it just ran this code. Or if you don't like also this, instead of just opening this or this, maybe you can just click over here and it works. And maybe if you want to run this file, and just it runs for you. Great. Now let's learn Python basics. Basics of Python. Py. So I'm just giving name for each file based on the topic I am going to cover. So we have this hash. Do you know this? The hash symbol, we call it a comment. It's a comment, okay? So if you run it, if I run, nothing, because the above statement is a comment. So as you can see, but this will be printed out, right? Of course. Yeah, so anything you write will not be executed. For instance, if you say something like this, maybe to write, or no, to get an output from Python, you need to use a print function, built-in function. So this kind of statement or remark actually allow us to make our code readable. So as you can see, I can make this down. So I'm using now the print. Let's see how print works. Yeah, so I'm now using the print. Actually, a print, you have to have these parentheses. Does print takes more? Yes, more argument. Yeah, first, second, whatever, maybe number, 2021, or maybe my age, 150, or other data type, true. We will come to data type soon, false, or maybe list of items, papaya, mango, maybe now you can see that list of what? List of items, you may feel that a kind of fruity, right? It smells like fruity here, papaya, mango, avocado or something. And if you just click, it just print out. So this print function is so generous that it just take everything. But I will want to talk about the purpose of comment. The purpose of comment is actually to make your code readable. Yeah, readable. And now, for instance, I can say another. Python has many built-in functions. Example, print. Yeah, print. And print len input round it is. Now I can use again print. I love the print function. And then, yeah. So by now everybody should be, should know how to use the print function. Yeah. At least you should know how to write hello world, right? Hello world, like this. Because I will come to you soon and I want you to write that for me. Great. Now let's go to another file and make use of the different built-in functions because I don't want to write everything in one place. Great. Now I want to write built-in functions.py. Did we use already built-in functions, guys? You tell me.
Yes, the print function.
Yes, great. We have used the print function. The print function is a built-in function that takes many arguments. Not one or two, it takes many arguments. Arguments means anything we put as input. And it could be number whatsoever, right? Yeah, so what is this? This is actually a comment. Anything that I write is like here, it's like a note also. Now let's see step by step. Now first, let's see print, and then we see length, and then we see input, and then see round. But do you have to really remember all this? Yeah, through process, you will learn them. Okay, but these are some of them. So I can use print. I love using print because it shows me what's happening. It rhymes, right? Okay, yeah, it really rhymes. I love using print because it shows me what's happening. Oh yeah, great. So if you just write, click over here, and you see I love using print because it shows me what's happening. Now you have used the print. Now let's see len. Len is actually to check the length of a string. We call this, by the way, guys, string. Any text, we call it string. Okay, for instance, print my name. This is my name, the longest name ever used. And oh yeah, it's printed out. But maybe if I just know the length of my name, I can actually print it like this. So first, let me just check it manually. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 8. 1, 2. Yeah, it's 8. 8 characters. Oh yeah, it is. Maybe how about if I write print and then length of some other word, maybe if I say eyeball, it's so eyeball, I can see 3 characters here, 4 characters, 7, but the empty space also will be counted. So it's going to be 8 characters again. Oh yeah, so we have used this, the len built-in function. Built-in functions are functions available for you to use. You don't have to worry about. Someone already built them, so you can make use of them. Can we add another parameters? No, it just take only one argument, okay? Just one. It's not like print. Yeah, great. And also we can use, actually, if we have a kind of a list, something like this. I have now tomato. How about potato? And potato in the cart, in the list, in the to-do list or shopping list whatsoever. And the milk. How many items do you have in your list? You tell me, guys. It's so easy to count.
3 items.
Yes, and Python also knows that it should give us 3 items. Great. So we have used the len. Now, this is good enough already. And we have this input. If I say input, and then if I say enter your name. And now if I run this, oh yeah, I can say yes. But you know, we have to, after we just put this we have to save the name. To save that name, we need a variable. And I want to store it in a variable called name. Or maybe first name. So now we introduced a new terminology called variable. So what is variable? Variables are actually a place where to store data. So it allows to store data. So now whenever I just, then I can print first name, and the first name should give me anything we put in here. First, let's run. Now, this input allows you to ask data from the user, enter your name. Then when I just put this value will be saved in here. And now I'm printing it, so I have to see it downstairs. Yeah, I have to run it again. As you can see, yeah, I see it here. Great. Can I get age? Yes, why not? Input, enter your age and some space, or you don't have to. And now let's run. I can just use this. Why not? Yeah, and the age 250. Yes, I'm older than you thought, but I think I have to print also the age. Okay, great. 250. Yeah, so now we have used the input built-in function. Maybe this, now we can just comment this out. I showed you this commenting. Sometimes if you don't want to run your code, you can also comment it like this. I think Control Shift and I have this control, and I can comment everything like this. Yeah, but another way of commenting is multi-line comment, better way, like this. And don't do that. I can do some control. Yeah. So you need this. Maybe I think I have to show you separately. Anything we put here is a comment. Multi-line comment. As you can see, we've been using this as a one-line comment, but this, if we use this 3 quote, it's a multi-line comment. So that means it will not be executed. Yeah, so let's run again. Now, since I don't like this actually input, it's asking me now and then, I can comment it out and I will not be bothered. Now all my code is actually commented out and I don't have anything. Let me just run this again. But why is it asking me now and then? After this, there's nothing that bothers us. Okay. But now let's move on to the round of 9.81. What do you think the rounding of 9. What? Print round 9.81. What's the rounding of 9 point, like a proper rounding, you know, a fair rounding? What would be the fair rounding of 9.81?
10.
Yes. For me, it should be. Now let's do another print round and then 3.14. What would be the fair rounding of this? Of course, 3. And now, of course, let's do round. And again, maybe if I have 2.77, what would be the fair rounding of this? Again, 3.
3, yeah.
Now print the rounding of 2.51. What would be the rounding of this?
250.
I'm afraid it might be 2. Oh, is it? Oh yeah, actually it should be 5, yeah. How about, this surprised me all the time. Yeah, as you can see, if it's just a 0, it downs, but at least if it has 1, it go up. That's great. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Yeah. So that it's a fair rounding. Great. So now we have seen how to use built-in functions. Of course, if you come to this and this 10 days of Python, you can see different built-in functions. A voice is coming, guys. You may turn off your webcam or mic. Absolute value, this input, open to open a file, a stir. Actually, I have to select some of them again, and we have to see them. Okay, we have, for instance, the absolute value is very good, and int, stir, and another to see, we can see enumerate all some of the difficult one later because it's so hard for you to understand what's happening. And may be sum is so easy, sum and min and max. And of course, I should have said type. Okay, and bool. We have seen len and range. Yeah, I can also use ID. ID is so strange. Dir is also good. The reason why I'm selecting, guys, some of the methods should be learned later because it doesn't make sense now. Okay, so now what we are learning, guys, as you have seen, we've been looking at some of the methods, the functions, built-in functions. We know now how to use print. We know how to use len. We know how to use round. We know, input. We know how to use round. Great. Now let's use absolute value. For instance, if you want to know the absolute value of -5, I think everybody knows, right? What's the absolute value of -5? 5. Just the positive, okay? And then sometimes we want to change number. If you say, for instance, this 2, this is not a number, it's a string, guys. It's not a number, it's a string. If you do this, it will be wrong. Can we do this? No, we can't, because this is a string and this is a number. It's wrong, as you can see. Now Python gave me it gave me a feedback. Trace back, go to line number 28, and this line can only concatenate a string, not int. So this one is a string and this one is an int. So I have to change this to an integer first. How do I change it to an integer? So like this. And now I am expecting what? What am I expecting from this now, guys? You tell me.
4.
Yes, it should be 4. But again, now print 2 plus 2. And if I do again, oh, it's error. Now, my idea is not just to change this one. Instead, I want this to be string. And then if I change this string, actually, I am going to concatenate them. Concatenate means like connecting them. So it will be 22. Yeah, 22. This is not a number, by the way. It's just, you can call it whatever, 0, 2, 2, and whatever. So it's a kind of, it could be a zip code, yeah? So we are concatenating this. So I changed this first, the integer to string, because I am concatenating this because to concatenate hello plus world. And this is actually concatenating hello world. But as you can see, there's no space. If you want to have space, you can add like this. And again, hello world. Great. Now we have learned the absolute value, the int, the string. Sum actually is a way to print the sum of numbers. Sum, and then if I do 1, 2, and 3, the sum of 1, 2, 3, I think you may expect 6, right? Yeah, but it says, no, this is not how. It should be a list. It should be a list. Now I should get 6. Great. Now, how about if I use the mean and the max? Mean of 1, 3, 4, 10, and minus 10. What's the minimum number in these numbers? I think for me, I can see that
minus 10, yeah.
Great, minus 10 is the least. And as you can see, Python is so smart and it gave us the minimum number. You can write it as in like this or as in a list. The mean actually works so fine in a different form, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so let's see again from, yeah. And also you can also find the maximum. What's the maximum in this list? For me, the maximum will be 10. Yeah, the maximum number. Oh yeah, great. Now let's see type. What the type does is actually, so far, as you can see, we've been working with text. For instance, if I say print and my name, it's actually a text, right? And the type should be string. So how do we check it? Type is another method, and then I just give, so I'm expecting what? A string, let's see. Yes, great. How about if you check type of 2021? Is it a number or a string? What are you expecting?
That sounds like a number.
It's a number, so it's the number is integer, as you can see. Now, if you say print type, and if you write 9.81, what are you expecting? And then it should be a float. We call it these decimal numbers, a float, yes. And then if you give print type, and then again, 1 plus 1j, it's a complex number. We don't deal with complex number, but just to show you that Python identify also complex numbers, it says complex number. Great. Print type, and if I give the for a Python, hey, 1, 2, 3, I have a list of numbers over here, and Python tell me that, oh, that's the list, right? Have you seen? Now I have been using this type to identify if it's a string, or if it's a number, an integer, if it's a float, or if it's a complex number, or if it's a list. And even sometimes we can also put numbers like in, we call this tuple. Tuple is something, if you write like this, we call it tuple. but you don't have to worry about that. It's a different format, and we will cover that. Tuple. Really? How about if we change this one to a curly bracket, and we call it set? Set's a collection of items, right? You learned this in math. I mean, this in your mathematics lesson, yeah, long time ago, maybe in elementary or your junior high school. Set, yeah. And maybe you can have also a dictionary. A dictionary is something like that. Hey, name, and if the name is like somehow. By the way, guys, we will go through everything step by step later or in another lesson. So this is just an introduction. So to see how this type is used, yeah, the type is dictionary, yeah. So type is actually, maybe I can show you, for instance, the dictionary. Dictionary means something, for instance, hey, what is sana in English? We call it in a word, right? What is a talo in the talo for, yes, it's a house, right? So something like that. And maybe how about a person or a man? Maybe mies, right? And it's going to be man. Yes, something like that. So this is actually a dictionary. Is it only for language or something? No, for different reason we use dictionary structure, data structure, okay? So it's a dict. Now let's move on to Boolean. Okay, we can print type. If I say 1 is greater than 0, guys, we didn't do comparison before, but anyway, I'm introducing this. Is 1 greater than 0?
It is.
Yes, it is. So that means it is true. The value is true. And that true value is going to be Boolean type. So the type is Boolean. Have you seen? Or you can just check print type, the type, just what type. And if I say true, it's true. The term true by itself is a Boolean. And if you say print type, false is a Boolean. And anything you get after you compare something is also the length of my name is this, is greater than the length of the Python. Is that true? Let's check now. I have to count it. It's 8, I know it, but this one is 1. 1, 2, 3, 6. So that's true actually. This is true and it's a Boolean. Oh yeah, it's true first. First I get this from this true. Let's see the value. True, great. And you can check in the value to Boolean, but why you care? Just now I think we're about range. Oh yeah, range. Let's talk about range. If you say range and put 10, that means actually you get range of numbers. Range of numbers between 0 and 10. Yeah, this is very powerful. So this actually has 0 as in starting, and the end is 10, and the stepping is 1. That means it increased by 1. And to know the list, actually it's better to use the list function. So we have this list also now. So we have to use that. The list allow us to create list. Now, if you go, 0 to 9, but we can also start, we don't have to start from 0. We can start from 1. 1 to 9, but it doesn't include the last one. Can we increment by 1, like 1, 2, 3, 4? We can also increment by 2 if we want. Okay. So you don't have to really worry about this. We will come later. And then ID. ID is just a kind of a fancy function there, and it generates random ID for you. Just ID like that is good enough. Oh, but I think you can just pass any random number here. For instance, 0. Just print something, yeah. Oh, or just 1, just to generate some random number for you, okay? Great, and there are some, for instance, if you want to know about something there, and you can pass there. For instance, you write some string, okay, what's the, how to deal with a string, okay, whatsoever. And then if you write this, you get this. That is because this is a string and it gives you methods related to string. And now even this there is also will not be so clear for you. No, don't worry about it. For the time being, these built-in functions are good enough for you. And if you don't get them all at once when I'm teaching right now, don't worry. If you know how to use print and len for the time being, that's good enough. But it's just the exposure is good enough, okay? And I hope you can also go through it again, and that make things much clearer, okay? Yeah, I think this is good enough, and I have to stop the recording and we have to move on to variables and data types. I think first it's better to talk about data types. In this section, I will talk about data types, and I have to create a file called data types.py. Yeah, by now you're familiar with the print built-in function. You just, you said print, and you have this parentheses, and you write whatever you want. We will learn data types. Yeah, great. So let's just run. Yeah, I wrote this. And then maybe what are the data types I was talking about in the other section, guys? If you remember, tell me. Number, right? If you remember, in the number part also, there was this integer, yeah? And then there was this float, there was this complex number, right? Yeah. We use this, the type built-in function. And then we have learned also string, right? And we have learned also Boolean. Yeah, is this familiar?
Yes.
Yes, and then we learned also this list and the tuple and the set and the dictionary. But I will come to this later, guys, because not only this, the string needs a specific section for itself, yeah? So these are the different data types. And how do we write them? I will just show you, okay? How do you write a number? Print 10 is, and 10 is like, what is this? An integer, right? It's a positive integer. So if you know what is the type for 10, you can use type and 10. Like this. And let's see. Yeah, the class is int. And now let's just print 9.81. It's a float or a decimal number, right? And we can say 9.8. Let's check it also the type. Type of 9.81. Why we need to know the type? Because sometimes we need to know, and the purpose will be clear later, yeah? Then sometimes we have this kind of a complex number for j for something, for instance. It's a complex number 1 plus j something. Or 2, it could be, doesn't matter. But if it has j, it's just a complex number. And if you check the type, actually type 1 plus 4j, yeah, it's a complex number. Yeah. Now, as you can see, we have completed the number type. So number, int, float, complex looks like this. So we can say this, number, int, float, and complex data types. Now let's go to string. So a string, as I told you, we write it like this. For instance, if I want to write my name, this is how I write. And it's a text. Or I can write it like this. It's okay also. It's okay. Both are okay. So now let's say print like this. It's my name. And if I want to know the length, I mean the type of my, the type of this text. Yeah, but can a string be long? Yes, of course. I and my students love Python. And I believe they are really enjoying it. Huh? No one knows anyway. Okay, as you can see, it's so long. So you can make it like very short, or it could be long, or it could be a paragraph, or it could be a page or pages. So string, right? Chunk of text. So it doesn't matter. It could be short or long. Yeah, this is a string. And we can use different functions for, built-in functions, for instance, the length of my name or the length of this. You can just select and check. Of course, the length of this text is really long, so we see 69 characters, including the space. Yeah. Yeah, now we have covered the string. Later, next week, we will talk about string methods, but this is how it looks like string, okay? Now let's see list. How do we write list? Okay. List is actually list of names or list of numbers. Okay, we can list them too, 3, 4, 5. As you can see, we need this square bracket. And then inside we can have numbers or names and whatsoever. As you can see now, I have list of numbers. How about if I have list of shopping items? Of course, you have to buy a milk, and you have to buy a honey, or you have to have a coffee. And of course, you have to grab some mango and some fruits and vegetables, whatever in your shopping list. Yeah, let's see. This is list of items, or it could be list of countries, my list of countries, and we will use this list of countries now and then. Hey, Finland, yes. And then we go to Sweden, and then we pass by Norway, and then get to Iceland or maybe Denmark, and then to Iceland to see the volcano. Okay, Iceland. Okay, great. Oh yeah. So you have a list of countries, list of fruits. So actually list of shopping list and list of numbers, list of names of famous people. Yes, and I can say, for instance, Bill and Steve, and then I can say Donald. Okay, Donald J. Trump, and whatsoever. As you can see, list of famous people. Yeah, I can list my name also next to famous people, and then I will be famous. Why not? Okay, great. Yeah, so it's list. This is how you write a list, guys. And then we will talk about this other later. We don't have to list down all the data types. Numbers, as you can see, the integer, the float, the complex, and then these are strings, and then these are lists. So these are the most common data types. How do we check data types? Actually using type. For instance, let's check the print type of this. Great, and let me just type. As you can see, it's a list. Great. Yeah, But of course, we have this tuple, and the tuple is actually, we just change, for instance, tuple print. If we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, instead of a square bracket, we have just this parenthesis, as you can see, and this is tuple. Yeah. The reason why we need similar kind, because tuple is somehow we can't mutate, and we will talk about the detail of tuple later in the course. How do we write set in Python? Okay, we can write set like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as you can see. So here it's a curly bracket. Really? Yeah, it's so. But if you want also the type, we can use print. Really, is it a tuple? To be sure, right? By the way, everything I'm doing is repetitive, right? So don't be surprised if I am fast also, because I consider the repetitiveness of the lesson. So, but it's also important to make it repetitive, and it will be hammered in the brain. Yeah, it's set. Yeah, this is a set, and this is a tuple. So yeah, this doesn't allow duplicates. Duplicates means if you store similar values, it will not be counted, and this will not be modified once created. Yeah, that's the difference. And this is not ordered. List is ordered, and the tuple is ordered, but set is not ordered. Okay, and then again, tuple can't be mutated, can't be modified, but this can be modified, and this can be modified. Okay, now the last one, actually, dictionary. Dictionary, let's create a finished dictionary. Okay, finished English, print the same thing. Yes, for instance, in Finnish, if you say sana is the word, and so as you can see, you need a key and the value. And then again, if we say, for instance, talo is going to be house in Finnish, right? Or something, person. Person is long to write in Finnish. I think mies is short, and man, or something like this. So as you can see, we have kind of key, the value, the key, the value, the key, the value. Yeah, so if you want to know also, let's check it if this really print type, and if I put it inside the type function, it should give me, it's a dictionary. Great. Yeah, next we will talk about variables. What are we going to talk in this part is actually variables. Let's create a file, and the file name I call it variables.py. Now, so how do we declare variables? I think first it's good to talk about what are variables. Variables are storage, actually. You can call them storage, or a place where we store our data, or it's a memory location. It's a memory location to store data, or it's a container. It's a container. So I'm using the comment to write note, okay? Yeah, so for instance, if I say A, and if I put 5, this doesn't mean A is equal to 5. It's not, no. This symbol, we call it assignment operator. We are assigning 5 to A, okay? I am giving 5 to A. I am asking A to store 5. Oh yeah? Yes, you should understand it that way. We are not saying A is equal to 5. We are saying here please, A, can you store 5 in your place? Yeah, it means that. So let's print 5, I mean A. So I should get 5. Oh yeah, great. And then let's store at B, maybe instead, I think I usually prefer maybe 4 and 3. And if A, and then how about if I print B? I should get, yeah. Now I can actually see A plus B. And what do you expect in C, guys?
7.
7, because it's sum. How about if I say print A minus B? What do you expect from line number 11?
It should be 1.
Yeah, it should be 1, as you can see. So now we are just printing out before storing, but this way of writing is appreciated. You should do it like this. We have to store it. So I can actually call this maybe instead of C, C is lame, right? Total, the total of A and B. How about if I say difference, A minus B, right? How about if I do the product of A times B, and if I call it the division, A divided by B, and if I call the remainder, A modulus B, we have been learning this. So, and the power or the exponential of A the power of B. So I want you to tell me, guys, what's the value in here in the total?
7.
7. What is in here?
That's 1, definitely.
Yes, so A is 4 and B is 3, it's 1. And the product? A is 3, A is
12.
4, B
Yeah.
12, right? 12.
Right.
Yeah. So this means 4 divided by 3. I think this is like 1.33 something. Yeah, there's a noise. Remainder, now when we divide A 4 by 3, the remainder is going to be also 1, right? Yeah, it's going to be 1. And now A the power of B, A the power of B, that means 4 the power of 3. I think I can just show you. This means 4 plus 3. And this means 4 minus 1. And this means 3 times. No, sorry. 4 times 3. And this means A divided by, it's like that. I already divided by 3. And this means 4 modulus. Sorry. Oh, I am now mixing JavaScript. Let me just change this. Okay, what's A? 4 divided by 3. No, modulus, it should be the symbol. And this means 4 the power of 3, right? So we are expecting here
64.
64, thank you. We're expecting here 1. And we're expecting here 1.33 something. Yeah, something like that.
Right.
And 12, and we're expecting 7. My keyboard is jumping. I don't know what happened. Oh, why? Okay, 7 and 1. So I have to also get it. The same thing, C is not defined. Why? Because we don't have that anymore. So we have to, of course, print, hey, print the total. Now I can print, yeah, the total is 7. Guys, by the way, when you print like this, okay, 7, what is this 7? Where is it coming? You never know. Give it a label, the total, something like this. Yeah. Now I'm labeling it, so it will be so easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, great. And then print, and then I can say difference, and then I can print the difference too. So have you seen? I'm labeling it. So this one is actually, I know that it comes from the difference. And then now you can say product. And of course you can also make this here if you want, and then product. Yeah. And print again a division. And you should say the division. And the remainder, print remainder, and print the exponential, what we got there. Yeah, now if you print, yeah, something, yeah, great. Now what we have learned is actually variables. So A is the variable, B is a variable, total is a variable. So it's variable name. How do we know a variable name? Variable name should be mnemonic. Mnemonic, what does that word mean? Okay, let's just English dictionary mnemonic, pneumonia or something. No, mnemonic. Whatever. I think this. I think it's. I wrote it.
PNE.
Yeah, I think this is how it's supposed to be written. This is already good. A mnemonic is a tool that helps us remember a certain facts or a large. No.
I think that's it.
What?
Mnemonic. A word, short
Yes,
form, or a
good.
sentence that is.
Thank you. So a mnemonic, as you can see, a device or a memory device is any learning technique that aids information retention or retrieval in the human memory for better understanding. So the point here is actually we make our variables something that help us to remember. If I say first name and if I put my name, it's so clear that this is very mnemonic, right? Because it's first name. You don't put anything else. You just put someone's first name. So this is a very, very good variable name. So variable name in Python, we usually make snake case for readability purpose. Yeah, like this. First name, last name. Of course, if you say last name, you don't store anything else. It should be someone's name, last name. Age, of course, it's going to be the age of that person. Of course, my age is amazingly big, so it doesn't matter. So country, and you may store, for instance, Finland. Yeah, but still it's very valid. And city, Helsinki. Okay. Current year, you can say 2021. Yeah. So as you can see, I usually put spaces like this. So easy to read. But when you shared your screen, I don't know, you've been omitting the spaces I put in. I can see that your code is like this. No, it's not very fancy for me to look at when you write something like that. So please, for the time being, just do what I do until you get familiar. And then at some point, your code will be very clean and you find yourself following the best practice, okay? Now, current year, actually, any string, any text can be a variable name. And except this underscore, we can't use symbols, okay? For instance, I can't use this or this, okay? We can't. it should be the maximum we use for symbols is underscore. Can we use, for instance, numbers? Yes, numbers can be used, but numbers also shouldn't be in the beginning like this. Yeah, that's the rules. But the very good, just to know how to variable names, valid variable names. First name, okay. Last name, okay. Age, this is okay also. Invalid variable names, as you can see, first name, name. This means is actually subtracting. You can do that, and you can't do that. So maybe you can also go through this. Current year. You can say my birth year. And 1920 or 50, whatsoever. Now, some beginners usually say my something, my some whatsoever. So you can just remove this birth year, current year. So the age, if you are looking for the age of the person, so it's going to be current year minus birth year. Yeah. So it gives us the age of the person. And then if you print age, you get the age of this person. He was born in 1952 and now it's 2021, right? It's just an ordinary subtraction. Great. What else can we include in variables? I think that's everything you need relate to variables. Now let's recap what we have done today. Oh, great. Yeah, what we have done actually, first we installed Python and Python 3.110, as you can see. We downloaded and installed, and then we have checked it if it's really installed by writing Python and then the version. You got this, or you can just Python short V. I think it doesn't work in that way. Let me just exit. So you have to do just Python version to know. And if you want to open the Python interactive shell, you can write Python, something like this. And to exit, you can do exit, and you have to invoke something like this. Yeah. But you can also write py and it will be opened, and you can write whatever you want. Whatever you want. Yeah, how about if we don't write properly for Python? If you just write something like this, you have a bug. So you have to fix it. The process of fixing, we call it debugging. Python is so smart. It is showing you where the mistake is actually. So we have to fix. I forgot this additional, the closing quote. Now I have to run. I fixed my bug, the process of removing your mistake or finding your bug. We call it debugging. So let's just get out from here, run away. And another thing, what we did actually, we installed the Visual Studio Code, the code editor we use from now on. Today we have learned using Visual Studio Code. We started from this, the test, and we have practiced this, the arithmetic operation, the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, the modulus remainder, the floor division, and then again, modulus. But why I didn't include, for instance, the exponential, how about this? 3 to the power of 3, and it's going to be 27. Yeah, we have seen it in different places anyway. Hello world, I have used also this just to print some text, and now you should be very, very familiar with print built-in function, and you have to know how to use it, right? Yeah, of course. And then actually we learned different built-in function, including print, length, input, round off, and then again, more absolute value, and the int, the string, the sum, the minimum, maximum type, the bool, range, and the ID, and also the list and the dir. But you don't have to remember them all together at once. On the go, we learn them one by one. So just feel free and just be happy. Just knowing print is good enough for today. What else did we learn? Actually, we have learned also the data types. We have seen number, including int, float, and complex, and the string, and the list, and the tuple, the set, and the dictionary. Okay, list is an ordered list. Tuple is also an ordered list, but we can't modify tuple. And the set is actually, it doesn't allow duplicates, and it's not ordered. The order doesn't matter. Dictionary, the order doesn't matter. And it's key value, like Sana, word, Talo, have something like that. And what else in this file? There's nothing amazing in this file. Yeah, let me see. What is the extension you are using for code colors, please? Maybe I think I am using this one. This colorizer. Highlight, I think it's not actually colorizer now. Maybe even for some reason it has been removed, and I want to also install this one because how does it work? As you can see, this is a different color. This is a different color. Yes, this is also nice. This is something I didn't know. I haven't seen, but I don't need this one. Yeah, maybe you can write bracket pair. This is really good. So this and this is now, as you can see, purple, and this is orange, and this is blue. So it makes a distinction between the different blocks, right? So maybe that can help. Yeah, that was today's lesson, guys. Thank you so much for staying up to this time. You are just amazing. Welcome, everybody. Today is another day to learn Python. So before we start today's lesson, let's recap what we have learned last week. As you can see, week 1, and we have a couple of files. This file, if you remember, we just learned how to use the print built-in function. As you can see, it takes a parameter and you can just print that. And the parameter, as you can see, it could be a single quote or a double quote. And on this line, as you can see, the parameter or the argument, actually, it could be as in here, 1 or a couple of them, but it should be separated by comma. Yeah, this is what we learned. So we did hello world, we print a different text or number using the print function. Great. And then we learned also different built-in function. Before that, as you can see, we have also used comment, how to write comment. This is a single line comment and a multi-line comment. The purpose of comment is actually to leave some remark on your code, and it's not going to be executed. Yeah, it is part of the code, but it will not run. Yeah. So, and then we saw different built-in function. Print, by now you know print very well, and also lengths, to know the length of a string or a list. And we learn also input, round. In addition, absolute value, int, string, sum, minimum, maximum, type, to check the type of the data type, boolean, so to check what kind of boolean, is it a true or a false, and range give us a range of integers. Yeah, ID, it just generate a random ID, and dir, to know about just to check the methods available for some object, Python object here. List to create a list constructor. And I think we have seen this last week. You don't have to remember everything because we go through now and then, okay? Variables, we need variables to store data. For instance, this is a variable A. We store 4 at a memory location A. We store 3 at a memory location B. For instance, you sum these two up and then you store here, total. Yep. And then make a difference and then you store here. That's a variable. So it's a memory location that allow us to store data when it comes to variables. Okay, what are legal or recommended variables? Actually, we call it snake case. If it's a compound word, you should write it like first name underscore name, last name, age. Age is short, so you don't need a population. For instance, if you say population of a country, for instance, you may say whatsoever number, but you can also make it a country, something like the country population. Yeah, but it's so clear that if you say population, it indicates that the population of a certain country, so it's good enough to write population. And we learned that whenever we declare a variable, it should be mnemonic. Mnemonic means something that can be remembered so easily, right? Or that can be related to. First name, as you can see, yeah. So what do you expect if you see first name? Someone's first name. And if you see last name, you just expect someone's last name, right? Yeah, nothing else. And then we learn different data types. As you can see, we have learned numbers. This is an int. And this is how to check data type. And this should give us integer. And as you can see here, 9.81, it's a float. And this should give me a float. And this one is actually a complex number. If you check using type, it gives you also a complex number. And then we learned about strings. Strings are actually text data types, okay? Any text or anything inside double quote or single quote, we call it a string. So that's so easy. And then if you want to check the length of a string, you can use len. For instance, this should give us, let me check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 7, it should give 7. List is a kind of a collection of data. As you can see, list of numbers, list of some food stuff, and a list of countries, and a list of famous people. I'm in the list, guys. Anyway, okay, great. As you can see now, so list is so easy that it is something you use whenever you have a collection of items. It could be numbers, it could be strings, or whatsoever. And now, as you can see here, we created a dictionary. This dictionary allows us to create a key value, key value, key value. We made actually a dictionary of Finnish to English. Here, sana, a word, and talo, house, mies, and man. And you can, of course, continue. Why is that? Oh, sure. So as you can see, what you should add, just key value, it increases. Okay, now just to check, yeah, I have modified it already, but we can also store this as in a variable. I can store it like this, for instance, dict or Finnish to English dictionary. Finnish to English, just I can, as you can see now, I can check the data type of, or I can print this and I can also check the data type of that dictionary. Yeah, great. But the thing is, actually, we have learned about this before we learn data, before we learn variables, but it's okay. So what are we going to cover today? Yeah, now let's move on to today's topic. Today, we will learn operators, okay? So let's have a note before we move on. Notes, I usually write notes. I use this MED. So wait, it's just for me to take notes. So we will learn today operators. But operators can be divided into arithmetic operators. Do you remember already this? I hope so, right? Comparison operators, logical operators. Of course, even there is assignment operator, assignment. Okay, by the way, the assignment operator, do you remember what's the assignment operator? Yeah, the equal sign is the assignment operator. And do you know the arithmetic operator? The plus, the minus, the multiplication, the division, maybe the modulus, and the floor division, the exponentiation. All this could be in here. What are the comparison operators? The greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, what's the equal, that's equal, not equal. These are comparison operators. This the logical operator actually, and or not, negation. These are the operators what we are going to learn today. What else are we going to learn today? I think it's also good to talk about strings today, and even if we have time, list, but let's put strings. Strings quite, and if we have time, we will talk about lists. This is good enough for today. Okay, now I will create a folder. I call it week 2. Yes. And now I may call this file arithmetic operator. Just operators.py. As you remember, .py. Any Python file extension should be .py, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we have learned this already, but just to help you remember everything related to arithmetic, let's do it again. Let's just A could be 4 and B could be 3. So as I told you, the arithmetic operators, let's see. Arithmetic operators are addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, floor division, modulus, that's remainder, exponentiation, and what's left. I think this is all what we have. So let's do this. Then if we say print A plus B, and now we are doing addition, right? And let's see the result. We have lots of things. Let's close all this. It's too much. And then let's run again. Yeah, as you can see, it's 7. That's true. But it's good to write here. The sum is, yeah, but the way I wrote it is not good. The sum is 7. Great. And instead of doing this, actually, we can first store the value. So we can say total or sum, total is equal to A plus B. I could have said this sum instead of total, but the sum is actually a reserved word already. It's a built-in function, so I prefer to use total. Yeah, so instead I can call this total. And we can say here also, the total is, the total is 7. Now we can say difference, or the difference between A and B, that means A minus B, and the product, you can say A times B. As you can see, guys, when I'm writing the operators, the plus operator, there's some space. I can also write it without space, but it's not nice. Yeah, you can, it's not easy to read. So remember, it's good to have space in between the operands and the operator. Yeah, great. Do the same for every operand and operator. So division, for instance, A divided by B. And if I want the floor division, I can say A floor division, actually this B. That means we don't care for the remainder. So 4 divided by 3, what will be the floor division? It's going to be 1, right? And let's go for remainder or modulus, remainder, remain. How do I write? Remainder. Am I right? Whatever. A divided by A modulus B. Yeah, this is how we do. And let's go for the exponential. And if we divide A the power of B. Yeah, as you can see, A the power of B. I think this is all what we need. So if you know how to do this, I think you know arithmetic operators. Now let's print them out. The difference is, and then you just difference. Yep. I can say print the division, or the quotient is, yeah, div. Why do I need this? Because if you don't have this, you don't know where this number is coming. So it's for us, it's a label, a kind of a label. So the floor division is, and then I just give floor division. And what else? Yeah, the remainder, print the remainder is remainder. You can add if you want, you can do this and something like that. It's up to you guys. Something like this. Okay. Let's see the result. Yeah, as you can see. And let's keep doing this. Now, as you can see, this is too big. This very big number. And then I will show you how to make this somehow formatted to the way you want. Print the exponential of A to B, whatever, and then exponential. And now I think we 3 the power, what is that? 4 the power of 3, 64. Great. Do you remember that this the round? We learned round, a built-in function. Round, if you remember here, a built-in function, we learned round, yeah? So what's the round of 9.81, guys? You tell me. I think you answered already. Yes, 10. Yeah, but we can also use rounding off. So now if I round this, if you see, if I round this, it will be 1. So we lose lots of data, but it's better if we just round it up to the first significant digit or to the second, maybe up to here. Let's try to round it in a more, so friendly way without losing much data around. And then if I do this, and I have to, I thought I just used around. What am I touching? Where the floor division?
The floor division is rounded, not the division.
Oh, sorry, thanks. Yeah, it should be from, the floor division usually give us actually an integer. Sorry. Round and floor. No, division actually. What? Okay, so yeah, as you can see, it's 1, but we don't want to be like that. We are losing some data. Let's make it to 3 significant digit. As you can see now, it's much better if you want it to be just 2 significant digits, and then you have something like this. Great, you are done with arithmetic operators. Can we move or not? What do you think? If you don't, then let's move on to the next part. I'm done with arithmetic operators. What you should remember as a recap: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, floor division. We don't care about the remainder. It's just take only the quotient, And this is the floor division. And then the floor division, the modulus. The modulus means actually we just want the remainder. For instance, if you go 9 modulus 5, what's the remainder for this? Guys, you tell me.
It's 1.
The remainder for this.
Is it 1?
The remainder for this is not. If it is here, 9. If it here, yes, it is 1 here, because 9 can be divided for 5 1 times, and there will be a remainder of 4. I can see the remainder here is 4, right? Yeah, who agrees? 9 divided by 5, the remainder is? It's 4, right? Please, if you agree, just type 1 for me, guys. And of course, I can show you. Print 9 floor division by 5. I'm expecting from here. I'm expecting from here 1. But if you say print 9 modulus 5, I'm expecting 4. Yes, great. If everybody is quiet, I will be doubtful. So don't make me to be doubtful. And because if the whole class is so silent, I feel that I'm wrong. Thank you, guys. So let's just close this lesson about arithmetic operators, and we will continue to comparison operators. Now let's talk about another operators, comparison operators. Of course, let's create a file, comparison operators. .py, every file should end with .py. And now, what are the comparison operators? You guys, we guys love comparing some values, right? Most of the time here, data types, we compare. So to compare, we use if something is greater or less, if something is greater or equal or less equal, or if it's equal, or if it's not equal, actually. These are the comparison operators we use. And if you compare something, what will be the result, guys? You compare something, after you compare, what would be?
True or false?
Yes, yeah. If I say, you guys, if I ask, is there a climate change? You may say the answer is going to be, yeah. Of course, there's no, this statement, it's not comparing two things, but still there's a comparison because before and after, right? So is Donald better than Barack? Yeah, yes. Yes, so I think we jump into politics too fast, right? Okay, anyway. So we compare, we love comparing things. Here, data types. Okay, let's just make things so simple. Now, is 3 greater than 2? You tell me, guys.
It is.
Yes, so I will get actually a true value. So whenever we compare, the value will be a Boolean data type. A Boolean data type. And that means actually true or false. Last time we agreed that there is the so-called Boolean data types. And Boolean data types got 2 values. And it's going to be a true value or a false value. And the values, this is going to be true. How about if I say 3 is greater than or equal to 2, what would be the value for this? Of course, it's true. It's or 3 is greater than or equal to 2. Let's see the value. As you can see, it's true. But do we have to, usually if we don't store the value, you can say value, you may store it here actually. We can compare and store it there. And then we can check the value here. As you can see, true. So it will have to learn also how to store. It will be compared and this value will be true, and true is actually stored in the value. And now let's see if say 3 is less than 2. What do you think about this?
That should give us a false.
Oh, yes, it should be false. How about 3 is less than or equal to 2? Yes, it's still false. It's false. How about print 3 is equal to 3? How about this? This, it's, by the way, this sign is exactly equal. This two.
This is also true.
Yeah, this is true. How about print 3? No, come on. How about this, you guys?
It should be now false.
Yeah, it should be false because this is a number and this is a string because it's under quote. So to be equal, it should be the same in any way, either both in data type and in value. Okay, so it's going to be false, as you can see. Yeah. How about if I convert this to like this? I can copy this. What do you think about this?
This is now true.
I would say it's going to be true because
Yeah.
we had 3, we converted it to an integer, and then this should be compared and should be true. Have you seen? We made it true. Yeah, sometimes we can also force it. We have to, we changed this. First it was an integer. I mean, it was a string, and then we changed it to an integer using int a built-in function. Yeah, I think we have used the built-in functions at some point changing. Do you remember here? Yep. Now int, this was, if you change it, this string 2 to int, it will not be any more string. So 2 plus 2 is going to be 4. As you can see here, I'm changing the 2 to string. If we add this together, it's going to be concatenated and the result will be actually 0, 0, 2, and 2. Yep. Or if you do this also, now we have another thing. Register. The value will be 22. It's not, this 22 is not also a number, actually it's a string. So it's concatenating, attaching the two numbers together. Yeah, great. So these are not equal, these are equal, these are equal. How about this? Print 3 is not equal to 3. This means not.
So it is false.
It's false. As you can see, it's false because this, even we can use the word 3, not, actually is not 3. That's why we say the Python is like a very, related to human language. As you can see, this is just an English language. 3 is not 3, it's false. But you can say 3 is 3. That means, have you seen? But I think much better statement. 3 is not 4. What are you expecting here now? True. Yeah. So this is a comparison operator when it comes to Python. Is it clear, guys? Yeah, so let's recap. So you have this, the greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, and this is exactly equal to and is not equal to. And so you just compare. You can store the value in a variable if you want, or you can just print. Most of the time we store. Yeah. And another thing, actually, we cover it in the logical operator. For instance, print note value. What's the value here? Is it true or false? True. As you can see, 3 is greater than 2, right? It's true. But here I have a true value and I'm negating it. Negating means changing some value to the other. If it's positive, you change it to negative. If it's negative, you change it to positive. We negate. So I'm expecting here false. Oh yeah, great. And if I double negate note, so it should be true. Yeah. But we will come to that in the second session. So remember, guys, whenever you compare, the result will be true or false. And the comparison is very important to make a decision when we reach the conditional statements to make if something is greater than or less than, if something happens or not. We use conditionals. Inside conditional, we have to compare. And if you compare, you get true or false. Great. I hope you got everything you need related to comparison operators. And in the next session, we will move on to logical operators. Okay, in this session, we will talk about logical operators. Logical operators. Yeah. What are the logical operators? in Python. What are those? It could be and, it could be or, and note the negation. So logical operators allow us to make compound statements. For instance, if I say, if John and David come to the lesson, I will teach. Yeah, I said and, but if one of them show up, that means I'm not going to teach. Yeah. So it's to make a compound statement. I can say print 2 is greater than 1. Yeah, I have this. And print 4 is greater than 3. What's the value of this? True.
True, true, yes.
True, true. But I can actually connect this with and. I can connect them. Print 2 is greater than 1 and 4 is greater than 3. And I should get some value here because both are true, so it should be true. How about if I say print 2 is greater than 1 and 4 is less than 3, but now it seems this is true, but this is not true. What would be the total result?
False.
False, because we say and. And is just and, means both. False. Or if I say print 2 is less than 1 and 4 is less than 3, and it seems this one is false and this one is also false. Both are false, then it ended up false. Yeah. So to get a true Z value in AND operator, both operands or expressions should be true. This is the end. Okay, now let's move on to, this is AND, sorry. And now let's move on to OR here, OR. So OR is an alternative, this or that, not both, right? This or that. So I can say print 10 is greater than 5. And I say print 5 is less than 1. Or maybe let's just make true, 5 is less than 8. This is true, and this is true. And let's connect this together. 10 is less than 5, and 5 is also less than 8, or whatever number. This is a true statement, and this is also a true expression or statement, yeah? So what, oh, sorry, guys. I have to use OR, because we have seen already the end. So since both expressions are true, so it end up true, right? Is it clear so far? Can you just type one for me if you guys understand what I'm talking? Yeah? Yes, type one for me. Everybody has to type one. That's my activation, my way of activation. Okay, great. Yeah, you will have a break soon. Okay, let's move on. Print. How about if I say 10 is less than 5 or 5 is greater than 8? What do you think? This is true. Oh, no. This is false. Let's keep, I think this. 10 is greater than. Oh, I think no one is following me. I made a mistake here. As you can see, 10 is, it says 10 less than. Yeah, 10 should be greater than 5. 10 is greater than 5, it's true. and 5 is less than 8, that's true. So both are true. 10 is greater than 5, it's true. And 5 is greater than 8, it's false. And this is true, this is false, but since we are using or, still it will be true. Great. But print 10 less than 5 or 5 greater than 8, as you can see, this is false. And this is also false. Now it's time to be false because everything is false already. This is false and this is false. Okay, is it clear? Now we go for negation. Negation note operator, it's a negation. We negate, for instance, if you have print a true, it's a true statement, right? This. But if you add note, you're just actually negating this and it's going to be false. Have you seen? We negate it. And if you don't, if you go even double, now double negation, it's going to be the original value, right? Yep. So I can say, for instance, if I just take this one and I can negate this, if I add negation here, now as you can see, this is going to be true and this should end up true because true or false. So this one is false and this one is true, so it should be true at the end. So you can just add note to negate anything. So that is how the negation works. And if you, for instance, add double negation, negation, note, and also note here. And if we change this to end, now this is true and this is true, and I'm expecting true, as you can see. Because to get a true value for end, you should have this true and this should be also true. Yeah, so to recap, for a logical operator in Python, what you need is actually and, or, note, and to conjugate two expressions, for instance, this one and this one. If both sides are true, and the result will be true. If one of the expression are false, and then it's going to be false. But when it comes to or, if one of the expression is true, it's going to be true. But if two of the expression are false, then it will be false. Negation is actually to change the value to true or false. For instance, if I have a true value, as you can see, if I have a true value, this will be flipped into false. And if it was false and if I use not, it will be true. So that is negation. Negation means to negate, yeah? To convert something you have to the other, to the point. Yes, to negate. I think it would be so clear for everybody. And something I didn't cover, but something I should have covered before. I think it would be also, I have to include it here. Is assignment operator, assignment.py operator, because I have to talk about it, .py. And here actually, if I say a is equal to 5, this we call it the equal sign, we call it an assignment operator. The reason why we are assigning 5 to a, so we are actually telling, hey, a, can you please store 5? So we are assigning it. So it's an assignment operator. Yeah. So you have to see, and sometimes we may also use differently. For instance, when you may have a count value is equal to 0, and sometimes we can say count is equal to count plus 1. That means we are incrementing the count value by 1 every time. So another alternative to write this, it's a shortcut to write is actually count and something like this. So this and this is the same. Yeah, I think this is all about operators. So what did we learn? We learned arithmetic operators. It's just the basic arithmetics like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, the floor division, the modulus, and the exponentiation. And then we learned also comparison operators. It's all about comparing values using greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, exactly equal to, and is not equal to. And the value you should expect is actually true or false, right? Yeah. And then we saw logical operators. Yeah, the logical operators, as we have seen, and or not. So we can just use the and to compare two expressions, and then we get some Boolean value. At the end, we get also Boolean value from here. Oh yeah, great. Welcome back, everybody. In this session or section, we will talk about strings. Yeah, first let me just close the open files not to get confused. And I call this file name strings.py. Sometimes it's not a very good idea to use some word that is somehow similar to some already available modules, but it's okay for this string. I call it just strings.py. And then what is string, guys? So what's a string? Actually, a string is a text data type, a text data type. And we can use to create a string, we can use a single quote, or we can use a double quote and that string. Yeah. Now let's declare, for instance, a character, but let's also, what's the length of a string? It could be just one character or many pages, very big text, okay? So for instance, letter, this a string. I am storing the letter A at the variable L. Let's just print L. As you can see, it's A. How about if I just make A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. As you can see now, I just stored from A to Z. Yeah, great. So maybe you can just change it. I told you that numeric, what's I forgot the word. Mnemonic, I think, yeah, mnemonic, it's hard to say. So let's make it mnemonic letters. So if you change it to letters, so it makes sense that it's the English alphabet, the letters from A to, oh yeah, great, let's count them. Everybody knows the English alphabet, right? How many are they? Okay, you tell me. How many are they? If I wrote it properly, then this should be, everybody should know. Tell me, write to me or on the chat if you don't want to speak, okay? Before I count them. How many English alphabets do we have? 28? Maybe that's for Finnish. Yeah, 26, it should be 26. So let's use the len built-in function to know the length of this string. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, 26. Let's declare vowels. How many vowels do we have? A, E, I, O, U. Great. Yeah, so these are the vowels. And even you can just consonants, consonants, and you can say B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z. Sometimes Y is, I think, kind of in between, right? It can be a vowel or it can be a consonant. So as you can see, these are all the letters. These are the vowels and these are the consonants. Yeah. Let's, how many consonants do you see? Length of, vowels. I think first let's go for vowels. How many vowels are you expecting? Oh, guys, you tell me. Help me out.
It's 5.
5. It should be 5. As you can see, it's 5. Oh, yeah, great. And how many consonants are you expecting? Consonants. I think when you take 5 from 26, I am expecting 21. Yes, great. So I think we have this upper, for instance, print letters dot upper. So we have learned built-in functions. Now it's our first time when we are using actually methods. But methods, usually they come with dot something, the object. Now, everything will be to uppercase. Have you seen? To upper. And let's do the same for print. Vowels, the vowels to upper again. Yeah, as you can see. Oh, it changes. So this is a built-in function. This is a built-in function, but this is a method. Yeah, so last time I showed you about the dir built-in function. If you write just print dir, and if you just write letters, this one, it gives you the available methods actually. Let's just print out. Oh yeah, as you can see, different methods. The methods I used, for instance, I used upper so far, and upper should be somewhere. Okay, let's see upper. It should be, yeah, it's here, upper. Title case, swap case, stripe. Okay, now we will talk about, now let's create a string. For instance, I can say, on a challenge, the name of the challenge. Have you ever heard of 30 days of Python? Okay, this is just a text string. Now let's just say print challenge dot upper. If I change this to, you will have you seen, I managed to change everything to. And now, how about if I want to make title case? Actually, this has been already changed. Title case means, let me just make this. Title case means actually changing every letter to upper. Let me show you. Yeah, no. Sorry, I just repeat that title, okay? As you can see, D became now upper, O upper, and P is also upper. And for your surprise, for instance, if I have this now capital, and if I have also this capital, let me show you a very crazy Python method. And if I have this also capital, let me show you this, the swap case. Print challenge swap. The swap is actually change the lower to upper, the upper to lower. And I think it's better. Have you seen D was upper and now it's lower and everything is capital because it was lower at the very beginning. Yeah, so it's swap. It just change, interchange. Yeah, great. Now, for instance, if I want to look for something, I can use the find print the challenge dot find And if I am looking for 0, is there 0 here? Yeah, actually I can look for 0. Yeah, it gave me the index. We didn't learn index before, right? So now actually it's also time to learn index. And I think if I take you here, I put this very clearly that we represent in Python, this is the index. This is in a list, but before list, I should have somewhere. But it's the same actually. It's somehow the same. Everything will be like, it starts from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we start counting from 0. For instance, if I want to get the P, I have to use 0 to slice out. Yeah. So now at 0, this is at 0 index. 1, this empty space is at the second. D at the 4th index. So now you tell me what is the index of Y. You count and tell me. Okay, I can help you. 0, 1, 2. I mean the empty space. 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be 5. Yes, we got it. So if this is 5, and then you tell me what's the index of F.
So it should be 9.
Yeah, it should be 9, yes. Great, now you got it. So whenever you don't know what methods to use, as you can see, we use the dir, and the dir is actually showing me, and even it says is upper. Really, is upper is to check. Let me just show you. Let's say language. We are learning the language. What language are we learning? Python. So let's say print language. If I say upper, what am I doing? I'm changing everything to upper. You can see I'm changing everything to upper. And print language, or maybe len language. Now I just want to know the length of it, 6. If I am interested to get the first letter P, I can actually slice out like this, 0. Because it's here. Yeah, but how about if I'm interested to take out P and Y? I can say starting from 0, go to 0, 1, 2. But it doesn't include 2. So it gives me a possibility to slice out from here. Oh yeah, PY. How about if I'm interested to slice out actually this thon? So we can say 0, 1, 2. So we have to start from here to up to the end. Do we care? If we don't want to stop anywhere, we can just leave this like this without any end. The end, the start, the end, you can just leave it like that. Oh yeah, thon. Oh yeah, but if you want to slice ON or maybe N, you can go the other way. If you count from this side, you should start from 0. If you start from the other side, from the left side, you should start -1. Oh, what? Language, and if you say -1, I am about slicing N. Oh yeah. Then if you say -1, then if you say -2, so 0, no, -1, -2. So if you do something like this, I am about to slice on, as you can see, on. And even there's a technique to actually reverse this. If you do something like this, Yeah, it's the technique. I don't know even how this works. And you will reverse the Python to reversed version, as you can see. Yeah, it's so an easy and handy way to reverse this Python, that string Python. What we saw here is actually slicing. Yeah. In addition, we have to learn also changing to lowercase, because we have seen how to change to upper, but we have to see also lowercase. Let's see lower everything. Oh yeah, everything lower. And title case, print title, language dot title, but we can't see the title case unless we have some Python for human beings. Okay, now let's change this to title case. Have you seen P capital? Of course, it was capital at the very beginning. F is now capital, but it was small, right? H capital, but it was small. B is capital, yeah, because of this, the title. Now let's do swap case, print title, language dot swap case. The swap is actually, it changes, this will be lower and the other will be actually upper, because it's swapping. Great. Yeah, that's how we see swapping. Now let's check again another, maybe is upper, print language is upper. That means, is it upper? Guys, tell me, is it upper or not? It's not. It is, because this is upper, but the rest are not upper. So it should be false. Oh yeah. How about, is it lower? How about, is it lower? No, it's not lower. This should be also false. To make it lower, I have to change this to P. Now it should be true. Yeah, have you seen? We managed. Now again, let's practice print language dot count. By the way, there is this count method to count how many, is there any repeating characters in here? No, I think I don't see any. So if you count, for instance, how many O's do we have? How many O's do we have? I think it's not all that. Oh, I think I made a mistake, count. And so I'm expecting 1. Yeah, 1, but I think another good example could be for this Mississippi. I think Mississippi. I don't know how to write Mississippi. I will check it on the internet. Mississippi. Oh yeah, I got it. Thanks. The internet is the best thing in this world, right? Oh yeah, so let's just call it the city. Let's declare Mississippi. Oh yeah, do you see some repetition here, guys? Oh yeah, I can see I. How many times do you see I? 4 times. S 4 times P and 2 times. Yeah, so if I say print the city, count, how many I's do we have in the city? Oh yeah, Python is so smart, yeah. And then print a city dot count, and then S. How many S do I have? Oh yeah. And if we go again, print city and dot count, then if I go for P, and I'm expecting 2. Yes. Now, do you remember we used the find to find some find, maybe I. What do you expect? What's the value of this?
It should be 1, the index.
0, 1. How about this? The other eye. What are you going to do?
That was my previous question, actually.
Okay, then I will answer that. Okay. So in Python, if you use a find, it just give you the index of the first occurrence. So this one, right? So let's see, as you said, it's 1. But if you are interested in the last, you can say cd and then right find in the right side. So that means the last occurrence of the I. So let's count it. We have to count, I don't know how many. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's 10. Yes. So we have this find from the left side or the last occurrence. So there are quite lots of methods. So far as you can see, we have used upper, title, swap, case, stripe. What is a stripe? Okay, let me show you. I have this, yeah, trailing space, and you have something like this. Do you need this space? Maybe sometimes you don't. So let me show you, cd. And now if I print this cd, I will show you. Have you seen the space here? But you don't see it in this side. At least you see it in this side, right? Yeah, it's visible. As you can see, there's some space. So we can use this stripe, print cd, stripe. Stripe also has stripe in the left side or the right side, but I want to just stripe from, no, it's not split, stripe. And then I want to just, have you seen now? The striped one doesn't have any trailing space. Yeah, but have you seen here? Even you can see the space in this side. Actually, it's hard to see it. Okay, but at least you can see there is indentation in that space is because of this trailing space. Yeah. And if you see now again, you may see, yeah. Is there, what about the second Y? Which way? What do you mean?
That was the previous question I mentioned. In Python, what was the word? I don't remember. There were 2 I's, like in Mississippi. If you take Mississippi as an example, we have 4 I's, but now we know how to find the index of the first and the last I. What about, what if we want to find the index of every single I in Mississippi?
Yes, that's good. Yeah, now,
thanks.
Yes, now we have learned also this trailing space. Let me remove that. Yeah, now that question is something I can't answer now because it will be very confusing for you guys. But of course, you can target them manually, print cd, and I have to target them manually. Now I can see that this is at the second, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This at the 4s, right? So manually. Why manually? Because as you can see, or find or find. Yeah, I think so manually. That's how. But there is a way loop. We will come to that later. We can have this the so-called loop. Letter in cd, you don't have to know this. Yeah, so this loop allow me to go through every element. Have you seen? So we will come to that later. And sometimes, guys, by the way, when we have a string, something like this, we can also use this the list constructor. And if you just drop this, we can change this to list of items. Yeah, have you seen? Oh yeah, just list. Hey cd, now I'm changing the cd to list. Yeah, great. Okay, so let's see more examples from here. Something we didn't cover yet. As you can see, the stripe, you can stripe from the left side or only from the right side. So I think I opened not something I want. For instance, if you say this, let me show you. I can show you with stripe. I'm doing here stripe. Let me comment this out, but maybe right stripe. It's just a stripe from the right. Did it start? No, it didn't. As you can see, it was not striped because it's to the right. But if you want to the left, I can stripe the left side and you will definitely see, yeah, it has been striped out, as you can see here. So sometimes we want to stripe either from the left or the right, but most of the time I prefer just to stripe it both sides. Yeah, so that is one technique to remove unnecessary space. And there is also this index. Oh yeah, what's this index? To check the index of this. Oh, now you may ask me the same question. Okay, print cd.index of m. So what's the index of m in this? Everybody knows. Yes, I think I was. Why? What? Sometimes if you don't know where that is coming, what is the index and whatever. So you can have a label, put something to identify. What's the index? 1, but it seems m is not at 1. Yeah, have you seen, guys?
Because of the space, yeah.
Because of the space was so hard for me to see it. Now let's just remove that. I was expecting 0 and it's 0. But what's the index of I? And this also gives you again, actually, the same as somehow find. It is the same as find. Really, yes, but let me tell you. Do we have capital I? Do we have capital I? We don't have, right? But if you are trying to look for capital I from this, and let's see what we get. Oh yeah, it's a crash. It raised an error, value error. It's not working. Our application is crashing. How about instead of, if we did use actually find, what would be the result? -1. Oh yeah, so it's so elegant. I would recommend you to use find instead of index. They work somehow the same, but find is elegant because when you don't find the value, it doesn't crash. Instead, it gives you -1. -1 means then you can decide that that character or the value you're looking for is not there. Yeah. Great. Let's move on. So I have to see the different methods we printed out. So I just capitalize. Oh yeah. Let's see how capitalize we can use. And for instance, print, I have some text. I love Python. Let's change this to just capitalize and let's see the result. Yeah, as you can see, the capitalize, the difference between uppercase and the capitalized. Capitalize, just capitalize the first letter of the string. So it's only, but if you use title, look at the difference of title now. Title, just capitalize every word. This will be capital, this will be capital. Maybe I can also show you just lowercase, lowercase, and you will have a chance to see the difference. Oh yeah, this is actually title and this is actually capitalize. Capitalize just only the first letter of the string. Yeah, I hope you got it. You may, so now another very important, we have used the count and squares. It's so important, guys, so important. Now, for instance, if I say country, of course, I will say Finland. Okay, is the Fin starts with Fin? Okay, print a country. Is Finland starts with Fin? Is it true? Does it Finland starts with Fin? Of course, yes. Yeah, it should be true. But guys, this, if I just make this lowercase, since it starts with like uppercase, it doesn't work. It should be false. So you have to watch out the case. It's very case sensitive. So yes, Finland starts with, okay, let's think, is Finland starts with F, print country starts with F, lowercase. Okay, you tell me, is it going to be true or false?
It should be false.
Yes, it should be false. So we have to make it uppercase and it should be true. Okay, now print country, Finland, of course, the start ends with. Is Finland ends with D, upper D? What do you think about this? Uppercase D.
It's again false.
It's false. How about if we just change it to lowercase d?
It becomes true, yeah.
And now let's do print country. Ends with, is Finland ends with land? What do you think? Yes, it's
true, yes.
Oh yeah, now we learned a very important method, ends with and starts with string. And let's see, yeah, we're just devouring these string methods. And let me see some important methods that we shouldn't omit. Oh yeah, most people do not teach it, but I have this is lower, we have seen it already. And join is very important. Okay. Sometimes you may have something like this. You may have, okay, some skills. It's skills and it may be something like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, maybe, and Python. So these are actually a set of skills, yeah? So we have to join them. We have to join, for instance, you can say just empty, like empty string, dot, join, and then you pass skills. And let's see the result. As you can see, I am joining it with this, and you can see the result. And then we will modify it from there. Okay. Huh. Have you seen this? Because I didn't put a space, but if you, that means, hey, add space after each item. No, much better, but in English language, we have this comma and space, right? After an item. Oh, this is elegant. Oh yeah, so how this works is actually, you can put anything you want here. Wow, and it just works for you, okay? But now just for sake of better formatting, let's put it like this. So that is how you use join. Remember, join is also very important. It comes quite often. Whenever you need to solve problem, you really need it. Okay, is alpha. Okay, is alpha means alphanumeric. Alpha is everything alphabet. Okay, let me show you. Print ABC or whatever. If you say is alpha, now I'm checking if this is just alphabetic. So as you can see, everything is alphabetic, right? So it should be true. As you can see, it should be true. It should be true. How about if I add 1 to 3? It's not anymore because it's a mix of numbers. Yeah, and false. Okay, then I want to make this true, and I will show you another example. How about if I say 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5 whatsoever? But as you can see, this one is a mix of, so it should be false. Now let's make this maybe true. To make true is alpha numeric. Is alpha numeric, this one. What do you think about this? Is alpha numeric means, is it
should
number?
be true.
Yeah, this should be true. Yes. How about if we say print 1, 2, 3, and then is digit? Is decimal, okay? So let's see this. As you can see, it's true because we have numbers here. And also you can check also actually 1, 2, 3 is numeric should be also, is numeric also to be true. Yeah, because it's number. Is digit also should be true. 1, 2, 3 is digit. Should be also true. As you can see, it's true. So there's many ways to check if our values a number or a string. As you can see, Python is so easy. It's human readable. You don't have to be a Python ninja to read Python code. It's already human readable, right? Yeah, it's up to how you look at it, okay? Let's see more important methods to look at is identifier. Yeah, by the way, I will show you this is identifier. Do you remember Python variable names? Can this be a Python variable name? Tell me, is it okay? Yes.
It is, yeah.
How about this? Okay, how about this? Which one is wrong? Tell me which one is in,
The first hyphen name is subtracting, so it shouldn't be. Okay.
Yeah. Which one is wrong?
The third one?
Mm-hmm. The third one and this is
yes.
also wrong. Yeah?
Yeah.
We shouldn't start with number.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But we can start with underscore, by the way. Yeah. For instance, if is a reserved word in Python, but we can make it a variable name by doing like this, by adding this. So when you add underscore, if will not be anymore a reserved word. For is a reserved word. Range, for instance, is a built-in function, right, guys? You can use range as in a variable name. But why you care? Why you make things complicated like this? Don't do that. But I'm just showing you the possibility. Yeah. Okay. So is identifier help us, for instance, year. Let me show you. Print year and is identifier. Could this be an identifier? Yes, it should be true. Yes, it's true. Yeah. How about if I add number to 21? It should be false because it's starting with number. Yeah. How about if it starts with underscore? It's okay. Yes. How about if it starts with a symbol, for instance, $? It should be false. Yeah. So this identifier allows us also if a variable name is okay or not. Yep. This one, we have seen this. Replace is good, but we have seen this right find to check the last occurrence, right index also to check the index of the last occurrence. Yeah, but instead of index, I would recommend you to use find because find is very safe because if it's not found, it just provide -1. Let's see the last method, replace. Yes. Okay, let's imagine we have a statement here. Replace, I have a statement or a sentence, and I call it, I love people. Love is the most important thing in this world. Okay, as you can see, we have love a couple of times. Let's replace that love to something else, another word. So sentence dot print sentence dot replace. So we have to have, I want to replace love with something else. What's instead of love? Another, maybe let's just go extreme. Oh, hate. Of course, no one exchange love with the hate, but here in this case, because we're just doing Python example, and just to make the example so visible, let's go for it. I hate people. Love is the most important thing in this world. But as you can see, we didn't manage to change this one. Why? Because this one is uppercase and this one is, this one is, yeah. But if this was lowercase, we will change everything. As you can, I hate people. Hate is the most important thing in this world. Oh. Anyway, maybe I can say I love JavaScript, or maybe JavaScript. JavaScript, and JavaScript is the most important language in this world, of course, why not? Maybe. Okay, so now I can say, because guys, we are learning Python here. Why we are talking about JavaScript? Who cares? So then let's just change the old, the JavaScript word by the new, the Python, right? So this just makes sense. What? What's wrong? JavaScript, yeah, because of this dot, guys. Yeah, because of
I is missing, sorry. Java is script, S-C-R-I-P-T in the first one. Here in your sentence.
JavaScript, yes, maybe that's, yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. I love Python. Python is the most important language in this world. Yeah, great, guys. So let's recap here. What methods in the maybe I think before we recap, there's something I would love to add here. For instance, first name, I can say my name, right? And last name, I can just say Itai. And age, of course, everybody knows I'm 150. And the country and Finland, and the city, and it's going to be in Helsinki. And skills, remember the reason why we need this, we need it at some point. I can just get this down. Now, how about if I want to make full name? We use concatenation actually, full name. So I can say first name plus last name, just to connect to string the first name and the last name. And let's see the value, print full name like this. Okay, but it would be much better, something like this. This is much better, right? Great. So I added actually additional empty string over here. How about if I'm interested to add my age? How about if I want to say something like this? I am Savena Itai, and I am 250 years old. I live in Helsinki, Finland. I have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Python, something like this. How do I write this, guys? I will show you in 2 ways, okay? Now, as you can see, I have already full name over here. So let's start printing. Print the full name. Okay, let's print out. Oh, so I have to add I am, then plus, right? Oh, great. So we are already here. So, but I need the full stop, right? Yeah, but it's a bit tiring, but we have to keep doing that. Then, what's that? I am 250 years old. I am plus, I have to call the age, so plus age plus 200, years old. Let's try. But as you can see, we can't concatenate number and string, so we have to change this to string. Now it should work again. As you can see, I am a subint type, but I have to give it space here maybe. 2 years old, and I have to do a full stop. Okay, going well so far, and I live in Helsinki, Finland. Plus, I live in, and then plus the city, plus comma and space, and then plus the country. Okay, let's see what we have so far. Yeah, but we have to have a space in here, somewhere here. Let's do. It's not easy, but we have to do it up to the end. Then we have to add this, the full stop and space, and plus I have the skills. How do I add that? The skills, do you remember the join? So I have to do the join. So space, actually the bed space, and dot join skills. And now let's see. Yeah, I have the skills plus, yeah, I think the dot, full stop at the end. Oh yeah, this is tiring, right? It might be tiring. Okay, so another good way of writing this, we call it, this is the older way of writing, the latest way of writing. Let me just take this, I will show you, and we can say print, and I can put this like this. And then we need F, that means formatting. I remove this and replace it with full name. And I remove this and replace it with age. And I remove this and replace it with city. I remove this. What is this, guys? Tell me this. What is this?
Country.
It's a country, so it should be replaced with?
Country.
Country. Okay, great. And what is this? These are actually skills. If I just replace it with skills like this, let's see what the result. Yeah, it becomes something like this. This is not what you want. So we have to first join it with the join method. And of course, you can do this operation outside first. Why? I think this is too deep for, maybe I have to do this operation outside. So I can do formatted. First, I have to format the skill. Formatted the skills, and then join.
Sorry, R is missing from format.
Yeah, what? Okay, format. Yes, formatted, but this is just I create the name, okay, guys? So then formatted skills, formatted Now, yeah, this looks beautiful. And if you do this, oh yeah, which do you prefer, guys? This or this? I would say this is so easy, the second one. And another way also, you can do another way, something like this. Instead of F, you can say dot format. And the format, so you have to have all here, full name, and you have to have the age, you have to have the city, you have to have the country, and you have to have the formatted skills, as you can see. So another way, but you don't put it like this. Just it should be open, I mean empty. So Python just knows where to insert this value. So this goes to here, this goes to here, and this goes to here, this goes to here. Yeah, so that is another way of doing, and we have to see, and we should get the same result, as you can see. Yeah, but I want to show you maybe with a small example. For instance, if I have A is equal to 4 and B is equal to 3, and you may say, hey, print, if I say the value, maybe you may say A plus B is equal to A plus B, right? So you may expect something like this. I will show you. Yeah, this. But this is not what you want. You should get 3 plus 4 should be 7. How do we write that? One way, we can say print, and then actually there's many ways of writing this. We can say, I can say A and B, and you can say actually percent D plus percent D is equal to, and then actually percent again D, and then we have to have here A plus B. Let's see the result of this. Oh, 4 plus 3, 7. Well, what's going on here, you may ask. Okay, this value will come in here. This D means decimal numbers, 4 numbers, okay? How about if it was something else? Last time we have seen the case of watermelon, right? Watermelon. Oh, melon, how do we write watermelon? Doesn't matter. If you see, for instance, you can say this should be string. Now we don't need a kind of, if you just say like this, so this to come together, it will be concatenated and we should get watermelon. Have you seen watermelon? Oh yeah, great. How about if it was a kind of a calculation or something? We use F sometimes. For instance, if we divide this, we can see actually, let's divide this. As you can see, this is going to be division, and let's also divide this. And if it's a division, and if it's going to be a float, so because this is going to be some kind of a floating number, as you can see, yeah? We don't use D. Let's see if we put D. What's the result actually? Oh, have you seen? It was chopped off, right? Yep. Because we use D, it's for integers. So you don't want your data to be chopped off. So you have to. But now we have still the possibility to also make it to maybe the 3 significant digits. Okay, let's try that. Oh yeah, maybe 2 significant digits. Oh yeah, maybe 1 significant digit. Great. Oh yeah, so with this method, you can go all the way down, and what you should do is actually you can change this, maybe I think instead minus, and let's just change this to also minus. And now since using subtraction, we are going to get integer. So let's make that, and multiplication, you multiply and you should get also again D, and let's just multiply this. We will keep this, and floor division with floor division, we should get also again this. And what's left, you should tell me, because we did this 100 times, and the remainder. Okay, so we can use the remainder, and this should be also D. And now we are left with exponential, and it's going to be star, 2 stars, and we should get this. So if you print this out, it will be beautiful, but we made some mistakes somewhere. Maybe this line, because, you know, we never know. Oh, is that? Let me check again. Because yes, there's a maybe I have to use the, let me times this. As you can see, this is conflicting with this symbol. The modulus is conflicting with the percentage. So I have to use the escape character, this. Let me try escaping modulus Python string. Yes, this doesn't happen. This should escape it.
Should there be a space after the skip? Shouldn't there be a space after the skip?
You mean after this?
Yeah.
Then if that's the case, it's far apart. It's far apart. It doesn't tell the, you should be right away. Okay, maybe. In Python, I have never faced this. At least, okay, let me try another options. Maybe let's just put this with double quote. Oh, what? Where was I? No, don't do that. Oh yeah, I think I have a problem here. for some reason, I couldn't manage to skip from this character, but we have, it's okay. We have another way of doing this. I can skip this one with another method. So if I am doing it differently, since it may take me some time to solve this problem, so I can just use another alternative of doing the same thing for that specific. And we can use, for instance, this dot format maybe. And no, I don't need this maybe. So if I try now, as you can see, I got some data over there. Yeah, so this is one way, and this is also, we call it the old way of formatting. Then the other formatting actually is the latest, and we change everything here to, we don't need anything here. We remove that. I can remove everything and change F, and then what I need, and I remove everything here and change it to this. Even actually, I think I can first show you with the format method. Maybe I think that's much better. I can just remove this, and I can remove this also, and then something like this. And let's remove this also all the way down everywhere and change this to just something like this. Great, so far great. We change also this to something like this, and we change this to just empty curly bracket. Yeah, so easy, right, guys? And we don't need this. Maybe I think the percentage, I can just select all the percentage. Maybe here still there's something that has to be changed. By the way, everything is the same, so it has some uniformity. Yeah, the problem of formatting everything at once is, I think this is good enough. So you come up to here, dot format, you call it just format. And then again, I call also this dot format. Now this should work. By the way, this and this is the same, and it's up to you to decide later, but I will recommend you which is much better. As you can see, it works now. Yeah, here again, we have to format this. So when we divide, it's a kind of, yeah, so it seems, I think we can do something like to F, something like this, and we can take it off. Or we don't need, I think, this one. That's, yeah, have you seen? I managed to chop it off. So one significant digit. Great. And in this case, by the way, if you want to interchange, for instance, this is 1, 2. So if you say, for instance, now it's 4, if you say 1 in here, and if you say 2 in here, I think you are exchanging the values. But I think it's a 0, 0, 1, 2. Can we use the index? I thought so. Yeah, but I think for the time being, just let's just do not complicate things. As you can see, this goes to here, this goes to here, and the sum goes to here. Okay, what's the second? The second and the last, I mean, the last I would recommend is this one. Why I recommend this one is because it's so natural. It's so, and I can say, I want to select it like this. No, maybe I have to select it like this. No, I don't. How about if I select? Yeah, now I managed to select what I want and add F. After that, you don't need all this thing. We don't need this all thing, maybe. Let me just select all the format thing. and destroy. Yes, you don't need most of the things. This is good enough, good enough. Extra, extra. Seems so. Here we have A and then B, A plus B. Yeah, so straightforward, right? And then what you should do, just A, and then B, and then B, and then B. Of course, you can declare, but we don't have A yet. It's 4, and we have B 3. And then A minus B, and A multiplied by B. You can also do the operation outside, but you can do it also here. A divided by B. And B floor division, A floor division B. Floor division is like this, and A modulus B, and A the power of B. I think we are done now, and let's see the result. And again, we have this problem, and what we should do when we divide, I think if we say this, and 0, to F. Now it's hard. How do we put this? It's better if we do the operation first. Yeah, I can say the division B, A divided by B, and then I can do the division part here. Then we can say 0.2, and the value is actually div. No, 0. Okay. F formatting, I think. F4 formatting. Decimal in. Yeah, but I'm right. Why did it? Yeah. I forgot. I have to put the value here. Should be the div should be here and the other side. So as you can see, we have this value, but we want to chop it off by 2 significant digits. And if you want to make it 1, you can just, yes. Yeah, this was the longest video related to strings. What did you learn in here? Actually, you have covered everything you need about Python strings. But is it just everything? Not everything, but good enough. And you learn while you go through the other topics. Yeah, maybe before wrap up, this is very important. I don't like to skip that method. For instance, if I have a sentence, I love Python. How many words do you see in this sentence? How many words do you see in this sentence? At least I see
3 words.
Yes. So we can split these 2 words. Split, if you do split, you will get words. List of words. Let's see, have you seen? List of words. And this one is actually, for instance, if you want to also split at some specific place, lab. So it remove lab and it split I and Python. As you can see, I and Python. Of course, the space is also there. Of course, you can add space in this direction, in both direction, and this will, you will have only I and Python. It will be just clean, as you can see. Yeah, so you can do anything with Python, and string is very, very important. And next week, we will learn list. Okay, let's see what we will cover next week. And also I have to give you some assignment to do for go through these operators. And there are exercises. As you can see, there are a couple of them. So if you have been following this lesson very well, it's so easy, as you can see. So easy, but it's good to go through. And then what's we have covered actually strings. Everything I was talking about, for instance, something I didn't talk about, this, the new line. What does that? The new line means print, I love. And if I say Python very well, this allows me to create a new line, as you can see. Let me show you. A new line has been actually created because of this. So we call it this escape character, And sometimes, for instance, if you have seen, I love, maybe, wait, let me say, it is hard to write percent in the string, Have you seen? Because percent is already reserved, and as no, it has been actually, it has been rendered, but sometimes maybe we can use this, the skip character to, even the skip y. Because we are not skipping anything, maybe I can demonstrate this. For instance, slash is hard to write it. If I have one slash, you don't see it. Oh, really? It's a surprise. Backslash, for some reason, but anyway, it used to be, we didn't, maybe I think then the latest version has, but what we should do, we have to make 2 slashes to get it printed out. As you can see now, even though I'm using 2 slashes, I'm just having one because one of the slashes actually acting as to prevent this like to be ignored, right? And for instance, if I say, I do not like this. So now, if I, okay, but how about if I say, because let me just show you.
Asabna, I'm sorry, can I add something?
Yeah.
I think there is a common, there is a code, single code missing because it is, because of that it is not skipping.
Yes, which one?
Yeah, line 129.
So double quote?
No, I mean the slashes that you used, and you wanted them to be skipped. I think there is, there should be a single quote there to skip it.
No.
Right after the slash, no?
No. Yeah, I think it skipped it actually. As you can see, we have 2. It didn't actually manage to, it didn't print both of them. It just.
What if we have 1?
If you have 1, actually, now as you can see, it's still understand. It just consider it as in wait, let me comment this out first. It gets some printed out. Maybe it's because of the latest version.
Maybe if you put a single quote there after the slash, I mean this one, then it skips.
Single quote?
After that.
Yeah, but that's the point. I'm coming to that. I think the main purpose of this is to skip. But now we don't, now, if you just stay a bit, you will understand, I think. So let's just give it some time. Now, guys, what I'm trying to do here, if you look at me, I have a single quote outside, and I have also one quote inside. So this doesn't work in Python. To make it work, I have to follow one, I have to skip this. And I can use this to make it work, as you can see. One way, or the other way, what we should do, we have to use a double quote outside the external string. It should be double quote, and now we don't have to worry about the single quote, as you can see. Yeah, so this is the alternatives. I think by now you should see what's the importance. And if we have also, for instance, double quote both, it's also impossible. Print, let's say, the old cliche of an apple a day keep the doctor away might not work. Might not work. As you can see now, I have two double quotes, the outside and this. So, but as you can see, this is a phrase and it's a quote, and we want it to be quoted. So to skip this, I'm skipping it, and I can also skip this. And I have still the double quote outside, and it should work. Or another way, just you don't have to worry about using the skip, the skip character. You can just make this, and you just don't need, and you can make this lower, single quote, and it should work. Okay. Now these are very important. We can skip the single quote, double quote, or backslash sometimes whenever we have to the backslash. But as you can see, the latest Python version is actually creating this tab is a space. Okay, let me just show you something. For instance, print first name, and I can add here and last name, and then age of someone. And based on this, I can just print, if I print this, as you may see, first name, last name, age of someone. But if we have number, that would be much better also. Let's just change this to my name, for instance, or maybe John, because John is so short. And last name is Doe, and John Doe could be about 30 years. And let's see how but as you can see, we want first name here, Doe here, and age. Better way to do that, we can use actually here, a tab. And if I put a tab in between, let me show you again. Tab is creating 8 spaces or 8 tabs. Of course, we have to do the same in here. And again here. So it may create very good layout. This not bad, but still we didn't have the 1, 2. Let's try to make, because this is short. Yeah, and as you can see, this maybe I think I can go for 1 word, a name, just like name, and age would be just okay. Then I can remove the last name just to demonstrate that. As you can see, name, Zhao, and 830. So it allows us to format. And if we say, and again, tab, and let's give him a country, and the country is going to be Finland, country, and we have to give him tab, and it's going to be Finland. Yeah, so this tab allows us to create tab. Is it only like this, or can we also create somewhere inside the string? I love to create a tab. Okay, then let's create a tab in here. Tab. Why not? Why not here? Yeah, you can create tab anywhere. Anywhere. So you just create 8 spaces. As you can see, it has been created here and it has been created here. Let's see if there is something I have missed when I was teaching, and we have covered all this. We have covered. So I don't think I can cover everything here. This is more exhaustive, so I would recommend you to go here, but most of the important methods have been already created. I don't see something that has been missed, so go through this exercise and you will be really good at strings. And next week we will learn this list, and if we manage to finish the list, why is not continuing to the next page? Let me just go. I have another way of going to the next page. Then it would be conditional if we have time. Yes, so if you have time, you can also read this. Something I want to show you. Do you remember the Mississippi? This Mississippi case. There is one very good. Where was Mississippi? Over here. I can take it down. You have Mississippi here. Do you remember about set? Set is a kind of a data type that doesn't actually keep the repetition, and it removes the repetitive items or values. If we say print set of city, so Mississippi, most probably we have, let's see, have you seen? MSPI. So it just gave us the unique value. Okay, M once, I. Okay, then if we take I once, we don't care the rest. S and then P, MSPI. So just to show you how we remove duplicates, but we will learn about set after a couple of days. Where is it? Maybe after this. Here is again loops. It's very powerful. Let's see, when do we learn set? I think we learn here. Set. Yeah, I think you have learned something very important today. And let's close today's lesson here. Welcome back, everybody. Do you see the screen over here? I hope so. Do you see?
Yes, yes.
Oh, great. Now, yeah, today's lesson is going to be lists, conditionals, and loops. Last week, we have learned about strings and also different operators. But today, we will focus only on these 3 topics. Okay. So as you can see, I have this Visual Studio Code. This is the code editor we use most of the time, all the time for me nowadays. So I have to create a folder, and as usual, I call it week 3. And I write, or I create a file name and I call it lists.py, because Python file should be ending with .py extension. Great. Hey guys, we're about to talk list. So what is this list? Yeah, when you go to a shop, you have to take some basket, right? Or a cart. And in the cart, you may put items. And your item could be a milk or meat, or it could be coffee, or it could be sugar or honey, or maybe some vegetable. Yeah, so I mean fruit anyway. Let's add some vegetable, tomato and potato, tomato and potato. I love the sound. It has toe at the end. Tomato, potato. Yep. So as you can see, we have some items here. How many items do we have? I don't know, but I can see that I have 4 items here and 4 items in the other side. Totally, we have 8 items. So we call this list because it's a list. It's a kind of a to-do list or a shopping list. So how do we write a list? Maybe if you want to write an empty list, you can write like this. This is an empty list. Okay, then you can store it with somewhere like this. Maybe if it is a shopping list, you can call it shopping list. Yeah. Imagine you are now at the gate of a shop, and while you are just grabbing the basket or the cart, okay, the shopping cart. So the cart is now empty. Let's try what it has. Print shopping list. Yeah, it's just empty, nothing. Let's see the lane shopping list. The size, how many items we have there. Let's just run 0 items. Okay, now maybe it's better to add some items. Okay, milk. Oh yeah. Now you have milk and the item is 1. Okay, maybe we can have meat. Okay, we can have also coffee if you want. Yeah, and maybe you can have honey or sugar, or you can have tea or whatsoever. So you're populating your cart. Yes, great. How many items? 6 items. We call this list. Yeah, but is it just only strings? Can we also make a list of numbers? Why not? Numbers, nums. You could say, for instance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatsoever. As you can see, these are list of numbers. Maybe names of famous people or names of infamous people, whatsoever. Let's just names of famous people. I can say Bill, and Steve, and I can say Donald. Yes, Donald. And of course, Sabine. Oh yeah, among the list of famous people. So no, not really. But anyway, you can see that a list could be just a list of names, list of numbers, a list of some shopping items. How about list of countries? Do you remember my famous list of countries or my favorite? Yes, Finland. Yes, and then we can go Sweden. After we arrive in Sweden, we may go to Denmark or maybe Norway, and then we got to Denmark and Iceland. Yeah, so just show me, write one to me if you understood how to create a list. Everybody has to write and make it faster, and then I can move to the next part. That's how we do. Can you type 1? And that's how I know if you got how to write a Python list of items, list of numbers. But can we mix different data types like this? For instance, 0, 1, maybe false, maybe actually true, or maybe and then name someone, or Finland, and again whatever, another, again, maybe here, name of people, it could be Bill, and Steve. As you can see now, a mixed, I can just call it this, mixed data types. I just gave it a random name for this. As you can see, we can store different data types in a list. Most of the time, we just store the same kind of data types, but we can also do like this. Okay, now let's see how we can modify a list. Okay, let's make it so simple. Have you seen this? Let's even make it even more simpler. I have a list, and in my list, I have 3 items. 1, 2, 3, right? So we access this value using the index. It has an index. This one is located at 0, and this one is at 1, and this one is at 3. So it has index, actually. I think the best way to show you, if we go to here, list, yeah. For instance, have you seen this banana? So this is located at index 0, at index 1, at index 2, at index 3. If we go from this side, from the left side, if we come from the other side, we should say -1, -2, -3 the other way. Do you remember? We learned this also when we were doing a string, yeah? So I may ask you, from this fruits array, if I, with -1, what do I get?
Lemon.
With -1, what is the fruit I get? Lemon, because if you start from the other side, it should be minus. If I use 1, what fruit do I get?
Orange.
Orange, yeah, that's straight. If I use -2, what do I get?
Mango.
You may think again, -2, I said -2. Orange again, because if you go the other side, it's -1 is lemon. Oh, sorry, I think I made a mistake. -2, yeah, what was it? Mango. Yeah. -1 is lemon, -2 is mango. Yeah. Yes. Actually, orange is -3. Yeah, thanks. It was a mistake. Great. So I think let's write more of what's happening here. My mouse is not moving. Okay. Now it's moving. Let's see. So similarly now, if I want you to access 1, what do I use here? 0, right? To access 1, I have to use 0. Have you seen? Yeah. So if I want to access 2, what do I use? You tell me. 0, 1. Yes. Okay, if I want to access the last, so what would be the last? 0, 1, 2, 2, right? So have you noticed some similarity? The last index and the length of the array is somehow similar, right? There is some connection. Have you seen it? Yeah, the last index is less than by -1 from the length of the index, the length of the array, right? The list. Have you noticed that? Yeah, what I'm trying to say, the length of nums, if you just print this out, it will be, let me just, what do you expect from this? I'm expecting 3, right? Yes, because we have 3 items, 0, 1, 2. And this one is 2. It's because we start from 0, so 0, 1, 2. So to get the last index, we can do last index is equal to all the time the length of the list minus 1. The reason why -1, because we start from because we start counting from
0.
0. Great, thank you. Print nums, then last index. So powerful. Yeah, so why we need last index? Because sometimes you never know the end. It could be 1 million or whatsoever. You don't know the last index. So the easy way to get the last index is actually you just calculate the lengths using len -1. Yeah. Okay. Another way you can also use counting from the right side. If I want to get out 3 by counting from the right side, what would be the index I have to put here? -1. As you can see, I'm getting also 3. Print nums, and if I use -2, 0, I mean -1, -2, so it's going to be 2. As you can see. And if you go print nums -3, and it's going to be 1. Great. Now you know how to get one item, but this item is so small that now for 5. Okay, now we have more. So based on now I add some additional items. What will be the value of this? Because the last item is now 5.
5, yeah.
Now this one is also 5. -2 is going to be 4. -3 is going to be 3. Great. If you see, it will be a different value. Now let's learn slicing. How do we slice? That means if I want to just slice some of the items, we can use in Python. Okay, let's print nums. First, where to start? The starting index and the end index. Okay, let's start from 0. Okay, I'm starting from 0. Where do I want to stop? Maybe at 3. If I put here 3, it doesn't include this at the third. Actually, the index is this is not the third. 0, 1, 2, 3. The third index is this one. So now, if I do this slicing, it just slices out up to here, but it doesn't include this one, the end. So I am about to get 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. How about if I want to slice 3 to 5? Okay, I can modify this. I am sure that I want to start from this. So 0, 1, 2. My starting point is going to be 2. Where do I want to end? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, if I just put this 4, it doesn't include 4. Let me show you. So we got just 3 and 4. So I have to make it 5 because it doesn't include 5, but at least I can get up to 4. So as you can see, 3, 4, 5. Great. But if you know really you want to slice out everything from here to the end, even you don't have to have the end index. Great. This is another way. And there's also a very smart way of reversing. Reverse. If I want to reverse this, actually, you can just use 2 colon and -1. It gives you, yeah, have you seen it? Just reverse value. And you can also do slicing in the other side. Maybe, for instance, if you want, but I think before that, maybe I can show you also. Maybe if you don't leave some value from this, that means it starts from 0. If you don't put any starting point, it means starting from 0. So what do I slice using this?
The first 4 indexes.
So tell me the items, the numbers.
1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, it doesn't include 4. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, 1, 2, 3. Great. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Great. Yeah, now you got it. So print nums. How about if we do negative slicing? For instance, if you say minus, starting from -1, -2, -3. I can say -3 to, if I don't put anything, that means starting from -3 to the end. That means 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. But if I'm interested only 3 and 4, maybe I can say -3, -3, -2, so -2, -1. So this allows me to slice out this value. It doesn't include -1. 3 and 4. Yeah, now you got the trick. Oh yeah, we learned slicing. Great. Now let's learn modifying an array or a list. Let's modify. How do we modify? For instance, let's modify the first item 10. I mean 1 to 10, or maybe 1 to whatever number. I can say, if I'm writing nums 0, that means I'm referring to this value. And if you do something like this, okay, I'm replacing with 10 or 100, actually I am modifying the existing one or replacing with this value. So now let's print nums, because that's how we check if it's modified or not. So is it modified?
Yeah, good.
Yes, it is modified. Yes. Now you tell me, how can I modify 3 to 33, maybe?
Nums2.
Nums2, that means 0, 1, 2, great.
33.
Yes. And now let's see if it's modified. Nums. Oh yeah, now you got the idea how to modify. So you have to first know the index, and then you assign to the new value you want to replace the existing value. And that's how you modify. Great. We call this modifying, and you have noticed that a list can be modified, and we call it also mutate. We have been mutating the data. Now let's actually remove item. Remove item from a list. Okay, how do we remove? We have a method nums.pop. This is the method. This one remove an item from this side. So based on this, by the way, since we have been modifying, I want to comment this out, the modifying, because it alters the information. So I want to make my list as it was. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last item is 5. If I am doing this, actually, I am doing the last item. Pop allows you to remove the last item. So let's check print nums. Did it remove the last item?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes,
good.
it removed. Yes. But we can also use pop differently. If we give it an index, if you pass an index, it just remove the one with that index. For instance, if I say 0, that means instead of removing the last item, actually I'm removing the first item. Let's try. Have you seen it? Yeah, I hope so.
Yes, yes.
Okay, maybe let's try instead of the first one if we try to remove the second item. Now, as you can see, 2 has been removed because 2 is the second in at the first index there, because we count 0, 1. So did you get how to use pop, guys? Write one for me if you got how to use pop. Pop, you can use just like this nums and pop, and it just remove the last item. Maybe I have to leave a remark here. Pop, remove the last item in a list if an argument is not given or provided. Pop, if you pass index like this, remove an item of a certain index. Yeah, this is how it works. Great. Now let's stop also this one because it alters our list and we don't know how it was. Now I will move on to insert. Guys, you may want to insert some data here. How do you insert? In between, you know, it could be here or here, wherever. We have a method. First, let's see if our list is intact, you know, if it's not modified. Yeah, as you can see, it's just intact, it's not modified. Now, let's add something in between. I can say nums.insert, Python.insert. And what do you want to insert and where? Actually, you can insert items anywhere you want. For instance, if you want to put it here at, for instance, I want to put 22 at index 1. So I'm expecting actually 1, 22, 2, because it just get in there. Let's try. Print nums. What's happening here? Oh yeah, I think the other way, the index and the value. Yes. Yeah, as you can see, where the index and then the value. So as you can see now, at one index, I replaced 22 and 2 has been pushed a bit. So now I want you to, let's just comment this out. I have to comment this out. And I want you to insert maybe 400 here. Maybe I can tell you. I want you to insert 400 between 2 and 3. I want you to insert 400 between 2 and 3. You tell me the index. So that means actually 400 is going to have this, I mean, this place. So 0, 1, 2.
Yes.
2, and then 400 or whatsoever value you want. It could be 4 or 5 or maybe let's check whatever. Yeah, just print and then nums. Instead of just writing some jibber jabber, I am modified, I am inserted. Yes, let's see. Detune 2 and 3. Oh yeah. Yeah, it does. So now let's just replace this with something else and better data, for instance, but whatever you want to replace. Oh yeah, great. So we managed to insert also this. Yeah, another is actually, can we delete items? Yeah, we can also delete items using the del method. I think I can see some of the methods because I don't want to miss anything. Okay, we have covered this. Unpacking list, I will come to that later. Slicing item from list, we have covered that. Modifying list, checking item in a list. Yes, this is very good, by the way. If you remember, we love countries, right? Oh yeah, let me show you here. Do you think we have Finland in this country? Yes, we have. You can check actually Finland in the countries, and this should give us Boolean. What does that mean when I say this will give us a Boolean, guys? Yes, it delete actually, yes, it's deleting it, yeah. Pop delete, yes. Boolean means true or false. So as you can see, we have Finland in this list. And if you just do this, yes, it's going to be true. Do we have Russia in this list? Yeah, I think it's so easy to see, right? We don't have Russia, so it should be false. So this in actually help us to know if something is in the list or not. Okay, it's, yeah, just you can check for, print, for instance, 2 in 3, 4, 5, 8, 2. What do you think the value of this? Am I going to get true or false?
True.
Yes, true, great. How about if I change this to something like this?
That's a string, so it's false.
Yeah, it should be false. Great. Yep, now you got the point. Adding items to the list. Yeah, this is very important. Yeah, guys. Now again, you have just created your shopping list over here. But let's imagine that our shopping list, let's create again an empty shopping list. Shopping list again, I'm creating it over here. So how many items do you have in your shopping list? You tell me now. This.
0.
0. But guys, my questions are so simple. So don't think too much, okay? Don't think too much, yeah? Extra power to process. So damn simple. Yeah, it's nothing. There's nothing in the just shopping, cart, nothing. Now, let's start actually adding items. We can use the append method and let's start appending maybe milk, yeah? And check, of course, after we append, we have to check if we have something inside. Oh yeah, have you seen? Now we have milk. Okay, how about if we add also shopping list, add maybe maybe we can add by also some meat. Yes, what nice. So guys, this is what Sajjad and Taina were talking about. When you see something like this, don't be frustrated. So have you seen? I'm just thinking so differently that I am trying to use add to add something. Instead, it should be append. Yeah. list object has no attribute add. That means Python doesn't know this add in a list object. So I have to just change it to append. Yeah. So now, as you can see, I have milk and meat. Shopping list again, maybe I can add an additional, maybe some coffee, or maybe I can just replicate this a couple of times and change the value. If you have coffee, you should have some honey or sugar to sweeten, and maybe some mango if you are, and I don't know, some yogurt. It's hard to write for me. And let's see. Oh yeah, so we have some items. We used the add method to add items to our shopping cart. Yeah, when we go to the shop, we used to, we had an empty shopping cart, but now when we are about to pay at the cashier, we've got this. Does it have price? No. Actually, at some point, we will add price to these products. Yeah, that is where dictionary comes. Yeah, but now just we have list of shopping items. Great. And we use the append method. Insert items into a list. We have seen that. Okay, remove items from a list. By the way, we have used the pop. We can also use the remove item. What's the difference between remove and if you remember, when you use pop, if you use just pop, you're removing the last item. Yeah. If you use pop with an index, you're removing some item with that index. But now, for instance, from the shopping list, let's remove, what do you like to remove, guys, from the shopping list? In the shopping list, you have sugar, tea, honey, coffee, meat, or maybe I think some of you might be not into sugar. Let's remove the sugar, okay? So you have to use the name, the item, remove and the name of the item. And then let's see, again, print shopping list. I just figured out that appending an item to existing list, it adds it to the end of the list. Yes, it adds to the end of the list. That's true, Sajjad. Okay, now let's see. Why? Where is the list? Oh, remove, maybe. Oh yeah, because it has been removed. Wait. Where did I? Yeah, I can.
Yeah, sugar.
I should have somewhere. First, I have to append it. And now, as you can see, I used to have sugar here, right? Here, I removed it. But is it only just sugar? I can remove maybe honey. Maybe if you guys are not into honey, just let's move the honey. And if we see, I used to have honey here, but now the honey is removed. So the difference between pop and remove, we use the remove method and we have to give the name of the item we remove for like this as an argument, yeah? For instance, we have name of famous people. If I want to remove a Sabine, I have to say names, remove, and I have to call my name, yeah? Like that. But if I want to remove my name with a pop, I can say names.pop because it's at the end, it will be removed. Or I can also give an index. Maybe I can say 0, 1, 2, 3. This also can remove my name. Both can do the same. Okay, great. Now let's move on. Removing items using del. Yeah, so we have this different method also to remove some items using del. As you can see, do you see here we have different fruits? Banana, orange, mango, lemon, kiwi, and lime. What do we have at 0, at index 0? You tell me.
Banana.
Banana. And after that, if we say del, this means actually, hey, delete the banana. So the result will be something like this. Now we don't have the banana anymore. And then again, del fruits 1. Because now the banana has been removed. And of course, if we don't run, I think it would be good if I just run this for you separately, and you will have a chance to see. Then we can say del, that means it's delete. And if you want to remove, for instance, the banana, this is something we do, and we can check print fruits. And as you can see, something. But how about if I say 3? That means I'm referring to 0, 1, 2, 3. I am referring to lemon. And when I'm printing, actually, I should do that. Yeah, there is no lemon in my list. Yeah, great. So now you know how to use the delete. Lastly, we see clearing. Sometimes you may not want to see anything. So fruits, fruits, and then clear. And then let's see print fruits. Yeah, so it's empty. Clear means just empty, flashing everything. But actually, clear is almost the same as reassigning it. This is almost the same as you can do fruits, and you can just assign it to an empty list again. Yeah, either this or fruits list. This is also empty, by the way. This means empty list. Let's see, as you can see, empty list. You can declare a list either like this or like this, okay? Yep. If then the joining list, yeah, joining list is so important because now, for instance, I may have nums, maybe 0, maybe I can say positive nums. So these are the positive numbers. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. You can continue. Then 0, maybe I can have 0 separately like this, and maybe negative numbers, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, and -6, whatever. You can continue if you have time writing. So I want to mix all these numbers. Yeah, you can just do, the mix will be integers. I call them the integers, positive. I think actually positive nums plus 0 plus the negative numbers. But most of the time, the negative numbers start seeing the other way in this direction. Sorry for that. And the 0 here. Yeah, so let's put it this way, negative and then 0, yeah, and then positive. Print integers. Have you seen? Yeah. -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, 0, 1, 2, 3. Of course, most of the time we write the numbers in different way, but it's okay. Of course, before I add them, for instance, I can do some operation. If you remember, I can reverse it, but you know, oh yeah, have you seen? Now I managed to change the order. -6, -5, -4, -3, -2, -1. Yeah, so it's integers. So the point here is if you have some 2 or for instance A, 1, 2, 3, 4, and if you have B, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatsoever, you can just create C by just by adding 2 of them. and you will have just again a list. Let's see C. So C is just a mix of this or the union of this. Yeah, so simple, right? Great, you just add them together. Yeah, that's what, and I have a very good example. Oh, guys, a very good example I made. I'm very proud of this, and I will show you, and you will be so happy to look at this example. Okay, guys, you have a fruits, list of fruits, and you have a vegetables, right? So if you mix fruit and vegetables, what do you get? Of course, fruit and vegetables. So let's print that. Fruits, and vegetables. So we have, yeah, so the point is instead of just putting the fruits in a different bowl and the vegetables in a different bowl, you just mix together and now everything is in one list or in one cart or something. Oh yeah, so counting items in a list. Okay. For instance, I may show you here, banana, orange, mango, and lemon. We don't have repeated items, right? Once. How many times orange do I have? Once, right? But here, as you can see, ages of my students, some are 22, 19, 24, 25, 26, 24, 25, 24. Oh, some number is repeated. Yeah, for instance, if you count 24, how many times do I get it? 1, 2, 3 times, right? Yeah. So we can also count how many times an item occurs. Yeah. If you remember, is it clear, guys? The count, yeah, it's so simple. Maybe I can show you here. Maybe this makes things clear. Print. I may ask before I show you the result, age.count 22. How many times do you need to occur in this list?
Only once.
Yeah, it should give us 1. Yes. But how about if I check, for instance, 25, how many times do I get it?
Twice.
Twice. And the 24 is going to be, let's see, 3 times. Great, so you got it. That's another is index of an item. Yes. Index of an item. If you remember, we have learned also index related things when we learn a string. Now let's see the index. We can use the same age example here. For instance, what is the index of age? What's the index of instead? What is the index of 22? You tell me.
0.
Yes, 0. So Python also should tell me it's 0. Okay. Print ages index 25. Maybe, how many 25s do I have now? As you can see, this one and this one. So it will just check the first one, 0, 1, 2, 3. So I'm expecting 3 here. Oh yeah. I think that works with string. Yeah, that's how. But how about if we don't have like the value? Let's try if 100. Yes, that's the problem. If you don't have the item, it ends up like this. How about if we use find? Do we have find? Nope, we don't have find. That is, it's something, but if you remember, we have find in strings. So if you are checking index with list, first you have to be sure that it exists. So I can check first, okay. But if you don't know, if also we didn't learn conditionally yet, so I will come to that later after we cover some topics, unless otherwise it will be hard. Then this reverse, as you guys showed you, for instance, I have ages. Let's print the ages, everyone's age over here. And as you can see, we have seen how to reverse like this with and -1 allow us to reverse actually. Of course, I have to print after that. Actually, I'm printing it there already. It was starting from, yeah, it's reversed now, as you can see. But another way reversing also, there's always a reverse method. Print age reverse. But guys, this one is mutate. It mutates. First, I have to do the reverse, and let's print age. Yeah, it reversed. So I would explain this, the reverse. I would recommend you to avoid using this reverse if you don't know exactly what data mutation is. Data mutation, and we will talk about mutation later. Mutation, what does that mutation? Now we modified, the original data is not anymore the same, okay? So we have to be sure when to mutate and when we don't have to. If we don't know, then it's somehow hard. Sorting list items. There is two ways of sorting again, with sort and sorted. Okay, by the way, let me just comment out this one because it just mutate my data. If I say age.sort, now this also sort this value from smaller to bigger, but let's see, age, but it's mutated again. As you can see, it has been, the original data is not anymore the same. So another best way to do the same thing is actually sorted. This is already a built-in function, sorted, and you pass age. And then this doesn't mutate the original. And you have to, of course, sorted age. You have to store it as a different variable. Sorted age. Now let's see. Yes, it's sorted, and also the original value is also the same. Yeah. So we have sorted. We have seen sorted and sort. It might be difficult to understand now between the two things, but if you just understand at least, we can use the sort or sorted method to sort. That's good enough. Here, in addition, you can use this reverse, true or false. I think we can also use here. Maybe I can show you here. Not here. No, let me show you first the result. The result, as you can see, is ascending order. So we can say here, here, it takes two parameters, reverse true or false. Yeah, if we say reverse true, what's the, yeah, as you can see now, we have reversed it. Reversed means from biggest to lowest. But if you just put it the default, it gives you ascending order. If you want an descending order, reverse. Can we use this too? I am not sure. Yeah, I think it's just reverse. Reverse true. Great. Yeah, I think we're done with lists. Yeah, we have covered quite a lot of methods in list, and it's very important to revise this part and go through this exercise if you want to familiarize yourself, because it really helps you to remember the available list methods and operations. Good. We will continue to conditionals soon. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get started. In this part, we learn conditionals. Conditionals.py. Great. Yeah, I will just minimize that and start conditionals. But before conditionals, there are some methods we left related to list. Let me check what we have here. Let's go to here and list this. Maybe I can just copy some list, okay? I have fruit here. If I want to add, actually append at items fruits, dot append allow me to append one item, but sometimes we may want to append many items, you know? So we have to use extend, and then we can use this. Inside, I can say, okay, maybe I can add apple and maybe lime, if there's no in the list, and maybe guava, if you know what guava is, but it's just a kind of a fruit. And then let's just print this value, fruits. Now our fruit list is bigger. Yeah, great. That's one of the, so as I showed you, this is the one of the methods to get all the methods. So there and fruits. So it's very good. And now, as you can see, all the methods. So we have used append, we have used clear in the copy. Copy is very good. You can say fruits copy and fruits dot copy. Why? Now I'm copying this and storing it in a different variable. Then when I'm modifying this, I don't affect the original. So we sometimes need to copy. And count, we have seen extend, index, we have seen it also insert, pop, remove, reverse, sort. We have seen all the methods. Now, I think it's better to just put this in a different file, lists.py, example.py, and just put it there. And let's move on to conditionals. What's conditionals, guys? Guys, do you think everybody's a programmer?
Potentially.
Yes, everybody's a programmer. You lead life, right?
Yeah.
We sleep, we wake up, we eat, we go work, we come to class. All these are scheduled, right?
True.
Yeah, they're there. So everybody has a plan, set of instruction that we execute, orderly or without order. It depends. Some people might be well organized naturally, good for them. But anyway, so everybody, according to my definition, everybody is a programmer in one way or the other. You just came to this class at 5:30 because you've been thinking of this time and then you showed up. So you made a decision showing up. You showed up, right? Yeah, you're here. It's clear that you're here and you showed up. That's a decision. So we have to have a condition. If the time is 5:30, yeah, please show up to a Sabines course or Python, fundamental to Python. Does it make sense? It's an English language, right? Do you read so far this language?
Yeah, that's true.
It's clear, right? So have you seen the condition? What's the condition here?
The time.
Yes, the condition is the time. Yes, you've been waiting for that condition until 5. Yeah, okay, let's do another. Yeah. If the weather is sunny, go out freely. Otherwise, go with a raincoat or an umbrella. How about this? Is it easy for you to read, guys? An umbrella. Okay. What do you think?
Yes, it is. That's the condition.
Yeah, this is Python. Now let's change this to a proper Python. Okay. Now let's say time. I can say I write it 5:30. Then if in Python we use this if. Now let me just comment this out for the time being because this is not a Python code, it's an English language. If is a reserved word for Python, so we pass the condition here. So if time, yeah, but if time is 5:30 equal to 5:30. We use this, then we execute this part of the code. This is just part of the syntax, the column, yeah? Print, go to the class. Let's see if it's, have you seen? Yeah, go to the class. How about if we change this to 6? What do you think? Nothing happened.
False. Oh, no. Yeah.
Because the condition was not fulfilled, right? So we managed to write an if statement that works for a single scenario. The condition is just one. How about if we have many conditions? At least else, let's else do something else. Oh yeah, do some activity until you got the class. As you can see, do some activity. But if I just get this back to 5, what would be the answer? I mean, what would be the result? This part will be executed. Have you seen it? So this is the condition. But how about if we have more? This is really somehow difficult to write because the value I give here is just time, and where the value, I will just comment this out and I will give you very, very simple example that allows you to understand if conditional A is equal to 5. Do you understand this line?
Yes, yes.
Yes, that means we are storing 5 at A. If A is greater than 0, we are going to call this A is negative, I mean, less than 0. I can say it positive, okay? Okay, so let's check the statement. What's the value of A?
Greater than 0, that's positive.
Yeah, so what's the value of A? Tell me here, the value of A. 5.
5.
5 greater than 0, the value is going to be true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the condition is true, so this will be executed. So the result will be A is positive. How about if I change this to negative? What will be executed?
Nothing will show.
Nothing is not nice. So let's add else statement, then print the number for A is negative. A is negative. So let's see. A is negative, it's working, but let's change this to 0. 0. So what's the value of A here?
A is 5 and A is 0. Yes, A is 0.
Yes. So is 0 greater than 0?
No.
No. So it's false. Since this condition is false, then this will run and the result will be A is negative. But I mean, is 0 negative? No. So now we have to need another more condition, elif. So if A is going to be 0, we have to say print A is 0. And how about another condition? Elif A is less than 0, we should explicitly say A is negative. Okay, else A is not a number. It's not a number. So we are checking all the conditions. Is A greater than 0? If it is, okay, it's positive. If A is less than 0, then it's negative. Is A is equal to 0, then it's 0. If else, it's going to be just something else. Now let's run again. A is 0, great. 10, for instance. A is positive, yeah, minus 100 or whatever. Minus 10. A is negative, so it's working. Our condition is really working properly. But now we don't know what A value is. Do you remember the string interpolation? F, F, F. And then we can change this value to? I can change this value to, if you remember, curly bracket, like this. Now, as you can see, minus 10 is a negative number. We're formatting it. 0 is 0, yeah. Is not a number. Yeah, great. As you can see, 10 is the negative number. How about 4? 4 is a positive number. Have you seen? We're making decision, right?
Right, right.
So please write one to me if this is clear for you, because this is really very important, guys, when it comes to programming.
What if you write that A is B?
A is B? Yes. Now you mean like this?
Yeah, just to get the print.
Yes.
A is not a number. Yeah, the last one.
So yeah, so it's going to be this one, and let's see. Yes, but actually it failed. Do you know why?
Because you changed it with the F.
It's not because of that. The reason why, because this value has been compared with number. We can't compare because now, what's the value of A now here?
B.
B, the string B. We are trying to compare the string B with 0, and that is not legal in Python. So it failed, actually. It failed. So now how can we protect our code from being crushed? Is it time to learn that part? And if I teach it, would it be easy? No. We will come to that later. Try and accept. Yeah, so that will come later. But as you can see, it failed because we can't compare number with string. But it would be more, how about if we give 2.5? This is very good. 2.5 is a positive number. Again, now, our condition or our code is not working. 2.5 is not a positive number, right? I mean, it's a positive number, but it's not an integer at least, yeah? How do we check an integer? Okay, if you want to check if it's an integer also, you can say if A, maybe if A type of A is equal to int. And then we can do this again. We are nested it. Else, we can say print, it is a float or a decimal number. It's a float, floating point, floating number. So as you can see now, we are taking it further. We have nested nested conditionals. Let's try this. It's a floating number because it's a decimal number, it's not. But yeah, so we can also nest. Yeah, let's just move on additional, just to make clear. Maybe what's the weather like today? What's the weather like today? Is it rainy or what is? Let's start with rainy, okay? If weather is rainy, what do? You have to take something, right, with you? Take a raincoat.
Stay home.
With you, yes. Or stay at home. That's not very good advice. You should go with whatever you have, okay? But you can stay also at home. Okay, else if weather is equal to maybe cloudy. Oh, and no one knows, it may rain. It may rain. It's a sign of rain, right? Cloud. Okay. Else if weather sunny. Print. Go out freely and enjoy the shiny day whatsoever. Yes. If you're thinking of that, it will come after 6 months or 5. I don't know. Okay, great. You can continue as Elif, weather, or another, snowy or something. Print, the road might be slippery. Might be slippery, or I think I made extra this. Now let's say else the last print, I can say no one knows about the weather. Have you seen this? No one knows about the weather. So usually it checks from this down. If this condition is true, it executes this and it doesn't check the next, by the way. Yeah, that's how it works. First, it checks this one. And if this is true, it executes this. If this doesn't, if this is not true, it comes here. And if this is not true, it comes here. And if this is not true, it comes here. And if this is not true, it comes the end. So this is like a kind of a default, the last. Is it clear so far, guys? Is it clear? Write one to me, and that's how I know. Another short way of writing is we have this, for instance, if you can say some value here, and then if true, for instance, I can just show you true, that value, else the other value. And then we can just store value. Oh, I thought, I think I made a typo. Have you seen now? I forgot the syntax, but let me think a bit. If Okay, I can check it. No, I'm just trying to check a ternary shorthand, a shorthand. If condition, oh yeah, not this, just we have to use else. Sometimes I mix it with JavaScript. So what does it mean? We can also actually use this shorthand method. For instance, if true means if a is greater than 0, I can say a here is 10. The value is going to be positive, right? Else the value is going to be negative. And we call this ternary, very short way of writing. So if a is greater than 0, the value is going to be positive. If not, it's going to be negative. So what do you think I can get here? Value. What's the value now?
It's positive. It should be positive, right?
It should be positive. Great. Positive. Now let's say if I say I can say name, and I can say I can write my name, and let me check if name length of the name greater than 7. I can say this one. Very long name. And I can call it short name. What do you think the value?
A very long name.
Yes, very long name. Great. Now let's just make this Bob. And Bob got a very short name. I just love Bob. He's got a very short name. Great. Oh yeah. Now, yeah, that's all what you need about conditionals, guys. So do you have any question? But we can also check here. So let's see some use cases of conditionals. For instance, let's generate some number, right? And if I see nums, what's the easy and lazy way of generating numbers? Range, do you remember this? How many numbers I'm generating now?
100 numbers, yeah, from 0 to...
Yes. So now I can, but we didn't learn the loop yet, so it's hard to make use of that. But just to see the numbers, we have to use list and you have to pass it nums, right? Now we can actually filter this number, the evens and the odds, but this has also a way by itself to get the even numbers. For instance, this gives me all the even numbers, right? Yeah, look at it. And if you change this to 1, and it gives you all the odd numbers, and I believe by now you're very familiar with that, odd numbers. But here still it didn't work for me. I think I have to go to some of the Finland, for instance. I go for Finland. Very good example, the countries, okay? Now let's say if Finland in countries, have you seen now this is a condition. If this condition is true, print where the index of Finland. But now by default, you know the index of Finland. What's the index of Finland?
0, yeah.
0. But now let's ask Python to give us countries and then dot index and then Finland. So what are you expecting from line 50? 0.
0, yeah.
0.
Why would you do it that way if you can do it the other way?
Okay, without this condition?
No, without the, yeah, yes.
Okay, that's a very good question. Because if you have seen that, if the item is not there, it fails. Let me show you. That's a very good question. And now let's run this. Oh, Finland is there already, but imagine if Finland, if it was, let's change to German, sorry, Germany. Okay, we don't have Germany, right?
It gives an error.
Yes, that it's an error in programming. If your software is doing this, it's a crash. Actually, it's crashing.
Oh yeah, crash. Yeah.
So first, what we have to do, we check it. So we have to check it. As you can see now, does Germany exist now? Let's try here now, okay? What do you think now? It check first if Germany exists. If it exists, it gives us the index. If it's not, it doesn't
do anything. Yeah.
Yes, great. Have you seen? Nothing. Yeah. Did I answer your question, Taina?
Yes. Yep. Thanks.
Great. Yep. So that's the use case of one-off. But if conditionals, they do have quite a lot of uses. Maybe I can, for instance, if you want to give grade for students, let's do this one for students. And yes, score, for instance, you can call the score of the student. It could be different, right? And now let's do if score is greater than 90, let's give a print your grade is A in Finland. That means 5. Okay, A, but it's not very common, so I go for A. Then let's imagine here. Then print. Sorry, and if score is greater than. No, sorry. If score is less than 90, and do you remember this end? Score greater than 80, so print your score is B. Then it's the same fashion, so I have to just do this a couple of times. Yeah, you have to be sure the indentation, guys, now. Now this should be from 80 to 70. And from 70 to 60. And the last else, we're just making it so dangerous that someone who is less than 60 is going to be fail. Print. You failed. Okay. Does it make sense, guys? What do you think?
Yeah, what if score is equal to 90?
90. Oh, that's very good. So in this program, as you can see, we didn't consider the boundaries. So we have to put this. Then this one, and then again, we have to also put boundaries, for instance, up to 80 here. So as you can see now, between 80 and 90, and then again, between 70 and 80. So we should have some kind of boundaries. Did I answer? Timo, what do you think now?
Yeah, because you have to be careful with the boundaries and coding.
That's true. Now, for instance, if we put here 60, we should get actually our score, but we put like A, B, C, at least it should be C, and this should be D, I'm not sure if there is E value, so there is no E. So let's see. Yeah, your score is actually at the boundary, someone got it. But if it was 59, that's so dangerous, right? So what would be? It's failed. Oh, you failed. That's a very sad news. Okay, great. We're done with conditionals. Great. And next will be loops. Okay, welcome back. In this part, we will learn loops. Very interesting part of programming. Yep. What's loops? Yeah, okay. It seems a repetition, iteration of the same thing. So if I ask you guys to send greetings to friends, maybe you're just a different person who has many friends, 100 friends and 100 friends, and I may ask you to send them greeting. Maybe you want to send them a greetings to 100 friends. So the same message, it will be hard, right? It takes you some time. But in Python, it takes you almost no time. How? Okay, let's do a print. If it was doing, for instance, manually, you may say, Happy New Year, maybe Happy New Year message, yeah? New Year coming maybe 2022. Anyway, Happy New Year is good enough. So how many times? Now I did it at least once. Okay, to send it maybe I have to do something like this. Maybe if I have to add people's name together, it would be hard, right? Happy New Year, Asabena, Happy New Year, Donald, Happy New Year, Steve, something like that. It would be even harder. Yeah. Okay, so in programming, we have these loops. In programming, we have two kinds of loops. We have two kinds of loops. While and for loop. First, let's see for loop. So to write a for loop, you need for, and then, did I tell you that, what do we have in range if I say maybe 3? What do I have here? Guys, tell me the values you have here.
0 to 3.
Yeah, 0 and what are the values?
1 to 3. Oh no, 0, 1, 2.
0, 1, 2. Great. So in Python, actually, we can say for I in range. Then if you print I, actually you get all. So what for I in range means I in this list get all the values out. So we 0, 1, 2. Have you seen them out? That's crazy. Then if you go up to 10 or 11, we can get from 0 to 10. Oh yeah. Now you learn how to write for loop. But how about if it was something like, what's that? Again, I have to get this, the list. How about if we have some lists, and in this case also so easy, we can say for country in countries, print one of the country. This also gives you, oh yeah, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Guys, we start the game. It looks good, right? And we can change to upper instead of, oh yeah. Yeah, even we can just print many things at the same time. Oh yeah, as you can see, maybe we can even slice after and we can get the country code, right? The country code. If you slice up to the third, what did I make? a mistake. I think I don't need this additional. Yes. Oh yeah, Finn, Sweden, Norway. And even you can actually print this out as in list. If you just put it, oh yeah. Then in addition, we can create even a new list of lists, and then just create an empty list. And then instead of printing everything out, how about if we just append that to, is it getting advanced too fast? And then just append the one I have this. Of course, now you don't say anything. But if you print the list of lists I created there, it's just something like this. Okay, Finland, lowercase, uppercase, and the country code, we just created a list of lists using that. So this allow us to do quite a lot of things anyway, but let's just forget this. Now, just this make things complicated for you, but at least you can see that just, is it okay so far, this line? Yeah, this is okay, right? So what it does, go to the countries and print each of the country. So this means each of the country. We did the same here. If it was just numbers, it's the same as like, I can say, for instance, I can change this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one of the item or num, one of the num. Then now num is going to be one of the number every time. Have you seen? Now, do you get it? So now, for instance, if I want to print from 0 to 100 for I in a range, if I just do this and print I, just allows me to print, as you can see, from 0 to 100. Of course, I can start from 1 if I want. And if you want the increment by 10, of course, it will be, the numbers will be different. Maybe I can start from 0 and it will be like 0, 10, yeah? 0, 10, 20, because the increment is 10. Now, this is for loop, so easy. Now let's come to the countries again, and let's do for country in countries. Maybe this, by the way, you can call it even C or whatever. For C in countries, that means C represent print C. But I usually prefer to write the full, you know. Now, let's filter out which countries do have land. Guys, tell me. Some of the countries are without land, so surprise. Here's Sweden, Norway, Denmark. They do not have land. Have you noticed that, guys?
So Iceland, yeah. And
okay.
Finland.
So now let's figure out with Python. If land in country in C, sorry. Print C. So first we are iterating through each country and we are checking every now and then. So we just only print if the country has land. Let's see. Did we solve it already, guys? Yes, we did. So, but instead of splashing them out, how about if we store them? Countries with land. Okay, and then empty. Then I can just say countries Switzerland dot append C. Then I can check what I have here. Country Switzerland. Oh yeah, that's so beautiful, right? We filtered out. So let's do the reverse. Without. Have you ever seen any country without land? Countries without land. And let's just make this empty. And then for C or country, in countries, then if land not in country, then we can say countries without land, without append, and then the country. Countries without land. Have you seen countries without land? All my countries do not have way. There is only one country that has its own way, and that's Norway, right? Let's figure out, how do I figure out, or how do we get that? A country with way. You tell me now. It's the same thing, actually. You can copy this code. So for C in countries, if way in C country, and then C. Now, if you check print country with way, how many way? Yeah, Norway. How is it so far, guys?
Interesting but confusing meanwhile.
Okay, so let's start again with numbers, nums. Let's make it clear. Nums, by the way, I'm doing the same thing all over again just to make
No, I mean, actually, it's clear, but I need to practice.
Yes, yes, but let's just do it once and it will be the end, okay? Nums, okay? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I want you to loop through, you tell me. Help me to write the code, guys. Let's collaborate. 4, yeah.
Numbers.
Num, in
numbers.
nums, colon, print, num. So easy, right?
Yes.
So is num like, could it be A? Yes, why not? You can call it A if you want. But usually it could be somehow meaningful if you call, because one of the num. So from the nums, one of it's, or you can call it item, one of the item in the list. Is that okay still? Yes, it is okay. But usually if it's countries, we call it country, and so it will be so easy to read. If it's nums, we call it num, and you can call it n also, it's still good enough. Can we add all these guys, these numbers? I can say total, the total is 0, right? And let's start with 0, and then let's add these numbers together. How do we do that? Actually, this is how you do total is equal to total plus the num. Now and then, now n, that means. Now, if I just print total, I should get actually 1 plus 2, 3, 6, 10, 15, a kind of 15. Yep, we did it. But this can be shortened. This kind of code can be shortened. I can copy, and you can also write this differently, like this. Another way of shortening the same thing. But you can write this or this is okay. But now how about if I want you to filter only the even numbers? How many even numbers do we have here?
2.
Again?
Like if 0 is also.
0, 2, and 4 are even numbers. So we can say first for num in nums, if n divided by 2, if the quotient is 0, that means divisible, right? Yeah. If you divide something and if you divide something by 2, I mean a number by 2, and if there's no remainder, then it's divisible, right? Now let's check n. And now you may find 0, 2, 4 are even numbers. And you can just evens. Let's just create an empty, and then instead of printing, let's collect them, let's store them. And evens dot append. Then you can just n. Then where do we get? We have to print the value here. Evens. I'm expecting list of even numbers. 0 to 4. That's beautiful, right? Yeah. Okay. Now let's print maybe differently. If you remember, like now for I in range, if I say like this, and I means integer, but you can give it J, I, K, whatever, or A, B, but it's common to say or use I, okay? It refers to integer. Of course, everything we stored here is integer, right? Yes, as you can see, I found just this. How about if I multiply these numbers together? If you want, yeah, of course you get the result. Oh yeah, but instead, this I love string interpolation. Do you remember F? And then we can just use this. And then what I can do, I can actually I times I is equal to this. This is so beautiful, right? So what I'm doing is actually every time I multiply, but this one is just putting the number here. We are really multiplying it. Have you seen it? This is beautiful, right? 1 times 1, 2 times 2, 4, something like that. Okay, how about if you want more even? Yeah, you can do whatever you want. But maybe I can do something differently. For instance, I can say, if you remember, do you know this? I think this, the power of 2, give us this, and let's do more. The power of 3 give us, and we have to do this then again, guys, exponential this, and this also better. Let's see the result. Yep. Well, 1 to the power of 2, 1 to the power of 2, 4, 3 to the power of 2, 9, something like that. Yeah. So yeah, you can print whatever you want. You can just print also, print just this times this. If you learn that, it's good enough. And now we can still add condition. If I is divisible by, maybe it's not divisible by 2, print I. Do you know what I'm filtering now? Only the odd numbers. As you can see, 1, 3, 7, 9. And if I go up to 100, I'm still filtering the odd numbers because of this condition. Okay. I think it's good enough for loop. How about, how do we use, maybe I can check if there are interesting examples I can help. Interesting examples, let's check. Yeah, there's no interesting examples. But maybe something I want to show you. Let's go through this again. Do you see some strange number? Do you see some strange number in this list of numbers? Like something different? Don't you see? At least I see some, one of the number is different, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's -7, yeah.
Yeah, -7 is just different. So sometimes we can say for I in nums, so I'm just iterating. If I is less than 0, continue. What does that mean? We are not interested in this value, but we just print only the positive numbers. Let's see the value. It will print 0, 1, 2, 3. Have you seen it skip 7? So we can use this continue if the number is less. Yeah, or maybe we can also actually do, sometimes we don't have to look through the whole list. Maybe we can break even. Break. If we find something less than 0, then there is something wrong, then we can break. Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3. When it reached here, it was less than 0 and it broke. So yeah. Have you noticed the difference between break and continue, guys?
Yes, good.
Yes, continue is to skip one of the item. Continue is to interrupt the loop, the iteration, to break out. That means I don't go further. Yeah, and it saves, actually, it increases performance. So why? What's the need to go all the lists if you find what you want? Yeah, there are cases, there are some problems. You get your desired output, and after that, you don't want to continue, right? Yes.
Yes, I have a question, but it shouldn't be. This doesn't work with strings, does it?
Which one?
This skipping and breaking.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It does.
Yeah. Wait. For instance, let's do with this. Yeah. Okay. But of course, your condition should be for country C in countries. Yeah. For instance, if way in C.
Oh, yes, yes.
Continue. Now I'm deliberately missing out
Norway. Yeah.
Norway. Sorry, Norway. Because it has a way. And so, sorry. No one, no Norwegian here? Okay, it's okay. So have you seen how we remove Norway?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's up to you to come up with the logic. Yeah. You learn the feature, the possibility, then it's up to you. Now, okay, for instance, let's, if you do this land, for instance, we will omit Finland and Iceland. Yeah.
Good.
But this is more, it seems, but most of the time we do this when there's just one or two item, one just to continue. This seems like filtering, but for filtering, we use differently. Okay, let's see if there's something I have to cover before I move to other topics. No, there's nothing. But sometimes, guys, it's not like this. You may have, for instance, if you remember, let me show you this. I can create a because I don't have data now, but so I can create data fast. Let me create data. You don't have to look at me that. What I do, print for C in countries, and I want to just generate something. Maybe C, just to see C to upper and C to upper, and I want to just slice the first three, and again I may say the length of C. I think this is good enough for me now already for C in countries. And yeah, so this is what I want to print out. And I will make use of that data. Yeah, so I want to, yes, I generate data. Now you don't have to look at this. I will teach you this later. So imagine we have this data. I just call it data. What? I thought I just copied this. Let's see if it's copied. No. Yeah, it's copied. Have you seen this list of lists, right? We have another list inside, yeah? Another list.
Yeah.
So let's, what we do for just item, you can call it whatever, in data, and then let's print and see what's happening, then item. So what's happening here? No such a file. What do you mean by that? We have a file, yeah. Have you seen it's printed out, but still it's a list. So you have to again loop through these items. Okay, then we can say from there for one of the item, maybe just we call this one the maybe I call it list because it was a list for list in data, and now the item in the list, and now print the item. So as you can see, now we managed to print each part. Yeah. Sometimes, hey guys, I am interested only in the numbers, this, and I want you to store all the numbers. How do you do? Those numbers, nums, okay. So as you can see here, it's a bit hard to find the numbers. I mean, to know at what index this one is, because 0, 1, 2, 3. So the easy way to do, I think we don't have to go, we don't have to come here. We can just actually say list, and what is the 0, 1, 2, 3. So 3. Let's print this out. Because you may get different data like this. Have you seen now? I got, okay, now instead of nums, let's append. Well, what's the purpose of doing this? For instance, this could be price of something, guys, even though now it's just a random number. Or it could be population of a country. Maybe if I ask you, what's the average population of the Scandinavian countries? So in that case, you have to first add all the numbers together and divide the number of the countries, right? So now let's see, print nums. And I think, yes, great. Yeah, great. Now I think it's better to talk about for while loops. While loops. What's the difference between it? There's no much difference. So we can say, for instance, I is equal to 0. You have to have something to start with. And there's this while I is less than 4, you can say print I. But at the same time, we have to increment I now and then. If not, we may end up infinite loop. So let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, yes. Yes, I heard someone asking. No, so as you can see, we have initial, our initial is 0, and we have a condition. Our condition is this value should be less than 0, but if it's not 0, we can continue, less than 4, sorry guys. If it is less than 4, we can continue until it gets 3, because it doesn't get 4. Yeah, that's why. How about if I change this to 10, what will be the maximum value of I?
9.
9.
9, great. So this is how you do it. Now you got it. And now I think something I didn't teach you also here, actually I have to come back. How do we print the other way, reverse, for instance, reverse order here. Now, even in range for I, in range, you have 5, right? Now, if I do print I, you know what we get, right? Everybody should be now. What am I going from this? Tell me.
0 to 4.
0 to 4, yes. Great. Now, what I'm asking you, actually, how do we reverse this? For 4 to?
Colon -1.
So we should see, we should start from 4, and our end should be -1, and the increment should be -1. I think this allows us to do the reverse of this. Again, yeah, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your starting point 4, yeah. The end 0, because -1 doesn't include minus, so 0, and the increment is, does it make sense, guys? We have seen this a couple of times, yeah? This part. Now, I want you to print, if you want to print from 10 to 0, you should put for I in range. So you should start from 10, and you should go to -1 and -1. And print I, and this should give me from 10 to 0. 10 to 0, yeah, it's working. How about with 0? Now, as you can see, yeah, I mean, this, let's make this up to 6, and we will have a chance to see just 0 to 5. My point is now, let's reverse this. I have to start from 5, and this should be different. While I is greater than or equal to 0. Then we have to do the subtraction. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Great. This is the same. So now you can do whatever you want. If you increase this to up to 100, so you can just manage to print whatever you want once if you get. This allow us, and sometimes, what do you think if I change this just true? What would be the result? This is an infinite loop and it doesn't stop because the condition is true all the time, okay? This condition will never be false. That means it will run forever. So avoid writing such condition, a condition that will be true all the time. That means the loop will never stop. Yep. Yeah. So I will conclude my lesson here today. And let's show you what you should do for exercise. What did we cover today? We covered conditionals, list. First, we learned list. And as I told you at the very beginning, when we just covered the topic part, the list topic, you have exercises over here. And then you go to conditionals. There are quite lots of conditional exercises. Yeah, not really, it's good enough. We saw some of we have seen this part already, and you may try them out. Okay, and then we covered also loops. Loops is very important. Maybe if there's some interesting question, I may, for instance, we have done this, right? Is it hard for you now? No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's not. No, I iterate through the list. For instance, let me just take, yeah, you are given this using for loop and print out the items. So what you should do, you have the list, you can save it, or you don't have to. I mean, you can store it with a variable, or you don't have to. What you should do, for item in, just then print the item. Have you seen? Yes, Python, NumPy, Pandas, Django, Flask. We managed, so it's so easy. Use for loop to iterate from 0 to, is it difficult? No, it's not anymore. Use a for loop to iterate from and print only odd numbers, even numbers, sum of all numbers. Yeah, I can do sum of all numbers for you. And the sum is this. Okay, let's check. So what it says, let's start from total. Usually start from 0 total. 0, because you don't have number at the very beginning. So for I in range, let's go up to 0, 0, 1. That means up to 101. Then total is equal to total plus I every now and then. And if you print now total, actually, we should get, yep. Then if you want to print something like this, what we should do, yeah, F string, we have to remove this, and we can just inject the total here. And let's again, the sum of all numbers is this. The sum of all numbers from the beginning to the end, you can also, yeah, this is so simple. So you can go through the exercise and then you will be really good at. So what is going to be covered next week? Oh yeah. So first we will learn this: sets, tuples, and dictionaries. And then again, functions. These two for next week. Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody. Today we will learn about set, tuples, dictionary, and function. So set is somehow similar to what you learned in high school. Yeah, high school, we learn set. Let me just show you set mathematics. I prefer to show you in a more graphical way or using images. And I would say, for instance, this would be a very good example for me. In set, as you can see, the rectangle is the universal set. That means the compound that has everything. So we call this universal set. In the universal set, we can have many sets. We can have one or two or many sets. Yeah. So in this example, we have two sets. A, this one, the green, and B, the white. Great. So what did I say? We have a universal set, and we have set A and set B. Great. Now, what we see here, I prefer to see the intersection. The green is the intersection, the common part. Yeah. And everything we call the union. The union. So the mix of two together. And then here, actually what we see, we call it A complement. Or maybe we can say this, A without B, A complement. So as you can see, A complement means just only the A part, just, yeah, so. A, the complement, A, this means the A complement. If you have two sets like this and this, they don't have any intersection. There's nothing in common. And if you see A is here and B is inside. So B is actually part of A. So we can say B is a subset of A, or we can say A is a superset of B. Yeah, that is the main concept of set. Okay, then if we have this understanding, let's start learning about sets using Python. Yeah, so I go to here and let's create a folder week 4. Great, here I can just call set. That's the py. How do we create a Python set? I think you don't have to remember everything. Also, I don't remember everything. I have this material. So I can come in here and see how it works. The way we create an empty set in Python is actually using this constructor. So you can just write an empty set. Empty set is like, if you write set and something like this, it's empty set. Let's see. So there is a built-in method that allows you to create an empty set. Yeah, let's see. As you can see, it's an empty set. If you want to check the length of the empty set, len and set like this, it's going to be 0. Yeah, great. Now let's see other methods. But we can also create sets with value. For instance, I can say set A like this, and I may say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Maybe 9 and B, set B, I can say 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. Now I want you to tell me what are the intersection of A and B? A intersection B. Tell me the answer. I can see 3 is common, 4 is common, 5 is common, 9 is common. Do you agree? So 5,
Yes.
3, 5, I think 4, 5, 8, 9. I am writing orderly, but it doesn't really matter. The order doesn't really matter when it comes to Python, okay? Or set. Now let's see A union B. Then you tell me A union B. Actually, it is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Do you agree with this? The union?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Everybody is happy if I just change this capital letter U. It seems, yeah, and if yes. And now we have this A without B. A without B. That means just only A, and the values that doesn't exist in that does exist in B. So you tell me now. I believe that A without B could be 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 6 and 6, 1 to 6. 1 to 6. Am I right? You tell me. Is it right? Yes. So the values that exist only in A, we call it A without B. Then the same way you tell me B without A, then now you tell me.
8.
8, great. We have in symmetric difference, the symmetric difference actually we call it A union B with well, how do we write A union B without? I can just check on the internet. Symmetric difference of sets. Symmetric. So the equation is actually A without B union B without A. Great. A without B union B without A. Do we have A without B here? Yeah, okay. So, and do we have B without? Yes, so it's going to be 1, 2, 6, and what is following?
8.
8. Great. So now we are doing manually this, okay? We are not doing any Python. So let's ask Python to do this for us. Okay. But before that, I think let's just keep this for some time, and we will do this operation. Now let's just print the value of A. I think you expect, yeah, this set of values, right? Of course. Yeah, this is how you get. And then print B. Yes. Can we check the length? How many elements it has? Print length of A. How many elements are you expecting in here? I'm expecting at least 7. And in here, I'm expecting 5. as you can see. Oh, great. Can we add actually items? Let's see if we are able to add items. We use the length method to see the number of items. How do we access them? Yeah, accessing. Okay, we use just loop. We can say, maybe I think but first I can show you membership. Membership means if something exists in a set, for instance, 7 in A. What do you think about this? Do we have 7 in here? Nope. So the answer is going to be false. Yes. How about if I write print 4 in A. Let's see. Do we have 4? Yes, we have. That's true. So it should be true. Great. So, and we can loop through the items. We can say for value or I in. Most of the time it's good to use item because item is one of the item in the sequence. It could be a list or it could be a set or a tuple. So the item. As you can see, I have a chance to print them out. Great. But still, I didn't modify this. I didn't modify it. Can we modify set? Yes, we can modify. Modifying means adding or removing an item. So we can use the add method. It's a bit different from list. So, and we don't use indexing here. No indexing. Okay. So if I say A add, yeah, maybe I can add, for instance, 100. And if I print now, set A, what are you expecting? You should expect 100 in the list, in the set. Oh yeah, but is it in the order, guys? You tell me. But why? 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, it's good. So it's not in the order because as I told you at the very beginning, order doesn't matter when it comes to set.
Well, why did it put it between 6 and 9?
Not just random because it doesn't have order.
Okay.
As I told you, it doesn't have any order. Maybe even it may have some sequence of arranging that, but you can't access it using index. So we don't worry about the order of a set, okay? Now let's duplicate some item. How about if I have additional 5 item? I mean, no, a 5 item as in a value. So how many duplicates do we have? This 5 is duplicate. When it comes to set, the duplicate will be ignored. Yeah. Look at it. Have you seen? We don't have the duplicate. So one of the use case of set is actually to remove duplicates. Okay, let's move on. So we have seen add, and can we also use update? Sometimes whenever we want to update, we can use many items. For instance, instead, if I say a.update, and I can say, for instance, I didn't see 7 in that list, and 11, 15, 25, whatsoever. So I can have a chance to add many items at once using update. Remember, you should put it as in a list, the list that you want to put in. Yeah. Okay, great. Can we just update? Actually, it's not only as a list, also, you can also pass it as in a tuple. For instance, here, just let me show you, it's a very good code. And if I show you, what do we have here? we have a list of fruit, a set of fruits, and we have actually tuple. I will come to this next. Tuple means if you put something with curly, this a parenthesis, we call it tuple, and we can update our set using a list like this, like this, or using this tuple. And if you run, we will have fruits and vegetable. I think I have to print the fruits. Yes, because now potato, tomato, banana, orange, lemon, onion, carrot, cabbage, and mango. Yes, a mix of fruit and vegetable. A removing item, can we remove? Yes, you can use the remove method and you have to call the item. So for instance, we didn't touch the B, we didn't touch B so far. Let's touch B. B dot from set B, which do you want to remove? Let's remove 5 from here. Okay, so you just put 5 and now print B. Sometimes it's hard to notice if it's removed or not, so you can print before you remove it. As you can see now, I'm printing before I remove, and then I remove it, and then after removing. Look at it. We used to have 5 at the middle, but after removing, there's no 5. Yeah, great. Then we can also use actually the pop item, removes the last element from the set. I am afraid I don't suggest you to use this method because, as I told you, there is no order for set. Let's see, for instance, here. First, also, I want to just print fruits before we remove. As you can see, this is another fruit. So is it the same fruit? Yeah, okay, but it's okay. And then again, print fruits. Here, as you can see, we are printing this. And then we are removing one item. And then again, we are actually printing. So does it remove the last item, the pop? No, it didn't actually. It removed mango. So it just removed actually one random item. So because it doesn't have order, this seems like the order, right? If it was removing, so I should also actually modify this text. It's removing one item, but randomly removing one item. So you never know how it's removing it. At least it's not straightforward for me. Okay, let's move on. Clear. If you want to just clear out everything, you can do, for instance, print A and then clear. And this is actually clearing out none. So nothing, but actually it says none there. After you clear out, this is how you clear out. Then let's print A. By now, I'm expecting empty set. Yeah, I'm expecting, yes, great. We can also use delete to delete an item. So as you can see, if you want to delete the set itself, we use del. So this one is actually deleting everything. It's not just a specific item, so it just delete everything. Okay, what does that mean? Let's try. Print first del A. And then if I try to print, do you think it will be okay? No, it's not going to be okay because after deleting, we will not get or access A anymore. So it will be an error. Okay, let's see. Name A is not defined. The reason why? Because we removed it at this step. Yeah. Let's see another converting. Can we convert a list to a set or a set to? Yeah, we can convert one to the other. Let's see, for instance, we have here, again, fruit. I will show you, but banana, orange, mango, lemon, orange, banana. How many orange do we have? 2 oranges. How many banana do we have? 2 bananas. If you change this to a list, this is how you do: print, set, and then you just drop it here, just fruits. But when you print this out, or when you change this to a set, the duplicate items will be removed. Oh, so I have to stop doing this here. Yeah, as you can see now, only 1 banana, mango, lemon, and only 1 orange. Yeah, great. So if you want to remove a duplicate item, you should use set. Now let's talk about this again. Yeah, this. We have these items. I have to take these items down because it makes it clear. Now, how do we make use of Python to know the union of the items? So A dot union B. This is so easy. Or you can say B union A. Print B union A, because it's commutative, right? A. So we should get the same value, but the order might be different. Let's see. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So this is what we also set, as you can see. The same. Great. Now, let's see also the intersection. Print A intersection B, or B intersection A. Let's see. As you can see, this is what we said also. Let's see the intersection 3, 4, 5, 8. We made a mistake because there is no 8. Yeah, Python is smarter than we do, guys. There is no 8 in common, so I have to remove it. We made a mistake. Okay, now Python told us that this, our intersection was wrong. Yeah, and that's true. Okay, let's go for A without B. Print. How do we do that? A difference B. So I'm expecting for that 1 to 6. 1 to 6. Yeah. Print A. No, B difference A. Great. It says just 8. Great. And now let's do symmetric difference. Print symmetric difference of A, symmetric difference of B. So all these are just methods, okay, guys, available methods for us. 1, 2, 6, 8. 1, 2, 6, 8. Great. Now we actually use the methods, the available methods of sets to do mathematical set. Yeah, this is a mathematics, okay? Find intersection. So we have seen that. We can also check if there is set or super subset. As you can see, if this one, for instance, this is a subset. Oh, no, this one is a subset of this. And this is a superset of this. As you can see, item 2 exists in here, items 3 or also exist in here. So this is a subset of this one. You don't have to know match because it sounds more like now mathematics. So we have seen or joining sets. You can check that, for instance, is disjoint set, like, I'll show you. print A is disjoint B. That means disjoint sets means if two sets do not have intersection, we call them disjoint set, but this is not. This should be false because they have intersection. Yeah, they have intersection. Great. Yeah, I think this is everything you should know about set in Python or using Python. Yeah, do you have any question before we finish the set part of this?
In real life, when are you using tuples and lists and sets and so on? Because there are different types of listing items, but when you should use each other.
Yeah, okay. As you can see, it sounds more of mathematics, and this kind of, for instance, cleaning. This set, usually set and intersection allows you to remove duplicate. Yeah, you have set and list. Set and list allows you to remove duplicates. And this set, most of the time, you may need it somehow, some application that really needs some math intensive problems. Next, we will talk about tuple and then dictionary, and then that will be more easy for me to show you the difference between what is list, what is set, what's tuple, and when to use it. And then I will answer that after we cover all of this, okay? Then, yeah, that would be easy for you also to notice. But remember what you should remember from set. It does not allow duplicate. No ordering, okay? We can't access item by its index. These are the major differences. Okay, let's stop in here. Welcome back, everybody. In this part, we will learn tuples. Yeah, tuples. So what's this name? By the way, I don't know the English definition of what is a tuple means. Tuple definition, let's see. What does the English? A data structure consisting of multiple parts. Okay, I know that, but what is, because I'm not native to the English language. Okay, now it just has this Python definition, but anything you write, tuple is something, a data type, you can write with this, okay? So how do we create tuple? You may say, for instance, empty tuple. Let's create an empty tuple like this. This is an empty tuple in Python, this. Okay, let's see. Yep, you saw it, you have seen it already. Okay, let's check if it's a tuple or not. Type tuple. So now I'm checking this empty tuple actually, and let's see. Yeah, tuple, great. And also you can create a tuple also like this, tuple, and this is also an empty tuple. Let's check, print T. As you can see, it's a tuple, and let's check what T is, type, and T. It's, yeah, but actually tuple has order. Tuple has order. We can use index. to access the items. Okay, now let's create a tuple with items. Print tuple, and we can say, for instance, 20, and okay, 22, please. Okay, so it has an order. If you see print now, I can store this. By the way, I just want to ask you a quiz. What variable name do you want to give for this? Tell me. A very good variable name.
Years.
Yes, great. You have to make your variable names mnemonic. So it's so easy as that anyone can understand this. So if you want to access one of the item, years 0, so I should get 2020. And if I say print years 1, yes, but it doesn't, I'm not sure if it's working negative indexing. -1, I'm afraid it doesn't, but it's working even negative indexing. Yeah. So tuple has order. Okay, can we use the in operator, print 2023 in the years? Do we have 2023 here? No, we don't have, but let's try checking. False, yeah. So we can use this to check. Can we use for loop for year in years, print the year? Yeah. So now, yes, for instance, if you've been here since starting year, if you've been here since 2019, now maybe if I ask you the difference, you should just subtract start year, right? If you've been somewhere in Finland or somewhere, so you've been for 1 year, some of you 2 years, some of you for 3 years. So while you are looping, you just also do operation. It could be addition or subtraction or whatsoever, not only in here, in any problem. Okay, let's go to set and tuple, and let's see what we can get there. Tuples. A tuple is a collection of data types. It could be similar data types or different data types, which is ordered. It should be ordered and unchangeable. Oh, guys, this is very important when it comes to programming. Unchangeable. It will not be changed. Okay, unchangeable. Because I just changed I come up with this word instead of not saying mutable, not mutable or unmutable. Yeah. Now the virus is actually, the coronavirus is mutating itself, right? It's changing to different variety of virus. Yeah. So that means some of the DNA changes. So, but nothing to do with DNA here. When we say tuple, once it's created, it will remain the same. So now we have created a tuple containing 3 items, and it will remain the same with 3 items. We can't remove or add. That's the idea of mutation. Is that clear? Just type 1 for me if mutation is clear for you now. So it's the first time when we come across with such kind of a data type. So it doesn't mutate. You can't mutate tuples. It will remain the same. If you have 3 items, 3 items. You can't add or remove. It will just remain like that. So if you have a data that doesn't change by any means, so then I think tuple seems the right kind of data type. Well, great. That's what it says. And tuples are written with round brackets. We have seen that once a tuple is created, we cannot change its values. We cannot use add, insert, remove methods in a tuple because it's not modifiable, it's not changeable, it's not mutable. Unlike, it says here, unlike list, tuple has few methods. Good for you guys. It's just few, so few things to learn. So the tuple constructor, it allows us to create an empty tuple. And the count allow us to count items, index. For instance, if I ask you, hey guys, when did you come to Finland? Some of you might say 2012, okay. And some of you may say 2015, and some of you might 2016. And some of you, again, you may say 2016. Maybe again, some of you. Okay. At what year many of you just showed up to Finland? Okay. Or maybe wherever. You tell me. This, right? Okay. This is very short. Tuple, it's easy to, but we have this count. By the way, count also can be used with list. Years dot count. Then I should have years dot count, and I have to pass the value I want to, then 16. Let's see, I'm expecting 3 times. Yeah, it seems, how many times 2016 occurs? So I have to 3 times, but I can also use the here again. If I want to print, for instance, this, you can say print how many times. Now you can use F and then inject the year here. Oh yeah, so powerful. And then years dot count, and then again we can pass the year that's coming from here now and then, right? And now let's see. Yeah, as you can see, how many times 2000? What's happening here? What's this minus? Oh. Okay, yeah, because now I have to change this. Let's say starting 2010. So that's the reason why we see just some negative number over there. As you can see, 2012 1 times, 2015 1 times, 2016 3 times. Yeah, for instance, if all of a sudden, if I change this to, and also 2020 or 2019, the most interesting year. Oh, yes. Yeah, let's make it 100 times. Just kidding. Okay, let's see now. And as you can see, 2012 2 times. Yeah, 2 times, and 2016 3 times. But why? I think I have to run this again. Why? Oh yeah, 2019 3 times. Yep, great. So we can use this, the count method and index to find the index of a specified item in a tuple. Yeah, we can, for instance, again, find, for instance, years dot index of year. Yeah, so I'm trying to just find the index of all the items while I'm looping, or you can just do also when you are not doing the loop. As you can see, 0, 0, what? I have to check this. Yes, you may tell me, because the index just gives you the index of the first item. Yeah. So as you can, so this shows you that, as you can see, 2012, we have at the first index, I mean at 0 and 1, but it says just 0, 0, because it just gives you the index of the first occurrence. We have seen also this using when we were learning list. Yeah, we can also use this the operator plus to join to tuples. Let me show you that. Maybe I can show you here. Tuple 1. How about if I say 1, 2, 3, and tuple 2, and if I say 4, 5, 6. How about if we just sum these two up, TP and TP2, TP2. As you can see, we have created a tuple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It seems different. Why? 1, 2, 3. Oh,
you're adding tuple
yeah.
1 twice.
Yeah.
Great, thank you guys. So now, as you can see, this just gave us the mix of these two. Yeah, so it's very important. And another is slicing. Does slicing works? Yeah, that's what a slicing I was asking you. For instance, some of you maybe you're in favor of these countries. Let me just show you the use case of this. For instance, Finland, yeah, and then I say Sweden and Iceland, and maybe I can just go here, Norway, and then I put Denmark. Yes. So I think you're familiar with these country names, and these are the Scandinavian countries. Are they? Yeah, they are, right? Are there more countries, or are these the only countries?
Well, if you want to be precise, Finland is not Scandinavian countries, but the Nordic country. Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland are Scandinavian countries, if you want to be very precise.
Okay, so these are Nordic countries.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's see. So as you can see now, these Nordic countries, we can't create countries, right? Like all of a sudden, we don't have this magic wand that can create countries all of a sudden. So this means actually these countries will remain like the same, and we can't modify them. So this tuple is a very good case to store data like this. Can we slice? Let's slice some of the countries here. Maybe, for instance, I can slice starting from Sweden to the rest. I can slice them out and call them Scandinavian countries. So is Nordic. I can say from Nordic countries, I can slice from 0, 1. Okay, so I have to start from 1 to the rest. I don't have to put value here. Then if I print actually, now I will have a list without Finland. So slicing is also possible. If I want to slice, it's just Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, you tell me. So this is how we do Nordic countries. Then I have to start 0, 1. So I have to start from 1. And then where do I want to end? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but it doesn't include this one. So I have to say 4. And let's see the result. Yes, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Yeah, great. So it's the same as list, okay? This is how we learn also list. So it's not much different from list. Slicing is possible, changing tuples to list. Oh yeah, can we change this to list? Yes, why not? You can just print list and then Nordic countries, because I have this, the list built-in function. And then, oh yeah, now it's a list. Oh yeah, Taina asked me in the morning, when do we use these different punctuation marks? As you can see, whenever I see something like this, I'm sure I am looking at tuples. Again, I'm looking at tuples. And when I see this, what do I am looking at? You just tell me, guys.
A list.
Yes, list.
Okay.
Okay, what's the difference between list and tuple? List is modifiable. We can change it. We can add, we can remove, and we can also access it by index, and it's ordered. Yes, tuple, it's ordered, and we can access it by index, but we can't modify it. Once it's created, it's just, it will be there. For instance, we have here how many items? 5 items in the Nordic countries. Of course, we sliced this out and we stored it somewhere else, but we didn't touch it. We sliced it without touching the original, okay? When I say Nordic country slice, I'm not touching it. I'm slicing and storing it in a different variable here. It seems very complicated at the very beginning, but it will be fine when you just get familiar with that. Okay, great. Checking an item in a list. Checking an item in a list, of course, I mean, in a tuple, it has to be corrected. I think I do have a typo here. Joining two tuples, we have seen that. We use just the plus operator, and yeah. Then actually we can delete not the item, but we can completely delete the tuple. That's possible. And if you say print and delete one of the tuple, for instance, tuple 1, you don't do some kind of operation. We should do it something differently. We do the operation, and let's try printing tuple 1. So I have deleted it already at line 35, and I'm trying to access it again at line 36. Does this make sense, guys? No, right? So this should be causing an error. Let's run. That's how you know if it's deleted or not, actually. Yeah, great. Now we have finished actually tuples. To recap, let's see the definition here. A tuple is a collection of data types. It could be the same kind of data types or different data types, but they are ordered, okay? We can access them by their index, yeah? But they cannot be modified. It should remain the same once it's created. But yeah, we can access them by index. We can also check the lengths with len, and we can slice them. Also, we can access them using negative indexing, and we can change a tuple to list, and we can use the in operator to check if something exists. For instance, banana, orange, mango, lemon, orange in fruits. We have orange, so this should be true, right? Or how about if I say avocado in this fruit? We don't have avocado, so it should be false. Joining, we can use just the plus operator to join. Deleting, to completely delete the tuple, we can use del and the name of your tuple. Great. This is everything you need related to tuple, but you should understand the difference between tuple and the list. Do you have any question? It seems no. So we will move on to dictionary, the most important type of a data type in Python. So I have to close the tuple lesson here. Welcome back. In this part, we will learn dictionaries. Oh yeah, that's very important. Dictionaries. Okay, .py. Let me just show you why we need dictionary. And for instance, you may say first name. And for instance, I can go for my name and last name, and then I can go my last name, and then my age, and everybody knows it, 250, and the country, it is going to be Finland. Now, sometimes we can have data of, this is my data, and someone's Stein's data, or maybe John's data, or Sammy's data, something like that. The first name and the value, the last name and the value, the age and the value. So in this case, we need some kind of structure. So we can change this instead to a dictionary. Okay, let me just comment this out. And I can create a dictionary. So how do we create a dictionary, guys? I will show you. This is how we create a dictionary. Like this. This is an empty dictionary. Oh, really? Yeah. Let's print this out. There's some wrong with the indentation. Sometimes if you have indentation problem, Python doesn't work. Yes, have you seen? It's an empty dictionary. How do I know if it's a dictionary? Let's just check type and this empty. Let's see it. Yes, it's real. It's an empty dictionary. Also, you can create D, you can call it D, and dict. This is also an empty dictionary. Print D. And as you can see, it's an empty dictionary. Or you can also check print type, not type D. Right. Yeah, now, how about if we create a dictionary of Finnish to English, okay? Finnish to English, and then I want, maybe I can start words I know, maybe hello is house in English. If I make a mistake, just tell me, and then I can say kirja, it's going to be a book, and maybe mies is going to be a man, and nainen is going to be a woman, and poika is going to be a boy. Oh, yes, a very good Finnish to English dictionary. Huh. Why we call this dictionary? Can you tell me why we call this dictionary? Because it's mapped. This value, the key is mapped to the value. Key value, key value, key value, key value. So whenever we create a dictionary, it should follow this. There should be a key, a value. Can we make this further? How about if we create a person dictionary? This a person, okay, his first name, the first name, followed by the value, my name. Yep, and the last name, followed by the person's last name. And again, yeah, between this, as you can see, there's a comma, okay? Then country of whatsoever, and then I can say Finland. And then again, skills. Does this person have skills? Why not? Let's give him some skills. At least he has a Python, he has a React, and he may have Node something, some skills. How about address? Yeah, this person should have an address, and we are creating another dictionary. Okay, the street name, we call it space street, and maybe the city, we can call it Helsinki. Helsinki, please. And the zip code, and you can call it 02270 or whatsoever. Now, as you can see, but I think I forgot also, let's give age for this person. You can add plenty of information, you know, age. 250, is married. Yes, he's married. So now I'm at is married. This key, what value do you expect here? What value are you expecting?
Yes or no?
Yes, so it's going to be, in this case?
True or false?
Yes, true. As you can see, I have created now a person that has almost all the data types: string, number, Boolean, list, and another dictionary again. Yes. Okay. If we want to create a data type, for instance, if this person has like kids, we can create his kids, right? And I can then like my kids, John and Robert, and who could be Marta. And if I don't want to have any more kids, that's why I am using a tuple now, guys. If you don't have a plan to have any more kids, so that means, yeah, there is no any way. You just create kids like out of the blue. So yes, something like that, but I don't have kids, and these are not my kids. These are my imaginary kids anyway. So for just to make some example, let's print this, print person. Okay. Let's see it. Yeah, it should be so pretty now. Yeah, as you can see, we have this. For printing purpose, don't think about this. I am about to use some method. From pprint, import pprint. I will teach you about importing in the next session, so don't worry about it. I am just importing this pprint that allows me to print this in a beautiful way. The reason why we call it pprint is pretty print. Yes, I just pronounce it like pretty. Yes, it is pretty. Oh yeah, great. Now, as you can see, this is not so nice to read it. So if I say P, additional P print, it would be nice. Oh yeah, have you seen now? It's pretty, really, indeed, it's pretty. Okay, so now we can access one of the items, for instance, person, and then I can say, what's the age of this person? Everybody knows, tell me, what's the age of this person? 250, and you should get, yes, 250. Okay, let's person, and if I am interested in the skills, As you can see, yeah, if I want you to count the skill of this person, learn, person, and then skills. And then you have to print them out. Oh yes, 3 skills. Yeah, of course you can count them. Oh yeah. Yes, so we can access. Can we modify? But by the way, can we modify after we create this? Yes, we can modify it. Okay, does this person has any nationality, guys? No, he doesn't have any nationality. So now let's modify it. Person, nationality, and then actually we can do Ethiopian. Yes, now let's print again, because print the person to check if it has been modified or not. Yep, let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot to use print because that's so nice to look at it. Okay, as you can see now, this person got nationality. Let me show you again, print person, and if I say schools, where did this person attend schools? Did he tell about what schools he attended? Nope. Do you see any schools here? No. Let's try now. Yeah, Python is now crying. Have you seen? Schools is nowhere mentioned. So there is another method, this print persons.get and then schools. And now I have to comment this out. Let's see. Yeah, it says none. If there is no value, it says none. But now let's, have you seen? So it doesn't crash. Let's add schools. For instance, what schools did I attend? I can say schools. Oh, it will be, so the schools I attended, is it going to be tuple or is it going to be a list?
Depends if you still want to learn something or go to more schools.
Wow, that's very, very good answer. That's true. It depends. Yeah, that's true. So let's just be flexible. So remember, just to use list most of the time, just use list in yourself, okay? Yourself, most of 99 something like types. So now let's say Metropolia and then Helsinki, and then maybe before that, Wageningen, whatever. And I don't remember the name of the university anymore. So maybe whatever, but I don't want to spend too much time trying to fix that. Okay, as you can see, now this will not be anymore none, but it will give me the list of the schools, right? Great. So sometimes we can use a gate instead of just using this square bracket, or we can also use if I can say if there is, for instance, hobbies. Do I have hobbies? No. If the gate, if person hobbies print person hobbies. So now, as you can see, if I am actually, it's not like that. It's not like this. It should be a bit different. In what is this person? If hobbies in person, just print. Now, nothing. Now let's add and see. Okay, what are my hobbies? Hobbies. Is the hobbies going to be what kind of data type is it going to be? Yes, as I told you, most of the time what you should use?
A list.
A list, yes. You never know. You will have many hobbies. I may learn something new and or just develop a new hobby, okay? My hobby, hiking. Okay. And Okay, what hobby do I have? Yes.
Football.
Dancing on the keyboard. Yes. Football. Okay, so let's just move on. Great, and now let's just run. Now, have you seen now? First, it checked it. If it exists, then it runs. So we call this graceful deprecation. So without making or without crashing, it's running, it checks it. Okay, let's see if there's something lengths. How do we check the lengths of the dictionary? Of course, we can say print and learn and the dictionary person. Okay, how many? I am expecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm expecting 10. Oh, well, maybe I made a mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4. How is that possible? Let's make this bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, the reason why one of the key, we added it outside. We modified it. Have you seen? Yes. That's why you don't see it there, but it's part of, so it's 11. Okay, how many, what's the length of the Finnish to English dictionary? You tell me now, just count it manually and tell me. Please tell me.
Is it 5?
Yeah, it's 5. Tell me the keys. What are the keys?
Is it the first column? So talo, kirja, mies, nainen, poika.
Yes, those are the keys, and the values are the English words. The house, book, man, woman, and boy. Great. So keys and values. Now let's ask Python to give us the keys. So I can say Finnish, what was Finnish to English, keys, and then you can just call it. And then let's see what we get actually. Print. Do you remember these guys, these words? Yep, all the Finnish words. And now if you say print, Finnish to English, and then values, and you will get all the corresponding English word. Oh yeah, great. And then also there's this another method, print, Finnish to English, and then actually items. And then if you do so, oh yeah, you get like a list of tuples, the key and the value, the key and the value. By the way, we can also loop through this. We can say 4 items in, but it's better to say just 1 item and then print the item. Then we will get a tuple. Oh, have you seen tuple? Tuple for talo and house, and yeah. And now we can extract the items. The first will be the key item, and the second will be the value. Have you seen? Yeah, great. We can do the same for this one. Yeah, for person, why not? For instance, by the way, let's just do loop, I mean, in person and print item. This just to give us actually only the keys. If you do this, it just give you only the keys. Yeah, but why not? You can also extract, then what you should do, hey person, I want to get the value, then you just drop the item. So this instead I can call it the key because we are extracting the key here. I believe that it's getting advanced now. Yeah, as you can see now, we're extracting those out. Great. Yep. Dictionary links, accessing dictionary items. See, we have seen that. And oh yeah, so it's the same in here. Gate using gate accessing. We have seen that also. Items, adding items to a dictionary, or I prefer to say modifying. Yeah, modifying would be better. But who can help me? Because you know, guys, as Tanya said, it depends on your interest. If you are going to, maybe I'm going to attend a school at Alto. So help me, how can I add Alto over here? Here. So I can say, maybe somewhere around, yeah, person, then schools, then what is the data type? List, right? So we have to append, then Alto. Yes, great. Then let's try to see what we have now. Now we should see Alto somewhere. Yeah, have you seen it? Alto is there now. Yeah. So you can, now you tell me, how can I modify? I want to add one skill, or maybe I want to add one child in here, and I want to call him maybe Doe, this, and the kids, let's add, why not, person, person, and now I have to go to the kids, and then, and append. So, and now if we run, we will have more. Where is the kids section? Tuple has, oh yeah. Have you seen now? Because I've already decided that not to have any kid, right? Yeah, it's Tuple. So you can do that, but you can increase your hobbies and you can increase your skills, but you can't increase the number of kids. Such a very good example. Okay, I just love this example anyway. Okay, great. I don't know if you get it, but I don't know. Did you get it? Just type one for me if you really get that. That was really very good one. So type just one for me if you really got that. Okay, great. Modifying items, we have seen that checking keys in a dictionary. Yeah, we have checked it. Checking keys means, for instance, the finish, we can say print. Do we have, okay. So in the Finnish dictionary, we don't have it, right? Let's check. It's false because we don't have it. Yeah, but we can go, and if we add, it will be true. So maybe it's to watch, right? Or to look at, no? Now, as you can see, it's became true. Yeah, great. Removing a key and value pairs from a dictionary. Yeah, we can remove actually an item using pop again. Removes the item with a specified key name. For instance, if you want to remove one of the item from from Finnish to English, let me just pop poika will be removed. Yeah. So now if I check print Finnish to English, we will not have, you can just add pprint to make it, no, don't do that. There is no poika, as you can see, because it has been removed. We can also use maybe delete instead of this one. We can use the same thing. Delete. Again, let's go for poika, do, and then finish English, and then again poika. This way, we can also delete it this way. Let's see. And then as you can see, no poika. The same, you can use either this way or this way. It might be too much information, but you can actually go through by yourself and it will be somehow okay. Changing dictionary to a list of items, we have seen this already. Clearing. Clearing means actually, yeah, just making it empty. Now, if you want to make finished English clear, so it's going to be empty. Now, print finish to English. It should be empty. Oh yeah, because we are clearing it. Deleting a dictionary. By the end, you can delete everything. So it's the same as in like, we have used this in with many data types, with list, with set. So it's the same in here. Dull dictionary. Copy a dictionary. Oh yeah, sometimes we want to copy, you know, you can say person data copied, and then we can say what was the person, then you can say copy. Now we are copying everything we have and put it in here. That's great. Then we have seen the keys and the values. Yeah, I think this is good enough. And now we have covered the most important. Actually, we have covered everything related to dictionary. And I would strongly recommend you to repeat this. The recording has to be revised a couple of times because there's quite lots of information. And it's now getting advanced. Okay, let's finish here if you don't have any question. Welcome back. In this part, we will learn about functions. Yes, first let's talk about what is a function? Function, yeah, it's good to answer this. Yeah, a function is a set of or a block of code that perform a certain task. Yeah, it may take an input, and it returns an output. It gives you or provides you an output. Yeah. We can use functions as many as we want. We can reuse function. We can reuse functions. We write once and reuse it. For instance, the built-in function, you know, you can call it many times. It's like that. A function can be built-in function or custom function. Yeah, this is some of the properties. So what are the built-in functions? You know now what the print does. Everybody knows you have to pass an input. For instance, I love Python. It's an input, another input. Now the time is 2021, and maybe you can add any input you want. It could be any kind of data types. Yeah, you can put anything as a part, as an argument. We call this argument. Argument 1, argument 2, argument 3. How many arguments do we have in this print function? You tell me. Yeah, I told you already. It's 3, right? Yeah. Yes, it's just 3. Okay. So as you can see, we have printed out. These are the outputs. We have 3, 1, 2, 3. Now let me ask you again. Print A, maybe again B, and then again C. How many arguments do we have here? Please tell me how many arguments? 3.
Okay.
What's the name of the function?
Print.
Print. Great. So function should have a name. So now let's create our own function. To create a function, we have to use def. It is a reserved word, or it's a keyword that allows us to create a function. It's followed by name of a function. So this could be any name you want. And then you may have an input, I mean a parameter, or without. Then you can say print I am a function. So now I created my first function that print this text. Okay, then if I run this, do I get a value? No, I can't get a value because I didn't call you. Let's do some experiment. Imran. Or I don't know, but there is Imran in this room, right? Or Oscar. You should say yes or react. I know you have been reacted already.
Yes.
Yeah, so they reacted, these people, because they are called by their name. So let's call this function by its name. What's the name of this function?
Name of function.
Name of function. And then now when I'm calling it, if I run, I am a function. Okay, let's change this to something else. Do something. Okay, and then I can say this also. I am teaching. It is something too. And now I have to change this to the name now. What's the name of the function now?
Do something.
Do something. Now let's see. As you can see, I am teaching and it's something. Okay. Oh, let's just leave this function like that. And let's continue do something else. Do def make square. Make square takes a parameter, but let's forget about it. So now I can say print 2 times 2. And now if I run, I didn't get anything. Why?
So we have to close the function, or?
Yes, I have to call the function. If it is not called, it doesn't work. Yes, it's 4. But you know, this function is dumb. It's a dumb function that it just give 4 all the time. Do you want a function like that? No. It should work differently. It should take an input. Okay, I can call it n. N is just like a placeholder. Now we call it a parameter, and now n times n. So when we call this n, could be anything. Now I'm just calling it 2. 4. How about if I just call it like this many times? That's why we can call it many times. How about if it's 3? It should be 9. If it's 10, it should be 100. If it is 11, it should be 121. If it is 9, it should be 81, right? Oh yeah, that's the power of function. We just created like this here, and now we can reuse it. We can call it many times. If I call you one of you many times, do you bother? No, it's okay. It's you are aware of your name and you should be okay to be called. Okay, but it's not exactly the same, but it's almost like that. Function is not as difficult as you thought, right? How is it going, guys?
Yeah, it's good.
It's good, right? Yes, but now let's change the game a bit. Printing like this in a function doesn't mean anything. Instead, we should return the value, okay? Let's just return the value. We have to return, to save, to develop an application, we have to return the value, okay? Now, instead of doing this also, I can just return, I can make the square first, square, for instance, what am I doing that? Okay, and then now, and the times or like this, and you can return square. And yeah, but now, if I just run this, you don't see anything. The reason why I have to print this, and then also I have to print this value. Okay, I can add print, and it's not that much. Yeah, so now again it works. So remember to return. Now let's create another function called add two nums. Have you seen this function do have actually, does this function a clear goal, right? The clear purpose, right? Don't you see it from its name? You should see it, right? So it should have a parameter. It could be X and Y or A and B. A and B is so easy. Then the value that it just should return A plus B. As simple as this. Okay, now let's check the add sum of two numbers, 1 and 9. What are you expecting from here?
10.
Yes, 10. And if I give you this, what are you expecting from this?
0.
It should be 0. And what do you expect from this? Because we have to check if our function is properly working, guys. 99. Yes, it's working. Great. So this is a function. So let's see if we get a better example there than something that we have to use. Yes, a getful name, for instance, a getful name is a very good function for us. Now let's do def. Print full name. It should take first name and the last name of the person. And the full name should be first name, last space, last name, and should return full name. Yeah. Now let's just print full name, and I want to pass my name as in argument and my last name, and then and I would do this for other people too. Famous people, Donald and Trump and Steve Jobs and John Doe. Let's see. As you can see, it just print one once we created it, and it just print. Now let's do one more function, a function that actually sum all numbers. Okay, do you remember how to create numbers for I in range? You can say 0 to 0, 1. 1 to this prints number. Sorry. So from 0 to 100, yeah? Yes. Now, if I ask you to create maybe the sum of numbers. Sum of numbers, first you have to say total. Maybe you can say 0 here. And then instead of printing, I can say total is equal to total plus I. And then print total. And then let's see. As you can see, we got the total. Now we can change this to a function. Okay. Def sum of numbers. You never know. Up to where? Up to n. And let's just paste this inside. As you can see. Now total is this one, as you can see, up to n plus 1. And we return this value. Now this will do, let me show you the magic now. Print sum of all numbers. What is the sum of all numbers from 0 to 3? The sum of all numbers from 0 to 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? I think it seems to me 6. Let's check it. Oh, I forgot to say total. Yep, it seems working. Have you seen it? Yes, great. Yes, and if we say 10, I think it's up to 10. Is it 15? Something, oh, 55. Oh, it shouldn't be because, yeah, so if you go print sum of numbers up to 100, then we should get, yeah. So great. Let's see. What did we have to cover? Yeah, this is everything the same. Sometimes we may use our default parameters. How about if I ask you to calculate the weight of a body? Maybe weight means mass times gravity. Mass times gravity. So for instance, I can say the mass of someone's is 75, gravity of Earth 9.81. So the weight is going to be this. Yeah, so let's just print the values because it's just multiplication actually. It doesn't need much of a thinking. Yeah, you have this. But this is not a function. We have to change it to a function, right? If we change it to a function, we can change the mass, the gravity, and we can calculate. So let's change it to def calculate weight of a body, a physical object that has mass and gravity. Yep. Now this is a parameter. And then now let's put it in here and indent. We don't need this inside because it's coming from the parameter. And even we don't have to even calculate it like this. We can just return it right away. Like this. This is good enough. But imagine if we are spending, like most of the time, we are on planet Earth. So we don't have to put like the gravity. We can make the gravity default. So we can calculate, then print, calculate of the weight of the object or the person. It doesn't matter. For instance, 75. I'm 75 and I would be 735.75 Newton. But how about what would be my weight in moon? Moon gravity, I think it's very small, as you can see, 1.62. Then we can say print calculate 75 and 1.62. As you can see here, since I am on planet Earth, I didn't pass the the gravity because I used the gravity as in default here. But if I'm changing planet, I have to use different gravity. Now let's check. Yes, here is I am so small. I mean, lightweight. So I think this is not easy to read. Let's round. Do you remember the round? Round method. I can use round and to the next 2 digit or maybe 1, it would be good. Now, as you can see, it's good. Yeah, I'm rounding. Even if you don't want anything, you can just round and there's no decimal. But that's not all the time very good. So I can say 1 significant digit could be okay. Great. Let's move on. For instance, if I ask you to create a function that checks even.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if you set a default value in the function and then call it with some other value, so the other value overrides the default value that's
Yes.
within the function.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. The new value will override. But if you don't give a value, the default value will be used. That's the concept. Yes. For instance, if we give also, for instance, the mass 100. Now, if I just say print, and then if I say calculate, now even I don't have to have an argument here because the default value will be used. So I am expecting 981.
Yeah.
Yes, as you can see.
All right.
Great. Let's move on. Now, if I ask you a function that check even or odd, I can say check number. Def check number. And I have to say the number, and it should say if n divisible by 2, it should be 0, and it should return even, or else it should be odd. Have you seen? This is a function that says odd or even. So let's say print check number. So is 0 odd or even? It should be even. Even, yes. How about if I put 5? Everybody knows this odd. How about if I put 7 or 11? And all these are odds. Yeah. If you want even more even number, this one, for instance, 6 or 4. Yeah, let's go for 6 even. Yeah, the most important part of writing a function, you can reuse it, you can check, you can test it. That's the power of a function. Let's see more. Default value we have seen. Arbitrary number of arguments. Have you seen, by the way, now, if you see one parameter like this, you should pass 1 argument. If you see 2 parameters like this, you should pass 2. Of course, in this case, you can pass 2 or 1 because it has default parameters. And in this case, you should pass 2 parameters. Yeah, I mean 2 arguments. And again, later, yeah. If you remember print, how many arguments a print function take? Tell me, guys. How many? How many does it take?
A lot of.
unlimited. Yeah, so now if I ask you add numbers is a function and it takes A, B, C, whatsoever, how do you make something like that? I will show you. Def add nums is a function that is going to be print. We have this dot and args. The args could be any, like you can call it whatever, but if you have this star next to this, it changes to tuple. Let me just print args. Then I have to call the function add. Now I'm expecting a tuple, by the way. Nothing happened there. Why? Oh, I didn't call it yet. Yeah, have you seen this tuple? Yeah. And the most surprising thing, if you pass 3, 4, 5, these numbers will be also comes out as in tuple. Great, it's coming from here. Now we can sum these guys together. So total 0. And then we can say for I in args, because it's like a sequence, it's a tuple. Then we can say total equals total plus I, and then return total. So we have to print this to get out. Now we have created a function that actually takes unlimited number of arguments. You can put 5, you can put 50, you can 200, you can do whatever, 300, 500, minus 2000, whatever. So just do this and the result is here. So we just created an awesome function. The name of the function add nums can take unlimited number of arguments or arbitrary number of arguments. Yep. I think this is good enough, actually, the function part, and I strongly recommend you guys to go through this and you will be okay, and revise the video, and let's call it a day. I have to stop in here, but if you have a question, please let me know. Do you have any question?
What will be for the next?
Welcome back, everybody. Today we will learn many topics. Let's just do an outline what we are going to cover today. As you can see, it says actually modules, but I would say revision of functions and again, lambda functions and higher order functions and modules. These are the topics what we are going to cover today. Okay, but I gave you just some questions a while ago and let's solve those. Okay, today is actually the 5th week, so let's create a folder, and in here I can say just exercises, function exercises, function .py. For Susil, I gave this some list of items, the name of the function, and it takes a list and returns the sum of the items, yeah? And list of items, yeah, and the list is a number. And for Imran, sum of numbers in a range. It takes to range to numbers and sum the numbers between the two numbers. Yeah. And for Tuple, what was change or change item to upper. It takes a list of items and return the upper, a list of the upper cases of the item. Yeah. And for Johan, it's the same. Return, yeah. Return actually change or square list of items. Yeah, so it takes a list and return the square, a list with a square items. Yeah, I think now let's start from the first one. So what says some list of items. So it's def, that's some list of items. Then I have to do, usually if you write a function, it might be difficult for you to just execute. You can just start from nothing. So let's create a list. The list is going to be just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an example. Yeah. So what we can do, and I can loop for L in a list, and then I can do the print, right? And actually I am just iterating, yeah, going through every, as you can see, I am getting this value, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, great. Now, but printing just doesn't do much, so I have to sum all together. Let's have initial 0, instead of just printing total is equal to total plus the list item, one of the item. This might be confusing. I can call it item, one of the item, or yeah. So now instead, I can just say print total. As you can see, I'm printing outside the loop. What total is not defined. Yeah, as you can see, it's 15. Have you seen it? 15, great. Now let's change this to a function. I can just copy this, def, and then I can call it sum of items, and then list. Now I can just do this indent, you know, indentation is very important. I don't need this static list because now I'm getting the list as in a parameter, it's coming in here. So I remove this part. Then instead of printing, actually I can return the total. Yeah, this is the function that was given to one of the students, right? So this is the, now let's test. Print sum of items. Then you may have, for instance, a list for, oh, sorry. I can just pass this list to here. And I'm expecting 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 15. Let's check. As you can see, we have 15 over here. Great. Now, if you just try with a different For instance, let me just make things easier. What is the result? What result are you expecting from this? Oh, you tell me, guys. 100 plus 200, 300, and 300 and 300, 600. Okay. As you can see, 600. Great. Now we're done with the first function exercise, and let's just comment this out. Okay. And move on to the second. Sum of numbers of range. What it means actually, if I ask you, for instance, the sum of, so what you should use, range. What is the sum of all numbers between 10 and 100? Yeah, so it's easy, right? So we can see list. This gives us a list actually. And we have to also change this to a list, but this is not inclusive, so you have to add additional. So let's see, print list. Oh yeah, have you seen all the list from 10 to 100? You can see it like this. Oh yeah, and actually you can also change maybe to 50. Yeah, it just, or maybe you can just 80 if you want. Great. But how do we sum this up? Again, you can say total 0. And we don't need, by the way, if you are looping through, you don't have to even use for num in list. Total is equal to total plus the num. Yeah, that's what you need. Now we are about to print the total. Let's see. Yeah, this is the total. If you want from 0, you can just change this. Yeah. Now the plan is actually to change this to a function. So we can say def sum of range of numbers, yeah. So m and n in between 2, right? And then let's, so what is m is the starting. So I will pass here m, and n will be the, but n should be actually plus, n should be plus 1. Then what, nothing to change. Yes, then let's just return total and check if it works. Print sum of range of numbers between 0 and 0 and 100. Let's check. Have you seen it? Yeah, it works. How about between 50? Yeah, it's working. So you can actually do it many times. And for instance, if you 0 and 10, and 0 and 100, and 50 and 60 if you want. And let's see different result. Yeah, so you can do like that. But sometimes if I don't want to put a range, okay, let's imagine the default for this one is 0. If someone doesn't pass, I can pass a default 0. But why this? Default argument follows default. Yep. So in that case, then let me try. But let me try with that 0 and n. And maybe we have to do n and m should be 0. Yeah, this works. Yeah. So in this case now, but now as you can see, the order also matters. I have to rearrange this. Yeah. So this means actually now the end should be 10 and the starting should be 0. But we don't have to have, it doesn't have that much relevance, and we can keep it without a default. And we have to really pass value. We have to pass value. And let's make it work. As it was great. Are you happy with the result, Imran, with this one?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now let's move on to change item to upper. It takes a list of items and return the list of the uppercase of the items. Yeah. Now let's imagine names of famous people, and you know, of course, Sabina is one of the famous people. Next to Donald, Donald, and then let's move on to Bill, and then let's go to Steve. These are famous people. And now for name in names, right? In names, we have to loop through and print and the name upper, right? Let's see the results. We have to make this step by step. By the way, if we don't comment out the previous card, it will be, so we can comment this out and, okay. As you can see, the lowercase, the uppercase, the lowercase, the uppercase, the lowercase, the uppercase, great, but it's not yet a list. So we have to have a list, a new list, and empty. Instead of printing, actually, we can append. So printing, as I told you, doesn't do match. So new list dot append, and we can just append this operation. Then if you print out the new list, print a new list. Now, by now, I should get a different list. Oh yeah, have you seen this? Yeah, so we have to change this to a function, because if you change it to a function, we can reuse it. We can pass names of countries, names of people, names of fruits, or names of vegetables, and it can do for us. Yep, let's do that. Okay, how do I change this? Def, change to upper case, and it should take a list. And now I have to new list, good. Names, no. Instead, I have to change this to list. Name, no. We never know if this is going to be a name or a country. Let's just make it neutral. Item, one of the item. Item. And we should return a new list. New list. Now, let's print, change to uppercase. I can pass the names over here, or I can pass countries. Now, for instance, I can pass countries here, Finland, and Sweden, and Denmark, and Norway, and Iceland. And let's see the result. Oh, what? Yeah, as you can see, I didn't pass it as in list. I forgot to pass it as in list. Yes, now it should work. Yep, have you seen? Yeah, that was the question. Okay, are you happy with the solution, Timo?
Yeah, I'm happy. What keep it so that I can check my code now. One moment. All right, thank you.
Yeah. By the way, this even can be shorter using a list comprehension. I don't like to mix it, but just to show you, if we use list comprehension, we can use list like this for list for item in list. And then what we should do is actually item to upper, and we can even make it shorter. Even we don't have to do all this step, and this could be the answer. And have you seen using list comprehension? But we will learn. Have you seen it? Yeah, it's still working, but we will learn I have to just keep the previous code. Is it still working? Yeah, so I can also keep the copy. I can just change this to a list comprehension. List comprehension means you can use a list inside a list for loop. Item in list. Then this item, we will change it to uppercase. Item dot upper. This is what you need. And you don't need all this. So of course, after that, we have to return this. And this is much shorter, and also in terms of efficiency and memory, this is much better, but we will cover list comprehension next week. Great. Yep. Let's move on to the last square list of items. Yeah. Now again, you have items, nums. Yep. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. The expected solution is going to be 0, 1, 4, and 9. Okay. So we can say for num in nums print num. Yeah, that's what you should do. Let's see, as you can see, yeah, but why printing? We can actually multiply them by or the power of 2, squaring, right? As you can see, if it's 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 9. Okay, that's great. Then I think we can change this to maybe we have to say list of squares and then empty, or maybe you can say new list. Why we can make just a generic new list. Then I can append this every time. New list dot append. As you can see, the square. We don't need this. And then print new list. Have you seen? Oh, we managed to change it to as you can see, it's working. Great. Now let's change this to function. F square list of items, a list. As you can see, it says nums, but I have to change it to the list. That's coming from the parameter num. I can just keep it like that. Everything like that. Return the new list. Yeah, we're done. Now let's check print square of square list item, and then nums, as you can see here. Yep, it's working. Or print square, I can say 10, 20. I think it's 20. Oh, why? And 30. Great. Have you seen? Now it's working. And again, Johan, are you happy with the solution?
Yes, I am.
And we can also change it to list comprehension. Let me have a copy of this, and let's keep this for letter reference. If you want to use list comprehension, you can say for what? Why it's changed to okay. For num in list, you can just square one of the num. Then this is good enough for your solution return, and you don't need all this. And it should work. We've seen it's still working. Great. Let's see if there's other question. So just to recap, remember in Python, we use def as a keyword to create a function and the name of a function, okay? And then followed by a parenthesis. In this parenthesis, we may or may not have a parameter. For instance, ABC is a parameter, or we may not have, okay? Then you may have or may not have. So let's say print I am a function. Yeah, so if you have a function, if you create the function, you have to invoke it. You have to call it to use it, right? So I have to say name of a function. I'm invoking it, okay? As you can see, I'm a function. If I have a parameter here, I have to pass it over here also. Just now it's going there. Then such a lovely function. Okay, let's see. As you can see now, I am a function, such a lovely function. The value, the parameter I passed it here also as in argument. Okay, but for instance, if it was a number, A and B, and if we have a plan to sum them up, now I have to also pass here numbers, right? If I say 10 and 20, since I'm returning, this has to be printed out. So I'm expecting 30. Yeah, but how about if it is like, for instance, a string, water, and if this is going to be melon, and it will be concatenated, it will be watermelon, yeah? But if one of this is going to be a number, for instance, it will be wrong. Why? Because, yeah, can only concatenate string, not int. Yeah, but I can change that stir to, and then it will be concatenated. But it doesn't, yeah, water two, it doesn't make sense anyway. Okay, last time, if you remember, we can calculate weight of an object, and that could be mass and gravity, right? If you remember, and return mass times gravity of the object. And this can be, gravity can be, for instance, 9.81. Most of us, we just spend our time on planet Earth, so it's okay to just put this one, and we can calculate, okay, calculate weight, for instance, 75 at planet Earth, I will get something like this. How about on the moon? On the moon, 75 kilogram, I think it's 1.65. The gravity of the moon Here we didn't pass gravity because if we don't pass an argument here, the default will be used. Okay, great. Why? Oh, what happened? Name T is not defined. Let's check. Line T 117. Name error. Okay. Okay, wait, what happened? Line T. T, where is the T? I didn't see the T. No, it was working already. Okay, as you can see, it's just working already. Now, as you can see, yeah. How about loops? You know, I mean, if you have arrays, you should expect loops. Yeah. For instance, if I ask you, hey, Dave, mix two lists. List 1 and list 2. And then to mix two lists, it's so easy. You just list 1 plus list 2 is enough, right? That's just good enough because we learned that already. If you have, let's see, print 1, 2 and plus 3, 4 should give us 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I know at least. Yeah. So as you can see, we can mix that. But how about if the story is a bit different? And also having the square of this. Okay, great. Now, first we have to do the mixing. Okay, mixed list. We're having here. Yeah, we mixed it. After mixing, we have to loop through new list again, an empty list. And then we have to loop through for item in mixed list. And then now new list dot append, and then item, I have to square this. And then by the end, we have to return the new list. Yep. So for instance, if I pass this, let me show you mixed list, and I have to do this. So I'm expecting 1, 4, 9, and 16. It seems we had a problem. So let's see, mixed list. Okay, guys, you have to also read whenever you have something like this, you should read what's the problem. It says line 88. Okay, here, what's the problem in here? I have one list. Yeah, the problem is I can't do this. It should be it should be an argument, this list and this list. The way I was doing was wrong. Okay. Yeah, now as you can see, this has been mixed. After being mixed, it has been squared. Every item has been squared. And now I got this, a flat list. Okay, great. Yeah, and now just to remind you, do you remember if I ask you to create a function that takes unlimited number of parameters? For instance, the print function takes, it takes unlimited number of parameters, right? It takes whatever, right? You know that? Are you familiar with this, guys? What I'm doing here? the print built-in function takes unlimited number of arguments and the different data types. Now, if I ask you, hey, create a function that takes any number of arguments. Okay, sum of nums. This takes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, whatsoever, okay? So how can we make that? Okay, you can say def sum of numbers. And now let's try, actually, this is how you should do. This star and then args. It could be args or list or whatever, or XYZ, doesn't matter, but it's common to say args, okay? And then let's print these args, how it looks like. When you print the args, it will be a tuple, okay? Let's just call this function. Let's call the function without any parameter, okay? Okay. Oh, I got a tuple. How about if I have some parameters, 1, 2, 3? I will, oh yeah, I got a tuple and this is coming out from here. Then actually we can do total. Total means the initial. And then we can say for item in the tuple in args, then total is equal to total plus the item. And then finally, we can return the total. And this gives us actually the sum of all the numbers. Yeah, because we have to print, yeah? Print 6, okay. Maybe you can pass 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 100, 2000, whatever, and minus 3000. Okay, because okay, it's going to be negative. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so this is how you should do. Is it clear so far, guys? Okay, now we saw using the star, we have seen this unlimited or arbitrary number of parameters or arguments. How about if we have 2? Let's see, some def or some function sample func and coargs, and then print coargs. And now let's see, I will explain this later. Let's call the sample this and see the value. Oh, have you seen? Now here we have seen when we were using the one star, we got as in a tuple, but now we are getting as in a dictionary. So if I pass, for instance, now name, for instance, as Sabena, and then maybe Yetair, let's see what we are going to get there. Yeah, but as you can see, it needs some kind of like I have to give this, for instance, I have to say first name, and I have to give it something like this. And last name as in. If you pass something like this, then the coarg changes this value to a dictionary. It's not sample fun, what? What's not defined? Name error, sample function is not defined. I thought it's defined. Okay, so let's then go to 10 days of Python and we can have a solution there. Or 30 days of where do we have that example? Let me check. Python course. Yeah, this is to unpack dictionary. Okay, sorry. So it has to be a dictionary. Yeah. So instead of this, I have to write something like this. And this should be as a dictionary. So I have to write it like this and like this. Okay, let's try now. Sample text 0.9, but 1 was given. Let's see a sample because, okay, we have here. Yeah, I think I was wide and it didn't work. Yeah, it was good for the first time I put. Oh, okay, then I think this was good actually. Yeah, this was good. So in the unexpected, okay, the problem was unexpected indentation. So this kind of minor mistakes sometimes. Yeah, the problem was at the very beginning because of unexpected indentation. So as you can see, you're passing this as in just a value, as in argument, but it is giving you as in a kind of a dictionary. Age, you can say now, age 250, everyone knows, and country, and Finland, and yeah, skills. For instance, if I have skills, then I can say, oh, what are my skills? HTML, and then maybe CSS, and maybe JS, and maybe React. And then if you do this, again, yeah. So now the printing doesn't look good. And how about if we import pprint? From print, import pprint. And let me print that as in a pretty print. Yeah, pprint. Yeah, now it looks good, right? So it's up to you now here to do whatever you want. What? Here now I can loop through that for key in coworks, then print. Now you may expect all the keys, right? Yeah, let's try. as you can see, all the keys. And if you want the values from quarks, you can just get the value, and at the same time, we are getting the values. So you can do also something like this. We have covered everything you need related to functions. And after this, it's all about practicing and applying it. And of course, we may also solve different problems. And in that time, you will have a chance to see. For instance, how do we use this? I may ask you, for instance, to use it in different places. Wait, let me take you to here. Cats. Do you love, guys, cats? Who is the cat person? I may take you to this website and show you different cats. Oh, yeah, cats. This is, we call this API. API is a way to communicate data. So this API actually got 67 breeds of cat. What does that mean? Actually, different cats in the world, their data can be found. I fetch this data using JavaScript, and actually I generated some image, and I may show you there. That would be so easy for you to understand. It's downloading. So this is what I'm talking about. If you're a cat person, so you will have a chance to enjoy different cat breeds. Oh yeah, so yeah, I think let me just make it a bit smaller, and you will have a chance to look at. Yeah, so let me just take you to this page. So as you can see, in Greece, they have one cat breed, only one cat, and it looks like this. And the weight of this cat is actually 3 to 5 kilograms, and their lifespan is 9 to 12 years. Oh yeah, but from this data, I did some calculation, and the average weight of a cat is actually 4.7 kilograms. If you sum up all the weights of the cat in this world, and if you do the average, it's 4.7, and their lifespan is also 13.75 years. In the United Arab Emirates also, they do have only one cat breed, as you can see. In Australia, they have one, but surprisingly in America, they have many cats. Let me take you, where's America? Yes, here. 28 different kind of cats. Oh yeah. So what am I talking about this? I have to share this. How about if I ask you, hey guys, find the average weight of a cat from this API. Can you calculate that? Or, yeah, so I have to share with you guys this. We will do this maybe, or I can give you an assignment. For now, I think we have covered the function part and the exercise part. And after the break, we will learn about lambda function and higher order function. See you soon. Welcome back. In this section, we just learn only lambda functions. But before we start lambda function, we also do some revision of a function again. Lambda function.py. So I will just do everything over here. How do we write a function? Do we write a function? I think by now everybody's familiar with functions. So you need the def word and then name of a function, right? This is a placeholder. You can call it any name, and you need a parenthesis. This parenthesis may have a a parameter, parameter 1, param1, param2, or it may not. First, let's try without a parameter, okay? Then I can say print I am a function, and let's run this file. And if you run it, you don't see anything, nothing, because why? You tell me, guys.
I have to call the function.
Yes, it has to be called. Function should be called to use it. As you can see, yeah. Now I'm a function. Let's call this one instead of name of a function, greet people, greet people. Okay, and then I may pass name of the person we want to greet. Then instead of I'm a function, I can say this hi, and then I can say the name over here. Then if I change this to also greet people, and let's greet Sabine, and it should say, hi, Sabine. Okay, let's greet Tommy. Just change this to Tommy, and it should say, hi, Tommy. And you can make use of this 100 times or 1,000 times. It doesn't really matter. Susie or Susil. And again, Johan. Great. How about if these names were actually in a list that we can use it differently, okay? For name in list, for instance, Sabina, and then again, Tommy, and again, Susil, and again, Johan. Actually, we can greet these people and then greet people. And then while we are iterating through the loop, and we pass the name. And let's see. Have you seen? Yep. Let's just comment this out for the time being, and let me show you. Greet people is not defined. What? Yeah, so sometimes, as you can see, we managed to loop through and also greet every of them. Great, but how is a Lambda function looks like if you are familiar with other programming language, especially JavaScript? A Lambda is similar to anonymous function, a function without name. So let me show you how it looks like. Okay, let's comment this out for the time being. And now you need the word Lambda. And then you can say X. What do you think the purpose of this function, guys? You tell me. Actually, this function and this function is the same. Def make square X return. Oh, are you familiar with this function, or is this function easy to understand for you? Yeah.
Yes, clear.
Yes. So this and this are the same. But this one doesn't have a name, so we have to store it. I have to say, maybe I can call this XYZ for the time being. So if I print XYZ, actually XYZ is a kind of a function now. Yeah, as you can see, it's a function. So if I just pass 2, it should actually give me 4. Because, yeah, if I just pass like 10, it should give me 100. Have you seen? So now this is actually a function, but it doesn't have name. Since it doesn't have name, I gave it a name here. So make square is much better name, right? So I can change this to also make square. Okay, but sometimes, for instance, how do we pass different arguments? X, Y, Z, yeah, x squared plus 2 times Y plus Z. Now I want you the value of, if I pass this, what are you expecting? What's the value of this? Yes, 14, because as you can see, 2 squared, 4, 3 times 2, 6, 6 and 4, 10. And then this will be just summed up, 14. How about this? 10, and then again 10, and then again 10. You tell me this.
Something 100.
130.
Yes, 130, but the name doesn't make sense anymore, right? This function is doing quite a lot of things, right? Some kind of just linear equation or quadratic equation or something, right? So this is lambda function. So lambda function is a function. You need to have the word lambda and the different parameters, and you just return the value like this. Yeah, great. We have finished lambda function. Okay, so maybe when do we use this? Sometimes when we don't want to use the function over and over again, we need a lambda function, especially with higher order functions. Yeah. Maybe I can show you some use cases. For instance, but I think if I use, it doesn't make sense. I will show you how we can use lambda functions when we learn higher order functions together. So now let's just stop the lambda functions over here. Okay, great. Now let's learn a higher order function. Okay, higher order function .py. Yeah, great. What are higher order functions? Functions that return a function. Oh yeah, that's also higher. Or functions that pass other function as a parameter. Oh, okay, so either of the two definitions. Now let's see, make the square n. Are you familiar with this, guys? Of course, yes. Okay, cube, make a cube. Is it okay? Are you okay with this function also?
Yeah.
Yes. But now let's modify this. Cube can be also make, for instance, let me show you. Print make square 2 So this is becoming a cube, right? We made a square already, 2 by 2, and then again another 2. It's a cube, right? Yeah, is it clear here? Over here? And I will show you the result also. The result should be 8. Make square is not defined where. Make square. Yeah, 8, as you can see. Yeah, because this one give you 4 by 2. How about if I say print make square, and if I just 3, and if I multiply it by this 3, so it should be 27. Yep, so it's a cube again. I don't know why it's giving me error. Why? I don't get it. Name square is not defined. It's defined. I don't know why the first place it's not giving me the result, but now it's working. Yeah, so this is actually, so instead we can use of this here. So what we can do, we can say cube, or maybe I think func, some random function, n. So what we can do, func, then we can pass this n, then multiplied by n again. Actually, I'm doing this inside here. So now this function is actually passed as in a parameter, and we called it inside. How do we make use of this? Let me show you here. So print cube, no, make a cube. So the make cube, I can use the make square inside and then n2. So what are we expecting here now? This, as you can see, will go here and will be used. It will be 4, and then by 2, I'm expecting 8. So we can call this higher order function because this function is using another function as a parameter. So if I do this 3, and if I, so I'm expecting 27 and I'm expecting 1,000 because this gives you 100 times 10, 1,000. Yep, great. This is the higher order function. So based on the first definition, function that return, function that passes other function as a parameter. Okay, now let's go for the second definition. Maybe we can say do some mathematics. So this will actually, then I have to add, or maybe actually I can call this, yeah, actually it was good. Why? Do some math, and let's just create another function here inside, and then I can say add 10. Why? That's just by mistake, so. Now let's return, for instance, if we have like n, this will add 10, n plus 10. So now we return the add 10. As you can see, I'm returning the function itself. Okay, let's print this out. Do some math, and if I pass 5, So I'm expecting what? Let's see. It gave me what? It just gave me the function. It just returned the function. So I have to invoke it again. Oh yeah, it gave me 15. Okay. So because this function, as I told you, it just add 10 to a value, do some math. So, and now if I have, for instance, 90, I'm expecting actually 100. There is the output. I don't know why that is doing. Is there any indentation?
I think you have selected that part, that's why.
Oh. Thanks. Yeah, so as you can see, it's doing this part. But if you don't want to happen this, if you don't want to actually have additional invocation this, I mean, we can invoke it inside. Then we don't have to have this additional. But in this case, we are not returning a function. Remember, we are returning a value because we invoked it and we are returning the result. Okay, so let's just keep like that. Great. Yeah, this is higher order function, guys. So sometimes, for instance, I can return this to lambda function, this part. Okay, how can I change it to lambda? Lambda, because I'm not going to use the x, and then I can say, yeah, so I can say, I think here, here is okay. We don't have to. It's just okay. The lambda will come later. I don't see the use of lambda over here. And this is something, it has been imported by itself. So as you can see, this is just a simple ordinary function, but this one is a higher order function. Why we call it higher order function? Because it's taking another function as in a parameter. And then this function has been invoked inside here. Yeah, or that means called. Yeah, so this is a higher order function. Again, this do some math is returning another function over here. So if a function return another function, we call it again a higher order function. So this all together, we call them a higher order function. When do we use them? Oh yeah, it's very important to know how to use higher order function, especially functional programming. So I will come to functional programming after this lesson. Okay, great. I hope you know now what higher order function is. Higher order function is a function that return a function, or a higher order function is a function that passes other function as in a parameter. Great. Let's finish this video here. Now we know functions. Now we know lambda functions. Now we know higher order function. So now it's a very good time to start actually functional programming. Oh yeah. So functional programming. Why? So what are these functional programming? Like map, filter, and reduce. Yep. Map, filter, reduce. These are the most common. As you may understand, map, it means actually mapping. Let me show you map. If you have, let's talk about map. Let's talk about map. So anything I talk about after this is map, okay? You have here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you get something 0, 2, 4, 6, or maybe 10, we are mapping with this one to this. Have you seen the relationship? Can you tell me the relationship, guys? I think this one doesn't have any relation actually. Now you may see the relationship. Tell me the relationship now. Please help me out. Tell me the relationship, guys. Here, what's the relationship?
Multiplied by 2.
Yes, yeah, it's multiply by 2. Oh, and the second one?
There are 2 and 9, so was it 2 and 9?
Oh, that was by mistake. Then I think it should be, this one should be just 4. Great, thanks.
Cube then, yeah.
What's the relationship?
Cube.
I would say square, right?
4 for the 6. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, great. So now if we have some countries like this, Finland, and if we have then Sweden, and if we have Norway, and if we have Denmark, and if we have Iceland, I'm not going to do this. I can just generate some result so fast, and I will give you. So for actually, I can say print. So for in, and then to uppercase to upper, then I have to print out and put the value over there for now. Yeah. Now I don't need any more of this. How about the relationship here? The relationship is just this one is the lowercase and the other is the uppercase form of the original item. So mapping is a one-to-one relationship. It's a function, a one-to-one function. Yeah. So if you have 5 items, the output should be also 5, but with a different form. So do you get what mapping is? Type 1 for me if you got it. Okay. The idea of mapping here, it's a one-to-one formation of a list. The input and the output should be the same in size. If you type 1 for me on the chat, if you got what it means, this map. It's very important, guys. In a different programming language, it's very good. Okay, now you got what's map and filter. Now let's talk about filter. Let's talk about filter. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and if I have actually 0, and then 2, and then if I have 4, what's the relationship here? What do you see here?
Even numbers.
Yes, the even numbers have been filtered out. Great, you got the game already. Yes, and now 1, 3. What do you see over here? Yeah, again, the odd numbers have been filtered out. Okay, now let's talk about reduce. Because before I start the code, I want you to get the concept. Let's talk about reduce. And now I have this and 0, 1, 0, 1, 3, 6, 10. Yeah. How about let's reduce this to 1 times 0, but let me just remove the 0, because if you multiply anything by 0, it will be 0. 1 times 2, 2, and then 6 and 24. So the relationship, if you see, we have a list of numbers and we sum up everything together and we got one value. And let's talk about reduce again here. Actually, now we are multiplying everything. So we reduced it everything to a one item. Yeah. So now let's recap. Map is mapping. If you have like 5 or 6 items, you should get the same amount of items. Filtering out, you filter out list based on some criteria. Yep. And reduce, okay, you have maybe, for instance, you may have different fruits and you just mix or blend together and you get a juice or a smoothie. So here also I have different items and change to 1. Okay, now let's go. Maybe I can make use of this. Now nums, I have nums. So let's do, if I ask you just to map, you may say, I can create a function for num in nums, and then you may say you can create a new list, right? That's very common, lst, and then empty, right? For the time being, then you do whatever you want here. New list, append, either you can double it, so num times by 2, and then you will get print new list, and then you may see, as you can see, yep, I got that. Or maybe if you want this version, the square version, what you should do is just add additional star, and that gives you the square. So we are mapping, but this is a traditional way of mapping. What does that traditional mean? Okay, let's do this the traditional way, and let's do it in a more actually in a more modern way, or maybe using map. We have this map, and then we do the lambda function, lambda x, and then x, and then we pass the nums. Oh, this is how you do. This is, then let's print this out. Oh, but I got some map objects. The thing is, we have to change this to, a list. Okay, but even it's better if we just separately store it, right? I can call it new list, and then list, I have to use the list constructor to change the object. Then this gives me new list. And as you can see, oh yeah, so nice. As you can see, I have used now the lambda function over here. This lambda function iterates through and change this to this mapped value. If you want to just multiply it also, you can have the multiplied version. Great. Now you learn the mapping. But how about if it was the country case? How about this one? And how can we use the country? Okay, countries. Everybody love countries. Then what you should do, a new list again, a new list, and then empty. And then traditional way for C in countries. And then what you should new list, then append, then you'd see uppercase, right? By now, this should be very familiar for you. And then print actually new list. And let's see the value. Oh yeah, every country has been changed to its uppercase 4. Great. But as I told you, this could be a bit traditional. Then let's copy and let's just comment this out and do it differently, right? So how do we do it? Like this with the map. Okay, map and the lambda then we can say, hey, countries, sorry. And then every country has to be to its uppercase form. And then we have to pass the list. The list is now the countries. Now I can just store this as in a new list. And of course, we have to change this to also a list. And now print new list. Let's see.
Upper is misspelled.
Oh, too much P. Oh yeah, as you can see. Now, even if you want to return like a list of lists, you can say, hey, then C, maybe you can say country, and the country uppercase, and maybe you can also slice the country code. For instance, if I want to create the country code, it's slicing the first three, right? The first three items. And then again, I am now creating list of list. Oh yeah, Finland, and Finn. And maybe if you want it even longer, I can say now the length of the country. So yes, so you can go further. Now I think this is good enough for map. Map creates equal number of items. Now, even though this is also a list of lists, we have this can be counted as one item again, okay? I think that's straightforward for you. Now let's just filter out numbers. Yep, let's go for this. If I ask you to filter out from this the even numbers in a longer way for num, in nums, first you have to print them out, right? Everybody knows how to do this right now, and it should be straightforward. Okay, yes, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I can see 0 is an even number, 2 is an even number, 4 is an even number. Okay, so how can I filter that? So this is if num divided by modulus, that means, and if it's 0, then it's going to be an even number. If something is divided by 2, and if the remainder is 0, that means it's divisible by 2. Let's see. Oh yeah, 0, 2, 4. But we are just splashing it out. So we have to say maybe evens. Such a lovely name. As you can see, we can just create a list called evens or even list. And now we can accumulate those values here. Then evens dot append and then num. And then let's see, print the evens or the even numbers, whatsoever you want to call it. Oh yeah. Then if you want to also create the odds, you may just copy this and then instead you can change this to odds. And then of course we have to make a change. Then it should be, yes, it shouldn't be divisible by 2. And now our answer will be correct. Yeah, these are the evens and these are the odds. Yeah, this is the traditional way of doing it. Now let's make use of the filter functional programming. Oh yeah, so first let's just uncomment this, we're taking out. This is how we filter, hey filter, lambda function x, and then if x is divisible by 2 and 0, and then we can say nums. Yep, this is how we filter out. And then let's call it this evens. Again, we have to change it to list. And now let's try print evens. Have you seen? Wow. So if you want to change this again to odds, so it will be straightforward. I can change this to odds, and I have to change this to not equal to. Yeah, I'm getting now the odds. Now let's filter out from the countries that has land. Okay, it's so easy. First, we have to get the countries listed down. I can keep it there, but just to make it visible for us. So what I should say, filter, and then I can say lambda country. You can call it X, it doesn't matter, but country, it makes sense. Maybe I can say land in country. Then I have to pass the countries list. And then I have to say, maybe I can say countries with land list. And then if we print countries with land, let's see how it looks like. Oh yeah, Finland. If we did this in a traditional way, it should be something like that. For maybe new countries or something. Yeah, so for countries, in countries, we have to say print. First, actually, we have to say land. Sorry, if land in the country, or in C, then now we can print the C. But we print C only if, as you can see, now we can append this in a new list, but I think you're familiar with that, so we don't have to do that. Okay, have you seen now we learned how to use the filter. The filter in the map it's the same almost, but the function is different. Now let's go for reduce. Now reduce is actually to reduce something. For instance, we can sum this together. Yeah, this number together. So we can use reduce, but we don't have the reduce globally, so we have to import it from function tools, import reduce. So we have to import this. This is how we import. We didn't learn how to import modules, but that would be the second part of our session. But anyway, for the time being, let's just blindly import this reduce, and I hope you will learn how to reduce, how to learn how to import different modules soon properly. But anyway, from means go to this module and then import the reduce part. We can import other modules also from functionals, okay? But now in this case, we are importing just this. Even we can, if we do also like this, by now I'm importing all the modules in the function. Even I can also access already reduce, but instead I just only reduce. Okay, then what we do, reduce, and then we say lambda. In this case, we say x and y, x plus y, and then nums. So this gives you right away the sum of this. And then I'm expecting actually 10. As you can see, it's 10. And if you multiply them, you will get, now just to multiply, you can change that to multiply, and actually you should get 24. And that's how you use the reduce function. Yeah, so what are the functions? What are the higher order function we have learned so far? Map, to map a list, and it returns a list all the time, yeah? It works with a list and it returns a list. As you can see, you have this and you got this, and you have this and you got this. You have this and you got this. That's mapping. Great. Filter is just filtering out based on some criteria. So you have these numbers and you got even numbers. You got this you have this list and you got odd numbers. Reduce, it just reduce all the items. I mean, for instance, in this case, it's sum all together and you got 10. And again, you sum all together and you get 24. Not summing actually here, multiplying. So that is how it works. And we use with map, filter, and reduce, we use lambda function. As you can see, we have lambda over here. We have lambda over here. And we have lambda over here and lambda over here. That's why we learned lambda function a while ago. Let's stop in here because we have covered the functional programming, map, filter, and reduce. And in the second part, we will learn, or in the coming part, we will learn actually modules. See you there. Welcome back. In this section, we will talk about modules, available modules. Okay, modules, example or something. I can modules example.py. The reason, do you have any question? Okay, modules. Let's do some print 2 times 2. What's this? I mean, to the power of 2. Everybody know the value of this. It's 4, right? As you can see, it's 4. And print to the power of maybe I think 3 the power of 2. And everybody knows it's 4. I mean 9. That's good. Anyway, but how about the square root of 2 or the square root of 4? Actually, we can calculate also the square root of 4 by using 0.5. For the power of 0.5 actually means 2. Yeah, but there is a mathematical module. We can import math. So it's as you can see, a module. I import it. Import math. Now I am importing all the methods inside the math module. So to see, print, do you remember dir, and then math to see the available methods, okay? Oh yeah, the different methods as you can see. Oh yeah, all these methods, tau, tan, square root, sine, remainder, radian, pow, permutation, next after I don't know that, and the logarithm and different values, okay? Floor, yeah, factorial, as you can see. Okay, so we can import it like that. So for instance, if you want to use print math square root of 4, the square root of 4, everybody knows it, right? It's going to be 2. And print math square root of 2. Now it's difficult. It's 1.4 something. Let's see the square root. Why I'm not getting it. Yes. How about floor? Print math dot floor. Floor is, for instance, 3.14. What is the round? When if you round, print round 3.14. What's the rounding? The fair rounding of 314.
3.
Yeah, it should be 3. Yeah, as you can see, it's 3. This one, floor, means actually, lowering it down. And print math dot seal. 3.14. What would be the ceiling of 3.14?
4.
4. It's unfair. It's a kind of unfair kind of rounding. But why is that? This, okay. I think I have some extension I have included. This runner, I didn't like it. I have to remove some code runner and install, please, and reload. So it's yeah, it was not doing C class. So I just added some C+ and C related and install because it has been just annoying. Yeah, I think by now it should be okay. Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, now it's good already. Great. I should have done this just a long time ago, but it's okay now. As you can see, how about print math dot power of this power to the power of 3. This is how you write it. And I'm expecting from this 8, as you can see, 8, yeah. And print math dot pi, by the way, you can access the pi like this. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of mathematical operation you can do math, as you can see, and the dot, you can see the available, even this distance, I have never used the distance, but I have seen here, distance, where is, now let's use the factorial, for instance, factorial of the factorial of 5, is it 120 or something? Let's see, yeah, it's 120. Do you remember factorial means 5, for instance, 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. This is factorial means. Okay, good. So this is how you do. So import and then dot the method. But have you seen there's quite a repetition, math, math, math. We can reduce this. We can do it differently. I can do by, let's just keep this. Now let's do it differently. We can say from math import square root floor seal factorial power. What's the other we use? Pi if we want. Yeah, this is, so we can import this. And now let's just make use this again. And now I can just select this and remove this, the dot math, because, and now let's check the value again. Yeah, as you can see, it's working again. So which do you prefer, this way of this way of importing, or this way? If you import this way, you should say math dot and the method. But if you import it this way, right away, you can use the name square, square root, or floor, or ceiling, or factorial, or power. Which one do you prefer? I'm just asking you. You can use either, but it's preference. You tell me.
Well, it depends on the code, how clear you want to write it.
Mm-hmm.
But the modern way is to use the importing from version.
Yes. This one is more elegant, this one. More elegant. This one is a bit like verbose. You have to use math dot many times. And now this factorial seems very long, right? We can actually make it shorter as fact or F. That means now I'm renaming the factorial to F. So now this factorial is not anymore here. So I have to change it to, you tell me, F. to make it work. So let's see if it's working. Can I do the same for the others?
Yes.
Yes, it's also a seal, for instance, doesn't seem good for me. And I can say ceiling, to the ceiling or something, but I just want to just keep it like that. Now I'm just showing you how you can rename every of them. Okay, another way. Now let's just copy this and also show you a different way. Sometimes if you are so lazy and if you want to import all the available methods, what you can do, just star. Now you imported everything, but this is not good. Don't do this because you are importing everything. And now, have you seen this? Why this is not known? Because this allows you to import it as it is, not with a modification. Yep, great. This is how you can import module. Now let's move on to custom module.
Hey, question. Yeah. How do you know which functions are in a certain modules and how to find a module where is a kind of function I need?
Yeah.
Because that's the most problematic for me.
Yeah.
If I want to do something, where is a kind of dictionary of available modules and functions?
Yeah, we have used here, if you remember. So what you should do, first.
Yeah, that's for the internal functions and modules. But if someone else has programmed a kind of set of modules that we can use in a program,
then you have to go to the code base and you have to see. Now we are coming to that. Okay, now I will show you that. Okay, now let's create our own custom modules, okay? And then I call them this functions.py. Just I call it functions because why I call it functions? It's going to populate different functions. Hey, Dave, make the square and n times, n to the power of 2. Is this function clear for you? Do you know what it does? Yeah. Okay, I know, but you should. So now def print full name. It should take first name and last name, and oh no, and it should return first name plus last name. Okay, now I want to have just another file somewhere. Maybe I call it main. This is the main py. You can call it any. And I want to import the functions. Import functions. As you can see, I'm import by its name. Have you seen the name of this function is functions? So I am actually importing by its name. Where? Here. In the, so now let's see, print functions. So what do we get if I print the functions? As you can see, I got, it's the module and the module name is functions. And yeah, but this doesn't give me any help. So I have to use the dir. I love dir. So dir, and if I do the dir, oh yeah, the dir actually showed me that there are this module and the print full name function. So I can make use of that. So I can say print functions dot make square because it's there, make square. And let's see the square of 2 and print function. Print, why is it going out? Print full name and John Doe. John and Doe should give us some result. Function is not, it's plural, functions.
Print is not right.
And print is not right either. And let's just fix that. And now, yeah, for and John. So as you can see, we created different functions here. And now we managed to use them in a different file. And now let's keep creating many functions. If you remember last time, def sum of numbers range, right? We have n and m, if you remember, for I in range, I have the n and the m plus 1, and then print, not print actually, I will have to have the total here. Total should be 0, and then total is equal to total plus I now and then. And remember, formatting is good. And return the total. This is one of the function. Of course, I can bring all the functions and make them here and they become module, right? So we have been writing different functions if you remember. And for instance, def sum of all numbers, sum of numbers is a function that takes anything, right? Args. So I can say it here, total, and then 0 for I in args. Then total, actually total plus I, and then return total. I think this is already good enough number of function. How many functions do you see in this file?
4.
Yes, 4 functions. And these functions will be a method in this module. So when we call it, so now, for instance, you may see from this line, when I am printing out, as you can see, make square is there, print full name, some numbers range. Yeah, something like that. Okay, this is how we import. One of the way to import them, copy, and now I have to import them differently. Let's do different import. Another, we can say from functions, import, make square, print full name, and what was the other? Sum of numbers, sum of this, as you can see, and we can make use of those, but now we don't need this. And we don't have also this. So we see now we can make it. And now let's also print sum of ranges. For instance, the sum of ranges from 0 to 100. I think by now you know this because you have seen it many times. 5,050. Yeah, and sum of numbers, print sum of numbers. And if we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can see 1 and 2, 3, 3, 6, 10, 15. Yeah, as you can see now we are importing. Now, if you don't like make square, you can rename it as square. Yeah, print full name, maybe you can say it as full name. And sums, maybe as total, maybe total if you want, and sum of as summation, whatever. Okay, but I'm just showing you how to change this to different names and full name. But most of the time I do not change the original, okay, summation. We can keep that as it was. Why we change everything? We don't have to change everything. And sum of numbers, did I change it? Sum of numbers to total. Yeah, as you can see, it is still working, as you can see. Yep. Yeah, this is how you do a custom modules. These are the custom modules. We created a custom modules and we learned how to import them. Yeah, but are these the only modules? There are core modules, modules that you get as in a Python. So let's see Python core modules, Python core modules. Oh, I want to have a Python built-in modules. Someone put here, very good, maybe. Yeah, this looks good. If you remember, these are actually Python built-in functions. They are not in like modules. I call them functions. Built-in modules are these OS. Okay, we already learned the built-in module, the math. Do you remember? We just learned a while ago, the math. Where was it? It should be here, the math. It's the built-in module. But now let's learn other core module. I call them core modules. Core modules. Instead of core module, how do I call it? Built-in common modules. Common modules could be very good here. In Node, we call them core modules. So we have learned already the math, import the math. I'm not going to go through that. Import OS. This is the operating system, guys. So really, so there, how we should print there, and then operating system gives you the available. Actually, have you seen the available? Oh yeah, there are quite lots of methods related to write and read, and also to do quite a lot of tasks. Okay, but maybe I can check available. As you can see, this one, let me go just to the current working directory. If you see now, it could be, of course, somewhere already. Print OS current gate current working directory. So if you print this, you should get something. Have you seen? This is my current working directory. I am on C drive, users, and my username, desktop. Yeah, this is. It's great. And then maybe you can also get the environment variable, print os.env. So let's see. I think the env is not callable, as it's told me that. Yeah, have you seen? It gives me the environment variable. So it's quite a lot of data related to this, my operating system. So yeah, it has quite a lot of information. But even if you just do this, print there again, you may see another available methods you can use here again. As you can see, this is after that. Items, okay, what items can I get? Keys, pops. For instance, let me just use the items. And then items. Yep, have you seen? Again, I'm getting quite a lot of items. It depends on what you want to make use. But let's go to the previous. We saw the environment, and we saw how to use the get current working directory. Let's make a folder. Can we make a folder? Operating system make dir. And I want to call the directory sample folder. This is now, if we run this, we will create a folder here, by the way. Let's see. Where is it? I think it's, oh yeah, but as you can see, the folder has been created actually outside because I think we didn't give we have to give it a path. Okay, let's do the path again. Maybe we have to say slash and week 5, and then we have to call it this. Now, as you can see, in week 5, we have created this folder. So can we, yeah, actually we can also delete that, the same folder. Let's do the deleting. I can say operating system remove remder, and then we have to give it the name. So we have to remove it now. Yeah, as you can see, we can make use of that. Changing directory, we can change a directory using this different methods. Yeah, but that's not now what I'm interested. Okay. Yeah, this very, very important. List dir. Yeah. Let's go to operating system. List dir is really good. Let's print and see what we can get. I think we have to, comment out some of these because it's not easy to see what's happening. Yeah, as you can see now, it just showed us on the current directory. My current directory is this one. Inside here, there is the .git outlines. Of course, you know this, and week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and week 5. So it gives me the directory. Can I loop through? By the way, you can loop through every of them. For dir could be D in this. And then you can say print D, and you can read, oh, have you seen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, actually, and we can walk through this directory. Walk means actually checking walk, ows.walk. Allow us to check all the files. And it's really good to see what files you have there. So for a root directory in, yeah, let me show you what the walk is doing. Operating system.walk. Yeah, so if I, for instance, I may show you, but here, let's say print. Yeah, I can actually say operating system.walk, and then I can say dir. That means in every directory, I want to know the files. Oh yeah. But why it generate this object? Now I was thinking of actually different files. Maybe I have used some kind of walk. Yeah, I was expecting this kind of structure. So let me think. Yeah. So this gives, and now I have to walk again, maybe through for file in this print and the file. Let's try that. Yeah, have you seen now? I managed to just print out all the files. Yep. Ignore about the first, we can actually ignore the first, because if you remember, let me just show you. Here we have Git, right? So let's forget about how can we ignore. We can start from the first index and ignore the Git, because the Git got quite lots of, yeah, now we managed to ignore the Git. So in week 3, 4, 5, so we managed to print the different files. For instance, in week 5, today, we have common modules, functions.exercise, and then after, it's not only that, even we can go through every file and read all the files. So now these are the different common modules, but are these the only common modules? There are quite lots of modules, so it takes quite a lot of time to learn about all the modules, but at least you are somehow familiar with that. Maybe last or not least, I want to show you how to fetch the cat's data, and then you will work on this. We have this module. Now let me create fetch data.py, and then I can import requests. I think this is not anymore. It's also nowadays it's a core module. You don't have to install it. But if you don't have it, if your computer doesn't recognize this, I want you to do this: pip install requests. Okay, here on this path. Okay, that's what you should do. Then let me just show you how this. Then print requests. I think it's good to see there, just to see the available requests, and then let's run. Oh, no named module requests. Maybe I think I have to see week 5. Sometimes it doesn't run like that. And then maybe Python and fetch data. Python fetch. No module requests, are you sure? Then if that's the case, let's do pip install requests. And you just wait for some time, okay? Yeah, now let's try again. Yeah, now it's working. So I think we have to install it. So yeah, we have to install it. I just installed it. And the available modules, there are different modules, but I'm interested in some of the modules. This request allow us to do HTTP requests, like getting data from a server or modifying the data using post, creating a data using post or modifying it using put. But today I use the gate to gate. So I can just take this URL and then I call it a URL and then just put it like this. Then let's see if I say request.get and then URL. So let me just see, print, what do I get from that? Oh, actually nothing, but actually we should get from here response. Let's just save it as in response, just respond, putting it as in response, because we sent a request to fetch data from this URL, and then let's see the response dot, as you can see, response dot status code. If the status code is actually 200, that means success. Oh yeah, it's 200 and success. So that means we fetched it. But in what form do we want to fetch this? Okay, I want you to fetch it as in JSON response.json. JSON means, I will show you this kind of data format, we call it a JSON. It's a kind of a dictionary. For the time being, just take it as a dictionary. Dictionary of a collection of dictionary in a list. Yeah, as you can see. Oh yeah, great. Now, if you print out data, you may see all the cats. Oh yeah, I told you all the cats. Now let's do from p print import p print, because this p print allow us to print it in a pretty way. So if you see printing 60 something, let's count. Print the length of the data. I am expecting 67 cat breeds. Oh yeah, 67. So instead of printing all, so let's just print a couple of the cats. Now, for instance, if we print 2 cats is good enough. So I can just like this. Yeah, now as you can see, we managed to print 2 cats. Adaptability 5, affection level, alternative names and different description. It's a BCBN cat and dog friendly. They have different rating, as you can see. I'm not a cat expert. I can't say much, but this is a data related to cat property, okay? So how do you get the weight of a cat? So you go all the way down. Somewhere you may see the, oh, I didn't see it so far. So I have to slow down. Yeah, here, have you seen it? Here. So what you should do, it's so easy. For cat in data, then print data, cat, and then actually the weight. Yes. Oh yeah, as you can see, yeah, but it's in imperial and metric unit. I think most of you are interested in the metric unit. So let's go to metric unit. Yeah, so we got something like this. But as you can see, this data is something we can't deal with. It's a string. So we have to do some formatting. We have to remove this part or split it. And I can do some split. Maybe I can split at space, this and the space. And let's see what we have. Oh yeah, so have you seen? Yeah, so we're trying to calculate the average, okay? The average weight of the cat. So now I can say we can actually now do what is this? For instance, lowest weight, it's going to be the first value, a 0, and the highest weight is going to be this one, right? 1. I can change it to highest. And now, then average is going to be, so we have to change this, it's a string, we have to change it to int of the lowest, yeah, plus int of the highest. Yeah, so as you can see, it's a basic mathematics. We have 2 items and we have to divide it by 2, right? Just to get the average. So we can print the average or mean. Okay. As you can see, 6.5, is that true? But if you are not sure about that, we can also print the lowest and highest together and see, because it's really good to be sure in what you do. Don't trust everything. Why is this not? Okay, sometimes copy is good. 5 and 8 is actually 13, 6.5, and this 12, 6, and this 27. Yeah, I think it's right. So I don't need this value. But as you can see now, we can collect the weights. Weights, we can like create an empty variable over here, and let's store all them together. Yep. Then I can say weights dot append, and then let's put this. Of course, you don't see anything. So to see, we have to print weights. Oh yeah, we got this. Now, how do we get, do you remember the reduce method? We learned reduce. I can use reduce to sum all together. So I can say from function tools, import, reduce, right? And then I can use this reduce, and then lambda, and then xy, and x plus y, and then the weights. So this is going to be actually the total weight. And then because I'm about to calculate the mean, so mean is going to be total divided by the length of the weights. Yeah, so this gives me some number. I'm not sure what. Let's see. What? So reduce function. Oh, I think it's wrong. From function tools, import, reduce. Yeah, that was the problem. As you can see, 4.7. Let's see that application, the website I showed you at the very beginning. The weight, the cats, 4.7. Yeah, as you can see, 4. On average, a cat can weigh about 4.7. So I will end this lesson by give you an assignment. What's your turn? Your turn is going to be to calculate the lifetime, the average lifetime of cats. Yeah, so based on my calculation, it's 13.75, and let's see yours. You do the same, you have all the data, you learn how we can import it, and then just calculate the average or the mean lifespan of cats. Now you can, by the way, you can just round this value. We can round it, when you round also, you can round it to the second significant digit. Here, as you can see, 4.7. Thank you so much, guys. Next week, we will learn at least the comprehension maybe, or we just recap the lesson. We have covered all the topics, what we planned to cover in this lesson. What is expected from you? Please watch the video, revise it. We poured quite a lot of information, and it's hard to grasp everything in such a short time, so it needs repetition. Great. Welcome back, everybody. Today is the 6th week, and let's move on by creating a folder, and I called this week 6. Okay, today we are going to learn list comprehension. List comprehension.py. Yeah, by now you are actually familiar with Python, right? Of course you should. You know why you learn Python, because it's a very good programming language. It's easy to learn, and it's very popular. It's a very huge community. You can use it in the backend. You can use it for machine learning, data science, data visualization, data analysis, data exploration, just to modify, to transform, to clean data. or for desktop application, you can use Python for many purposes. What are actually something you should know about Python? You should know how to declare a variable, yeah? You should know the data types of Python. That is actually numbers. Numbers could be int, it could be a float or complex, right? Yeah. And we have also string data types, Boolean data types, and list data types, tuples, and set the dictionary. These are actually the main or core data types. Yep. And something you should know also actually built-in functions. Built-in functions, for instance, the print function itself is a built-in function. The input, yeah, or just round some numbers to the closest. A list, just to create an empty list. So the list goes on, yeah. These are built-in functions. And then we have learned also operators. Operators could be arithmetic operators, arithmetic operators, or it could be comparison operators or logical operators. Yeah, these are also very important. Then we learn strings very well and string methods. Yeah, string methods are very important to manipulate. So we can use dot upper, dot lower, yeah, and maybe title, dot title. There are many string methods if you remember. So then you can refer. If you want to know, you just go back and refer from the previous lessons. And we learned about list and list methods. And we learned about actually conditionals. It's very important. Conditionals means we can say if, or maybe if, if. These are the conditionals in Python. Then we learn actually loops. Loops we have actually while and for loop in Python. Then we learned about functions, right? Functions are very important because we can actually put state of codes together and we can do a certain task using that function. So to make a code reusable and maintainable, we can create functions. Yeah, so we were talking about here built-in function, but here we are talking about custom functions that we create. Then we learned also Lambda function, and then higher order function, and then functional programming. Functional programming, we learn map, reduce, or filter, right? Yes. And then finally, we learned about modules, how to create modules, and importing modules. And today we will learn list comprehension. Great. What's this list comprehension? It's an easy and a very good performant. It performs well and it also uses less memory. For instance, if you have nums and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if I want you to map this to 1, 4, 6, 8, 10. Do you see any pattern here, guys? What's the pattern? What's the relation between the original and this output? If I want you to give me this output, how do you create this? You should new nums, empty, and then I can say for num in the nums. First, let's see by printing one of the num, like every now and then, and let's run. As you can see, I managed to print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but how about if we multiply this by 2? As you can see, I got this, but I have to append this value now and then, right? Instead of just printing out new nums dot append this value. And then but by the end, print new nums because that's the new nums we created. Let's see. Oh yeah, do you think this is what we were looking for? Yes. So this is one way to do it. Yep. And it's a long way to do it. Undo. Yeah, now let's comment this out. Another way of doing the same thing. How about if we use map? Do you remember map? New. I can say map and then lambda function x and then x times 2. And then we have to pass the list. This is how it goes, right? Of course, then I have to assign this new nums. And if I print new nums, let's see what we get. We get actually a map object. So because map gives you a kind of a map object, so we have to change it to a list. Now I should get, is it what we are looking for, guys? Yes. So which do you prefer, this one or this one? This looks neat, right? It's a one-liner, yeah? Okay, even we can go more. Okay, another way, there is this. We can just say for n in nums or whatever num, I can say n times, num times 2. And you can again save this new nums. We call this list comprehension. As you can see, we are looping it and putting it in a list. And let's see, print new nums. Again, we got the same value. And today we are learning this. How about if we are interested only the, maybe now, if I am interested in evens, let's see. I can change this to evens. And I just return the num itself like this, but I have to add a condition. If num divided by 2, and if the remainder is 0, that means even, right? So evens, as you can see. Oh yeah, the evens. Can we do the same for odds? Yeah, you can copy this and you do a little bit change. I can say odds, and then of course, this should be different from 0, and then odds, and then let's just run this. 1, 3, and 5. Yep, as you can see. Great. Now let's do something different. We have this countries list or something somewhere, and let's make use of those. I think I should get somewhere a list of countries. No, it's funny today. It's not. Maybe. Set list. Yep. Okay, now for instance, again, we have list of countries, and if I want to filter out Finland from, the countries with land, I can say for C in countries, right? I can say print C, and I'm printing every country now, right? Yeah, but I can use if land in C, print now C, the country. As you can see now, it's only Finland and Iceland. How about if way, one of the country got a Y, so that's Norway, as you can see. So, but can we do the same with now with this list comprehension? Let's do for C or country in countries, and then I can say C. But of course, if land in C. So as you can see, we can add conditions like this. So it's so I can assign these countries with land. So now let's print countries with land should be, oh yeah, that's beautiful, right? So this list compression allow us to do quite similar to filter, because here we managed to filter only the odds and here the evens. And here, as you can see, we managed to filter countries with land. And if you want without land, countries with land, I can say without land, and then we can say for C in countries, if land not in C. What's the problem? Yeah, I have to call C here. Then let's see. I think I have to say with, without, or with. As you can see, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark are countries without land. Yep. Do you have any question? So this is very powerful, and yeah. This is very powerful. So you without writing long code like this, or without using any kind of map or filter, you can do this. Yeah, can we sum all the numbers together? Yeah, it's possible to sum them up also, but I think summing it might not be the best use case, but something like this is good. Do you have any question to ask? Maybe just to answer the question I asked you to find a function that that take unlimited number of arguments. So let's say def sum all nums. I just call it random. I give it a random name. So this is args, and then let's print the args. What do we get in the args? I want to show you what's happening here. Now, sum of all nums, and let's invoke it without any argument here. Okay. If you click over here, I should get a tuple, empty tuple. How about if I just 10, 20, or again a 30, 100, and 20 again? Oh yeah, as you can see, I got tuples of the arguments I passed here. So I'm getting a tuple. So actually we can say, hey, total, can you be 0 for the time being? And then for item or number in args, then I say total is equal to total plus the item. And then at the end, we return the total. Now, since we are not printing this yet, we have to just check I'm expecting this together is actually 30, 60, 180, right? Yes, 180. So if you add like more 20, and now and again this, so I'm expecting 300, right? Great. Yeah, so this is how how to create a function that takes unlimited number of arguments. So list comprehension is so easy. You can use it with the you just create a loop and you can have an if function or not. But actually, as you can see here, also we just doubled it. If you want to make it square, you can just square, as easy as that. Or for instance, you remember at some point we were creating, for instance, let me show you, for countries in countries. I thought we have countries. Why it's not highlighting it? Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't have the see it. So if you print this, just without assigning, let's just print this out. Let's see the value. As you can see, just print it out. But how about if I just put this into square? I mean, in a, oh, as you can see, a list of list. Okay, then how about if I change upper? Why? So whenever, yeah, because I didn't finish upper. As you can see, I got list of list. Okay, why not slicing the first three and it will be the country code, right? Yep. So as you can see, this Finn and Sui and Nor, Dane, yeah. So maybe if you're interested to know the length of the country. Yep. So as you can see now, we managed to create list of this. Sometimes when it's hard to read like this, did I tell you that to import the pretty print? Yeah, now you know how to print. From pprint, import pretty print. And you can use pretty print only with a list and maybe with dictionary. That makes it sense good. Now have you seen? It's really pretty to look at, right? Yeah, data related to Sweden. I mean, data related to Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. Yep. Oh yeah, I hope you got a very good understanding of list comprehension. You can even take it further. This is the end of our fundamental of Python course. I don't think it's easy to understand everything in one go, and I strongly recommend you to go back to the first video, the first week, and go step by step, watching it, revising it, coding by just following the video. That will help you to digest the information and the topic, and that will help you to master. And I will see you in the advanced Python and data analysis with Python, and also with the other upcoming courses. Yep. Great.